Hello, hello. I got my jangly keys. Is this about right for angle for speaking? That's probably about right. Alright. Let's put me actually on. How about that? Even though I'm sure we could all actually jam out to beneath the mask for hours. Let me lower the volume of that. Alright. And here I come. Where am I? There I am. There it is. This is the recording screen. This is the I'm totally actually recording this later. What's going on, everyone? Hey Deviz, what's going on? I do want to. I have my dangly keys on me. I do want to say that my son's awesome. Because he got me something that was really important to him. That he got me as a random gift because I'm still not able to consume foods like a normal human being. And because it was my birthday, I think he got this for my son got this for me for my birthday, and then he got me this holder. He just with his own money, and I know like he's young, so it's hard for him to come across money. So usually it comes out from like when he like has a birthday or whatnot. And I have my key still on me because he bought me a little holder for something he got me for my birthday. And he got me this and a package of orange Airheads last week because he wanted me to be able to feel a bit better. So he went and he went on to some site and used, I think it's Amazon, that he went ahead and bought me a package of one of these that's gray, one of these that's black, to be able to put a card he wants me to carry in my wallet, and then bought me a whole package of Airheads, and then let me have every one of them, even though he told me right after, he's like, it was really hard not to ask for any because orange Airheads are my favorite of those flavors too. But I'm carrying this around because it says to keep it in your wallet, and he bought me a holder for it. It says, to my dad, carry this token in your wallet, so always remember you hold a special place in my heart forever. And in all bold, no matter how far I will go in life, I will always be your little boy. And you will always be my dad and my hero. That is what he got me. And since I didn't want to like mess up the actual text carved onto it, I haven't had it in my heart. In my wallet. And so he instead, like, he knew I was going to get a plastic protector so I could stick it in my wallet. And instead he got me this, and he's like, now you can put it on your keys, or can it fit in your wallet? I was like, I'll make it work, and put it on my keychain. So I just bring these around now and just have that. The other side, I guess I could have an actual like other ID or something else in there, but I still call. He does say that the only nickname he will allow himself to go by is little boy, because I still say, hey little boy, what's going on? Like I don't think about it as much. I never really think about it. But just one day, like he doesn't like having nicknames. He hates being called like Roro or Ro or anything like that. He doesn't want a nickname. He wants you to call his own name. He even's gotten on to his mom and all of his relatives, like, do not shorten my name. I've had to get on to even my parents of like, hey, don't shorten his name, please. He really doesn't like it. And then it just dawned on me one day that I'm the only one that still has a nickname for him. And I was like, hey, do you mind that I say little boy all the time? And he was like, no. One day you're probably going to have to call me big boy. And I was just like, I don't like that. And he's like, yeah, but I'm going to get taller than you. I was like, yeah, but you got innate. Don't do this to me. You're still young. Don't. He's like, doctor said I'm gonna be over 6 foot and everything. I'm like, shut up. But I was like, really, it doesn't bother you? He's like, you're the only one that can call me anything else. I don't even think anything. I was like, all right, little boy. He's like, I can only notice it if you point it out. Otherwise, it's just my name, I guess. He was just trying to whatever. So, only have my son. His mind is much older than 10 years old. His body's a 10-year-old, but his mind has much more mature thoughts and much more common sense in many cases than the majority of adults I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. I'm not going to put that attributed to because I'm his dad and I'm awesome. That's just straight up because he is who he is and he's not me. And in being who he is, he's doing remarkably well, especially for his age. And so he's tall for his age. He's very blunt. He's very straightforward with his now feelings. It's hard for him to speak them. He's a little more shy still articulating, unless it's me. But his mind is very far into the idea of, he tests out for being like in high school. He tests out for he doesn't need to be where he is. It's just that his body hasn't caught up to his mind. So he still needs to hit puberty and go through all that. But other than that, if it came down to, I'll put it this way. If it came down to a judgment call in a day-to-day situation where I'm surrounded by an average group of adults, like I'm in a car wreck and my son did just fine, I'm badly injured, and it would be in an average amalgamation of people who would stop for a car wreck, I would actually trust my son to direct them on what to do than the average person off the street that would try to help me. I would trust him. I would trust him to make medical decisions from what he's been willing to learn, what he goes and research. I taught him to go research like vaccines that he just got. He got HPV. He had to get blood drawn. He might be anemic, a slight bit anemic. His hemoglobin count was a little low, so we just had to get blood drawn from him today. He went and looked up what that can mean, what that entails, what he'd have to do with his diet. When your hemoglobin count is low, by the way, your blood cells are red because of your hemoglobin, because there's iron actually in that, and it's basically, it's turning it red. Iron actually oxidized it. You can think of rust. It's the easiest explanation. But he went and looked up, like, what would that entail? How would I fix it? What would I do? Do I just change it with diet? The doctor said I really don't need to eat anything different. I'm really healthy with my diet. And so, like, he looks up all these stuff. He's very considerate. Yeah, I trust him with my life over a lot of adults. He just can't drive me to a hospital or do a lot of things. But yeah, and I think that's just a sadder commentary on the world at large, that I can say my 10-year-old has everyone beat. It's a sad commentary because I would like to think that the average stranger has so much consideration for the human condition of, we have one life, one chance, to learn to be as good as we. To me, it's just a sad thing that I would turn to my son more than I would to the average human being, when I think that on average human beings want to be good people. No one views themselves as a villain, and I think people just want to live normal, happy lives on average, the average person you bump into. Which to me says that if I'm trusting my son with like ideas and things that are needed more often than I would the average person on the street, the average adult, the average anything, to me it says it's just sad that so many people just want to lead good, healthy, nice lives, but when it comes down to crises, they have avoided knowledge that could help them avoid tragedies and to help their fellow man. And that's where I get sad about things. That I would love to know that more and more people, that I could depend on them, because when a subject comes up, we could have different religious backgrounds, we can have all these different backgrounds on our ethnicity and our culture. We can just be diametrically opposed to each other and still like come together for things like, how does physiology work in a human body? How would one help? Like, how, kind of like the idea of physics. Like, all physicists can really agree on most everything because you can just calculate it. You can hypothesize, and then you can test it, and somebody's right, someone's wrong type deal. Gravity is constant. Anyone can say how long it's got to take for something to hit the ground. given a certain mass, distance, size, whatever. Like, we can all agree on numbers, and then we can go back to fighting about everything else. I think it should be the same with just treating our fellow human beings as other human beings. I even told him in the car today, after we were riding back from him, and I'll start the game now. I was telling him in the car today, while riding back from him getting his blood drawn, that that by virtue, like, I was talking to him about maybe he needs to get used to having his blood drawn, because the first thing I said to him is, I hope you never get used to it. And then I backtrack and I said, well, there's a positive, you have a possibility you have O negative blood like I do, and that's the universal donor, so maybe you do need to get used to it. And I was telling him, I don't want to put pressure on you, but there are blood shortages, and there can be another thing that comes around where people need blood that is universal and they have no choice, or it's somebody else O negative that can't just receive anything. They get O negative and in a pinch AB negative, and they might need it. And I said, if we need to get your blood type tested so you can make informed decisions, I said, you want to help people, that can be a way you grow up and help. And then I expanded on it later because I felt like I was guilt tripping. I said, listen, little boy, every now and then I say something, and I only say it because I know I need to say it when I think of it. And I told him, every now and then we decide our own limitations as we get older. We decide what we're willing to do for other people based on a lot of factors. But there are some things that just shouldn't be a factor. And I told him, the idea of helping out another human and then trying to judge whether you should help them is always a bad approach. And I literally told him word for word, I believe, by virtue of the idea that you and I were both born into this world as human beings, by virtue of anyone else that's living the human condition was born, by simply virtue of that and none of their actions alone, we should still use that as their basis for our actions of how to help each other out. And so I told him, the only reason I'm telling him about, being able to get used to having his blood drawn, or possibly, go to one day a blood bank, is the idea by virtue of just learning ways that you can help out your fellow man. Because we're all human, and that's all we have to have in common to help each other. This is one way you can do it, but if you're not comfortable with that, I'm sure we can find other ways that you can help other people. And I just wanted to be like, I didn't want to guilt trip him into anything. We walked in the door and he's like, hey, how old do you have to be to give blood? And how much can you give? And I was like, oh. Like, it was a full 10 minutes after I said that, walking in the door, and he's just like, how old can you be to give blood? It's like just hitting him. I'm just like, that's my boy. That's my boy. Everyone give me some navies. Let me say, we all agree on you and Roy are just inspirational. I'm glad my son can basically be inspirational. I'm always scared of me being an inspiration because I know me and I know I'm not the best person, so I'm scared that people will depend on me as an inspiration and then I'll let them down. But thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. I do. I do my best. I am just another human being trying to get around. And by virtue of us both being human beings, I hope that I can bring something to your life. I'm glad that it sounds like that. There's another message I got, Mike Graham. But I'll get to that. Let me say hello to Alyssa, Cece, Robert Durham, Bolsky, Mike L, Blue Knight, Mr. BHO, Michelle, Angelica. I want to say Skylar after that. Gabriel, Pantheon, JP, Clayton, Nick Chase, A True Winner 1, Half-Blood Dutch Prince, Kale, Green Ranger, Bear.net, The Real Kira, I'm not sure. I keep forgetting. Christopher Golnick, what's going on? You got the shield, you don't have to yell so loud. No, the Navis are to yell at me. Stephen Ore, Mike Graham, Ikoshio, hey there, BJ, Fire Eater. If you had started like 30 seconds earlier than you did, I wouldn't have seen 6 munching on the cute. No. Till Christian, Amarok, Foxhound, Geo, Steven, who spells name correct. Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who don't have better Twitch TV installed on your iPhone, Android, computer, you might want to do that because I might start using their emote soon. For those who don't know what Better Twitch TV is, it's used more on Twitch, but they actually integrated it for YouTube now. It's where if I put, if you have it installed in your browser, which you can have it installed, like if you have an iPhone like I do. Hey, Julio, what's going on? If you have an iPhone like I do, it'll ask you if it wants to install it into Safari so that it can bring up the chat. But it's actually a plugin that you can use, and you can type in certain things like cat jam. And for anyone who's ever watched another streamer and seen that cat with the head bobbing, they're probably using Better Twitch TV, BTT, because you type in the word lowercase cat, and I think it has to be uppercase J for jam, is humpbacked. And all of a sudden, instead of showing the word like the word cat jam, it turns it into the emote of the gif of the like whatever. I can actually put chat up on screen and be able to like put out tunes like play music for you guys and have you guys all just having cat jam jamming out. And any mod should probably install it too, just in case. Was watching Little Nightmares because apparently a quote was from there. Probably a quote is from there. Thank you for looking at for me. I need to talk to you soon and confer with you about how many quotes you found so I can make more shorts before Resident Evil 4 remake officially releases. Did I say hi, Julio? Your son is the old soul. Yeah, I guess. Just very mature. It's he takes the world in around him and then he actually tries to digest it. And even though he can be very polarizing because he's still a kid, he's one of the few, and adults still don't do this. He very much, I'm glad I did. He very much tries to digest the world around him into a way that makes sense instead of just letting life happen to him. So it can make him sound like an old soul, but there are many, many adults I know that just let life happen to them and they never try to do anything. As far as everyone that's here, hey, if you're a member, there is a video that is 10 minutes, 30 seconds long that I don't know whether I should release to the generalized public. If you're here and you've already said something, I already know. I'm like looking at names that I've already seen. I won't do them very often, most likely, just like a few people have noticed. It's not a different side of me. That is my sense of humor. That is actually the way I joke if I'm given time. Like I say a lot of things on the fly. I want to take more improv classes, but for those who have a shield, go under the community tab if you haven't already. You can even do it right now. Go under there, and it doesn't have a thumbnail or anything, but it is not my usual style. I took the 7+ hour long stream of me killing Salvador on Mad Chainsaw mode on the demo, and I turned it into a 10-minute, 30-second-ish clip, complete with all sound effects, dramatic sounds, like whatever, zoom in, pans. It took a good 5 or 6 hours editing that thing to make a 10-minute and some minute video. And then after I was finished with it, I think I was so brain dead. Actually, it took more than 6 hours. It's more like 7 or 8 hours of editing that video just to make that. And after I was finished with it, I think I was just so brain dead that I thought it looked like shit. And I knew it was more out of my lane, but every now and then I want to do stuff like that because I was really tired for some of that narration. So I even listened to it back and realized some of the narration sounds off because I didn't keep the same timbre. I didn't keep the same pitch. I didn't keep the same intensity needed for something like that. I didn't do everything I'd like to, but I did a thing. I did a thing, and it's actually something like I've done in the past way back, but I did it really crappily because I did it off of live streams that didn't look good. They had all the elements still on the screen. Now you get to see what I can do if I actually have a 4K recording of our stream and also a recording of my face cam, and also some time to write some bullshit down in my notes or a script. That's the kind of thing I come up with every now and then. I don't even know what to title it. It's not an analysis. It's just a challenge that I tackled, I beat, and I put it into a way. And I just want to link it to anyone that if I do release it, I want to see more people watching it. I want more people to comment on it. If you watch it, leave a comment. If you leave a comment either on the community tab or on the video itself. I have read every single comment up to when my son's baseball game started. I've read every single comment and feedback. Some people have be critical about it. Some people have put out the real thing of, I don't want people coming to the channel expecting that's all the content that there will be, or that it will be a consistent every single day, every week or something. I don't want them coming to the channel believing that. Thank you, Michael. If you don't post the video, I might have to leave the end. I'm just getting feedback. I feel weird about it. I feel weird.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5?
I feel
5 in the
weird.
Fishness, 5 in the Fishness. Can I get a 5?
I just need feedback.
Can I get a 5 in the
I just need feedback,
Words
okay?
I didn't think I'd ever say, ever.
Yes.
Can I mention ever again?
Keela.
If you don't post that video, I might have to leave the inner circle. Tweet, triumphant face, embarrassed smiley face.
Thank you, Micah. Everyone, hashtag over there. Welcome back to the family, Ethan J. Really appreciate that. BMW. Hey, it's been a hot second. What's going on? Let's start up the game. But if you got a shield, you have access to the community tab and an exclusive video that's not posted. It's unlisted. I've read every comment. Yes, Kira, I did see your comment. I saw, I believe it's people that like, Kuhn pointed out that it felt almost like I was trolling, but it didn't feel like, it said go with my heart. There's other people saying, I think it was Kale possibly, or Fire. It might have been one of the two. That said, as long as it doesn't become like too often. One person said that they would like to see that more often on my channel, but I've heard now more consistently, as long as I don't overdo it and flood the channel with that over and over, that most people are like, go ahead and do it. That's the kind of commentary I was looking for in feedback. It seems like I had a lot of fun with it. I had a lot of fun with the idea that I have the whole script over there. I just looked at, I thought back to me doing the challenge, and like my inner monologue actually, that's how my inner monologue goes. I used to love story writing, so my inner monologue just lends itself to the idea of, let's just put something together. And so I used to love storyboarding. I used to love writing. So I have books that I haven't finished and short stories that I have finished and lots of poems that I used to write. I have my brother's finished books and his unfinished books. My brother and I both love to write. So there's this whole thing of every now and then my inner monologue just does that. It's just like that. And people think it's my narration voice. It's actually a little off. I didn't warm up at all. I just used the voiceover command in Final Cut Pro. So I did it the quickest, down and dirty way I could of stitching together, reading off the script, seeing which bits of the gameplay and face cam footage worked best, and then going on to the next bit. And I did script for script, soundbite for soundbite. It just, if it gives you context of why it wouldn't be a constant, to do the first, I believe, 1.5 minutes of that video, it took like 2.5 hours. So it's for videos like that, it's almost, you could say, for every minute it's gonna take like 30 for every minute it's gonna take 30 minutes of my life to do at minimum. So your inner monologue must say, in a world. No, it actually does. There's an inner monologue of me that, like, when I poke fun, especially at people, and I'm like, in a world of one person, one man, one goal. In a world where everything stands in his way, we see if he can overcome, like, whatever, coming this summer. Like, it's basically the movie theater, that guy narrator voice, but it just takes over it narrates my own life for me, and I'm just like, write it down, write it down, write it down. I'd say release multiple videos with multiple games to solve the REA sheet. Oh, I'd totally do that, Robert. And then somebody else said I should make a short of that to help publicize the channel. Hey, just DBZ. What's going on? You can't tell, but I'm laughing so hard it hurts. It's good. So let's do this. All right. Hey, I don't have my pipes warmed up to sing, but Mike Graham. Wait. Hey, brother. Birthday is Sunday, so Dirge now it will your stream Sunday. Good. I don't have my pipes warmed up. Birthday Dirge is on Sunday. I will be streaming Sunday. I'll be streaming Sunday because I don't have my son during the day. So probably between noon to 6 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be streaming on Sunday, most likely. And tomorrow I'll be streaming earlier during the day. So for anyone that usually, like, this is a later stream because I had my son's baseball game or I have my son, tomorrow I'll probably start the stream at latest 6 p.m. Eastern time. At latest. Might start it earlier than that. Vegeta, welcome to the family. I'm so glad to see, after you're popping your head in so many times. So glad to see you here. Welcome to the family. Ethan J, welcome to the family. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the love and support. Ryan Redfield, hello there. Let's do it. Let's get to this. Let me hit record on everything. Computer! Why is that popped up? All right, recording the 4K footage over there. Time to quiet down beneath the mask over here. Now we got sound over here and hit record. And as long as I remember to keep that monitor in frame, it shouldn't be hard to sync up all the footage. So, where we last left off, I believe we were in the Stronghold. We were just getting into the Stronghold. So we're doing that. We are there. We are there. And yeah, if you really thought that narration in that video was like off or different, it's just not. It is different for people who don't know me in real life. But anyone who's met me in real life knows that I will absolutely narrate their like blunder. Someone will like trip over thin air. I will basically narrate their life like that. Things like that. Or when I see things, I'm just weird. I'm weird. All right. So, okay. We're in the Stronghold, I think. I don't think I have to do anything else. Remember, what we're doing with this is I'm going through third person. I'm recording all the footage. And I'm going to do an everyman's analysis, hopefully, that I get up before Resident Evil 4 comes out. And I want that out there so people know that I do content that can be everyman something other than the guides. And I want to get that out there to show people that this game is a game that we can compare it to two different perspectives of playing the game. Fidelio, what's going on? Welcome to the family. I appreciate that. That's another name. That's another shield. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so this is going to be one of those rare times where I can actually compare two experiences together. I can compare the experience of first person and third person, but just understand when I put out that analysis, the first thing I'm going to be saying is no matter what's said, it's a win for everyone. Because if it's a game that lends itself to being able to be played third person without taking back from the vision of the creators, then it just brings more people into the flock. But one of the first criticisms I know I'm going to say now is something I didn't think of until... Is Mary here? Is if Mary's here, Mary was saying first person actually makes her motion sick. I didn't even think about that. I forgot the idea that you can turn off camera sway, you can do everything, but some people who play games in first person get motion sick, and in third person it's fine. I forgot all about that. So, yeah. You love the video, Amarok? Make sure you say that in comment somewhere. In the morning, I will read everyone's feedback in the community post. I know it's a members only, but I didn't just want to broadcast it to the world. I'll read all the feedback on those comments and comments on the video. I'll take it to heart. I'll take people that don't just say love it, send it. Like, I'll count those and tally them up. But every person that actually has something like constructive criticism, I will definitely take them to heart. And as long as I can still think to myself, this won't wreck my channel by bringing people who start to expect this content every week. As long as they know that it's just a once in a lifetime, like it's once in a every now and then thing and not overdone, and it won't just be Resident Evil stuff done with it, and it might just be challenges. As long as they know all that, then there's a good chance. But I want more feedback. Hey Chuck, what's going on? Paul, by the way, don't gaslight yourself too much about my name. Get my name right regardless if it's Kira or if it's Kira. Well, I see the real, and that makes me think of Death Note, and Kira is because killer, but it's hard to say LLER, especially since a lot of Japanese lends itself to ending in a vowel. So Japanese pronunciation of trying to say angelus, like of killer, turns out to be Kira. So I see Kira and I think of killer. That's Death Note. Usually, so that's why there's somebody else that's actual name Kira that I was saying Kira, and I was getting it wrong. So that's why I second guess myself. Hey Marcus, what's going on? All right, let's do this. Okay, so we're back at it again. And the only stipulation for doing this is that I've got the infinite Lemmy, the infinite starting shotgun, the infinite sniper rifle. No other infinite weapons, because I don't necessarily want it to be being the hardest challenge in the world. I just want it to be something that I can look at as, oh, I experienced the game again in third person. And then after we do this, we're doing Shadow of Rose, by the way. I'll most likely keep alerts paused a lot for doing Shadow of Rose and not look at chat so no one can spoil it. But I'll just do it live and then edit it to a video. So yeah. I'll do Shadow of Rose after this. But first we're gonna finish this up. All right. So we're gonna do this, and I've done the caveat of I'm not gonna get any, since I have only the Lemmy, the starting off shotgun, and the sniper rifle unlocked as unlimited, just so I can keep things apace and not get stuck because of running out of ammo or whatnot. I've put the stipulation on myself that I can't get the better weapons. Or rather, I had to toss the 1911 because it was unlocked on my PC. I have all unlocks on PS5, but on PC I do have the 1911 unlocked as unlimited, so I tossed it. Other weapons I might use, but basically it still feels cheap because I could always, like, I think I'm just gonna sell them all. Because think of it this way, I could just pull out the basic bit shotgun, use it the majority of the time, and then against strong enemies I would have so much ammo saved up for the shotgun that it would be unfair. So we're gonna stick with basic weapons and the grenade launcher, and the grenade launcher is an unlimited, and we're gonna just continue going through it. Hey, Dark Star, thank you for popping on by. Militrist, hello, good evening. Hey, ASMR, Tom Lewis Gaming, hello there. I'm glad it was helpful and you enjoyed it. Yep, we're in the Stronghold. Okay, I remember this. All right, what was I doing? I probably shot down the diamond or the whatever that is hanging up there. I need this louder. All right, there we go. All right, low flying airplanes. That's cool. Excuse me. So now that we're making our way downtown, I do know what's ahead of me, and oh boy, am I about to regret my stipulation, given I can't upgrade these weapons enough. Excuse me. Now, the Magnum isn't the Magnum is an exception. I have no way of stockpiling Magnum ammo. However, I think the only person I'll end up using the Magnum on is probably Miranda. So we'll see how that goes. But even if I, you know, parsed out I'm the type of person that hoards really good weapons. So if you even go look at my original playthrough, I do not touch that Magnum until the very end of the game. I'm that kind of person. I'm the kind of person that beats the game, but I had every elixir still left in my inventory. Like, that kind of person. So the Magnum is on the table for being used. I just wouldn't normally use a Magnum because it's limited ammo. And times I have used the Magnum, I used it strategically and got an upgrade so it would give me my ammo back. So I used shots and I counted shots. And then I went to the Duke and upgraded it so it would give me a full reload and you know, rinse and repeat for that kind of deal. This is gonna be hell with not the better shotgun. Its upgrades, the power at level 4 is weaker than the power at level 2 for the better shotgun that shoots faster and holds more rounds. 800? It's 800. The other shotgun is already outperforming it. What is this one at? We're on hardcore also. I was doing Village of Shadows and it was going super duper slow. And it was not good. This is 850. It's not good to use this except for long range. At least it has more levels of upgrading. But is this really as upgraded as this get? Am I gonna have to bank up? Oh, fuck me. Okay. So I'm gonna be banking on that snipper rifle more and more as we go along.
This must be their den.
Dadgummit. Okay. At least... Do more damage, Plez. I collect ammunition for the money. Uh-oh. No! I forgot I was low on health. Interesting. Am I starting this off with a death? Question mark? I sure am. I should have healed, so that's on me. That is odd, Levi. Hello there. All right. So I should pour some goop on my injured hand and make everything better. I do have one qualm with that. If I'm injured all around, wouldn't I instead, I know that it's because it's now third person, wouldn't I want to like dump it on my whole body and maybe find an ingestible version? I just kind of sprinkle it always on the injured hand and my whole body's better. We sure about that? We want to go that angle? We sure about that?
This must be their den.
Oh, Christopher Days! Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, why am I not playing this like a smart man? I usually would have put down a few of these to start this off. And I would have tried to lure them over here. Don't you ruin it, dude. Don't be that guy. That's for other people, not you. Don't hog the cookies. That did not kill. What? Bull honky. Shenanigans. Hi. What is with you? At least it's not an armored one yet. Okay. Alright. So it is not as hard as Village of Shadows. That's a relief. I also don't get as much money as Village of Shadows. You need to die. No, I said die. I did not say pass out. I was very clear about my intentions on that. No. 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 I was still doing the thing. I was There's one on the stairs. I was still doing the thing. Let me run past. Excuse me. Thank you, Half Blood Prince, Dutch Prince. Oh God! Whoa! No! Oh my God! Wow! I've actually never seen them double team like that before. Okay, that was actually kind of cool to see in third person. I gotta admit. Where's my grenade launcher? Am I an idiot? What am I doing? I forgot. And left trigger and A. Oh. Guys, please stop. I forgot to get the good. I need to just die. This is pitiful. I need to just get the good grenade launcher on. I forgot about it. Or the flash rounds. I meant to be flashing them. How do I change Oh. Whoops. That's changing ammo type. Glad I remembered after I wasted a lot of materials. I swear I'm better at this game than being this dumb. Hey, guys, no need. No need. You know what? I'm going back upstairs. You guys are just being too mean down here. You need to play nicer. I wanted to say with your younger brother, treat him nice. You have to include him in the games. why I had the urge to say that, I don't know, and I'm not about to explain myself now. Whoops. Forgot that this would just basically go through you. I have the means to have a last stand here-ish. I have the means to miss every shot here-ish. Oh my god, I did better on Village's Shadows on this. I had better weapons. Let's just be honest. You know what? I had better excuses back then too. I need to rethink my excuse game, because it is, instead of sounding like legitimate reasons, it's starting to sound more and more like just really bad excuses, when I swear I can explain. Give me a chance. Hey, Zero Hazards. Thank you. I see pickles over there. I'll play those in just a sec. Thank you. Shot out of the air. He's like an acrobat with the greatest of ease. I might need to turn on the bar being able to use... you know what? We'll talk about that after this horde. We'll talk about that. Hold on. Die, please. No, let me just keep aiming incorrectly. Apparently, I aim better in first person as well. I'm just better. Did you swing on a Tarzan? I wanted to personally get close to you and see, like, what makes you different, Tarzan? He gets knocked down, but he got up again. Really want to put him down. All right, is the initial wave finished yet? Can we move on? Can we move on from you? Okay, I think the initial wave is finished. It went first. See, that is immersion breaking. I know there's a few ways around that without And before I go on, I feel bad. I was gonna say I should put the super chats being able to add to that bar again to show people why that bar doesn't actually get, the super chats can't go to it. There's a function to let it happen, but for some reason it takes currency and turns it into, I don't know, moves the decimal place like 3 places to the right, or maybe 4. I don't know. It just decides I'm a millionaire every single time a super chat hits that. So it doesn't like add $20. It adds 200,000 type deal. It's crazy.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
And Zero Hazards. I appreciate
5
that.
in the fishnets. Words
really
I
do.
didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
They're starting up again. Hi.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Will they come up behind me?
Can I get a 5?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Words I didn't think I'd ever say
Hi.
ever. Can I mention ever again?
Pickles.
Woo! Hey. All right. There's not as many. There's just not as many enemies. I think. Could be wrong. I mean, I know for sure there's at least I got swarmed a little harder than this. Wait. Oh, I gotta beat that big...
Okay, big guy.
You know what? I forgot there'd be 2 big bastards at this point. You're not on the hot bar, are you? You should be for the knife. Ooh. Whoa, what? Are you saying he has a cheat mode? Where he can just get blinded and it doesn't bother him? What? He has a Iron Maiden mask on, not sunglasses. Someone's behind me. Oh, we're my sunglasses. And that's all that's stuck in my head now. You know what? Was it a fluke? Nope. He is not bothered by that in the least bit. That freak. He still hurt me while I was zipping. Shoot. Oh, I'm perplexed. One should not back yourself into a corner. Oh, I did not realize the sniffer rifle took a head down like that. Or his helmet off. No. That's playing too rough, Billy. Be nicer. See? That wouldn't have happened if you were nicer. I named him Billy because we're friends now. Now I get to go collect things. Hey, Flakes, what's going on? Did I miss anything? I probably missed something. Oh, I see a skull I at least missed. Oh, wait. Is that the only thing? Is that okay? Because I hoard objects, since I won't sell my flavors and their mom. If I just sell them, I probably could afford whatever I wanted to from here on out, because I just get things naturally. But no. I'm putting my foot down. I'm drawing the line in the sand. If I have to use these basic bitch weapons and have money left over, I'd rather have to do an extra lap or two and collect money to make sure I stay on top of everything and get to keep in my key items, or, well, rather my treasures. I get to keep my 3 flavors, and Mom, you gotta make some choices in life. I had to. Hey, Gabriel, what's going on? I mean, anytime I want to now, I can just do that. Which, by the way, when she's chasing you around, why can't she have that figure? Look at those thighs, look at that waist. Yes. No, she doesn't look like this when she's chasing you around, but this is her crystallized version. And then at any time I can get either the flavor. Now, to be fair, this kind of looks like the 3 flavors, but you know, the other one. Anyway. Gotta you gotta have principles. You gotta know. I wanted to say know when to hold them, know when to fold them, but all right. Well, and yes, in third person, something else that keeps being broken in immersion is that he keeps using that hook that he took from Castle Dimitrescu. Which jean pocket, like what brand? I'm wearing right now a pair of my 511 jeans. It has 2 extra pockets for mags, for 30 round mags in the back. 2 normal pockets, 2 pockets for that. What brand of those jeans can you keep an entire hook to grapple onto lines on, Ethan? Because you just seem to whip that thing right out your spanked. Right out your spankty spank whenever you need it. And inquiring minds would like to know. My mind is inquiring, and I don't give a shit if no one else asks that question. Also, I've forgotten where all the treasure are. Apparently, I'm an idiot. So, you know, take that. Wait. Wait. It tells me if I've gotten it. Wait. Yay, it's clear. Wait. Hold on. Swipe it with a knife. Wait. They're growling at me. I wonder if it's different going through this corridor in third person. She just wanted to go out in style. I can't blame her. I can. I can. Those hips. What does the Duke say? That waist. Yes. What do you think Mr. X and Nemesis would do in the village? I don't know. I'd love to be able to mod them into it. I'm gonna put my feet on your couch. Yeah, that is where my name comes from. It is definitely from Chappelle Show, from my brother and I joking around from Chappelle Show. Me being called Darkness was just a joke, since this was just a temporary channel for my brother's sake. So me being called Darkness was never supposed to be a long-term thing. But yeah, it's Chappelle Show. Feet on your couch. Well, how do you explain fitting all the weapons in Leon's suitcase for RE4? Well, see, Leon has had to take so many travesties right up his ass. I'm sure he could actually fit a whole bedroom set in there. So I'm not worried about his rectal cavity. But Ethan, from the get-go, has been able to pull way too many things out of it. From Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 2, there's so much less that Leon has access to. At least give him a suitcase so he can organize it up there when he actually needs to take a shit. Yeah, it's his prison pocket. Yeah, exactly. Are you playing Resident Evil 3 Hard Prison with the Rose DLC? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do next. I'll live play the Rose DLC, but I really will keep. I won't talk to chat as much, and I won't keep alerts going on, because I'll keep all the screen elements and everything. But I'll record it in 4K over there. You can watch it live, or you can watch it in 4K later, so you can have 1080p live or 4K later. Everyone wins, right? Cool. Cold as ice. All right, let's go. Wait, don't put me in first person. Oh, come on. Wait, what is this view? What? Wait. If I had not played this game in first person, I would think that this is kind of nifty. Now it just feels kind of confining, so I don't know what to make of this. All right, so here's my perception. It's forcing me into this kind of cramped view. I'm in third person, but if you're in first person, you can actually look around a bit more while you're going along, and then you come to this open crack. But now it's like kind of switching the perspective to be like, oh my god, like, which I think is kind of cool because it's already cramped. To be like, oh god. So it's forcing perspective. I think I'm okay with that, because one of the upsides for first person is forced perspective, kind of like it used to be, what was it called? It wasn't static cameras, it's dynamic static camera angles, like Devil May Cry started off, where the camera is dynamically moving with you, but it's static in one place until you move to another. In first person, you get to control what the player sees a lot more than third person. For example, I can peek around corners that they can't see me from in third person. In first person, I just gotta put myself out there unless there's a lean mechanic. I do like that it would be like if this was the first time I was playing in third person, that it would make me feel like I'm in third and then force me to like realize that the lichens are all there, but without breaking the immersion, because it was a smoother transition. That was probably the smoothest transition this game has given me from first to third. Probably because it's the only transition it's given me where I was still in control of the character between going from third to first person and back to third. I think that's the first one in this game. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the first time I was allowed to play a transition from third to first back to third. That's the first. They need to do that more. And the King's orders finally withdraw, showing how old this place actually is. The stone pillar they call the Giant's Chalice, where the people that built it come from. It just shows how old this is. All right, let's do a quick save so I don't have to do that again. And let's go get our butt beats by the village elder or his brother. Can't remember which one this is. Village elder? His brother? Can't remember. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I should reload. I'm gonna be taking a lot of pot shots with that. Yeah, reload that. I'm gonna need to create some space. I'll be panic drawing that. Oh, also, by the way, in the Resident Evil 3 demo, little details that I like that I can't wait to see actually bigger weapons. The way he's drawing, I'm hoping that the reason we didn't see the way he was drawing all of his weapons is that his leg holster is actually separate from his side holster. So, or like a chest holster. Anything else that, because he wears under that jacket in the original, a jackass holster that he's taped his trusty knife to. But he's not drawing from that over and over. I'm hoping to see that when you switch from one pistol to another, he'll draw from like the jackass to like the leg holster so it feels more natural. Because if I had two pistols on me right now, Ethan would pull both from the same place. And that just doesn't feel right because, yeah. Watching third person someone do this. I don't like both just coming out of thin air and doing the African sling carry method of being able to draw, which is my preferred method. I actually don't go by military standards. I actually like the African sling carry of being able to draw, because I do a wrap with the sling in personal shooting. And it's easier for me to get that one wrap with the sling if it's gonna be a 2-point sling like that instead of a 1-point or a 3-point sling. If it's a normal 2-point like this, I like African carry, which is muzzle down over your back like he's doing right now. Muzzle up is American, and it's usually on your dominant shoulder. And anyway, blah, blah, blah. Things no one cares about. Maybe. Hey, dude.
That's not good.
But Leon loses his jacket pretty readily. Oh, something important came up. My son's FaceTiming me to tell me goodnight. Please hold. He was just with me all day after school. He was just with me at the baseball game. He's only not been with me for an hour, and he's still like, I gotta call Dad. I gotta tell him goodnight. It makes me feel so good. Are you kidding? Shut up. Sorry to everyone. I played an ad. It did bull over there. It froze the stream. What is all right, well, now I can see the stream properly behind me on that camera. That's stupid. It froze it up because it just had that block there and it was freezing it from like, it must have been 30 minutes ago. I should have looked over my shoulder to see what it was doing. Dadgummit. Anyway, let's go. Let's do this. Back at it. No. Okay. No. Where are you? Oh, I'm not judging his distance properly. I'm not judging it properly. I'm not judging it properly. It's different. I'm not judging it properly. Oh my god, the firing speed is so slow. I'm not judging danger distance properly. Does he have it over his head? Is he up there? I missed him. I missed him. I hit him. All right, everyone get down here in a nice little group. How was I to know whether that could hit me or not? Oh god. Snipperiffle. Do me more. Oh god, it moves so slow. I was no scoping. Oh, I'm gonna run out of these. Nope. Whoa, 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 whoa! Mibians? No, no, no. 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 Oh, I'm running out of herbage. Herbe. No. Where'd they come from? Yeah, go. Okay, toss the thing. Toss the thing before he tosses my salad. The majority of them. Oh, that hi. Oh, that is. Don't. Okay. Oh. No, 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 no. Are you kidding? Oh. Shenanigans. The second he dies, more little Mibians come out of nowhere. Are you kidding? I'll give you the title of minion when you earn it. You're just bull. I hate you little things coming out of nowhere. He was dead. Your boss was dead. Your boss is a giant skeleton. I don't think I ever put in perspective how big this thing is. Oh, wow. Bros have got some real big bones here. I didn't realize. Man, if I were in a village, I would be the village elder or chief too if I was that big. By proxy of, we could fit no one, like, it had to be you. Like, you just come into the room and everyone turns to you because this giant lumbering thing comes along. Like, they just had no choice. And they're just like, make him elder. Hopefully he's good enough. How do you explain fitting that big thing into Ethan? Whoa! Adam, both Alyssa, GJD, thank you. I really appreciate that. Just 15 gifted subs out of nowhere. Ozen, Wisema, Wisema, what? That sounds like a setup. Stamina, Christina, Jared, William Lee. Happy for Resident Evil Death Island. I don't know if that's out. Someone remind me at the very end. Thank you. That's so generous of both of you. I really appreciate that. And yeah, if you haven't opted in for gifted subscriptions, it's under your settings somewhere on a phone, somewhere on the bottom. I'm assuming. I totally not coordinate. Was it coordinated? It wasn't. I don't know whether to believe it. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you haven't gifted in, what it does is it's gonna keep going through the list of people that are here, and it'll skip over you a few times. And after it skips over you enough times, it'll just pick someone who already had opted in and might have already left the stream. So that keeps happening. So don't worry. All 15 are gifted out. That's not the thing. It just might be after it goes through the list a few times, you might miss out because it'll just gift it to somebody who already left. So that next time they show up to the stream, they're just like, a shield. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? How do you send them? The same way for super chats. Welcome. Thank you so much. That was definitely not planned. I appreciate that. Well, welcome, everyone. 50 new people. See, King of Sarcasm with more. Yeah, it's going through the list again because King of Sarcasm just said, thank you. Kindness. I really appreciate that. I had to log on to your laptop for that. See, it's going through the list and it keeps going. So you see more people that just got from Alyssa. Because King of Sarcasm giving more made it go through the list again. There's 20 new members. Hey, they're wooden shields for most of you. I see like 2 that wouldn't be a wooden shield. They get stronger over time if you keep it. Protect yourself, protect the family. Welcome to the family. Yeah, no way. You just taught me how to accept gifts. Yeah, and now you just get one. Yep, that's how it works. It just went through the list again after I taught you because it did sarcasm. After it goes through enough times, it'll just stop going through the list. And it'll take somebody else gifting a membership. Otherwise, it'll just pick somebody by the end of the stream that already left. So I figured out all the rules for how it happens. It will be given to somebody. And now I keep up on a separate little thing of how many members are in the chat versus how many non-members. And I can see there are plenty of people who could be gifted it. It's just that they haven't opted in. So how do you get your name in green for the 20 gifted memberships? Either you can support the channel or get gifted one. That's how the name comes. And Johnny with 5 more. And now I'll go through the list. We're definitely not a cult. Thank you for assuaging everyone's fears. I'm sure people who thought we might be a cult are definitely deterred now. Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I really do. People are really generous. And yeah, if you haven't actually turned on accepting memberships, gifts, you can Google it really quick if you need to for your device, but otherwise your name could be green this very second if you turned it on, because it'll cycle through it again real fast. Otherwise it's giving it to random people. Thank you. I just like making the credits longer so he messes up more names. GJD. Yeah, there are. I like to think that my community is kind of generous, Frederick. I like to believe that. Very much so, I like to believe that. Let's keep going. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. That is 25 new shields right then and there. I really appreciate that. One of Johnny's was just gifted out to Frederick. You must have just opted in because Johnny was the latest one. So you must have just literally opted in. See, I know how it works now, making the family larger. I really appreciate it. Can we all get matching robes? That's coming. Next merch drop. I really shouldn't say that, actually. Because people will want something. Which would be hilarious to find a vendor that actually gave robes out like that. That would be really actually funny. To find a vendor and... But that would be like a winter thing. I need to wait for winter and get one of those like half pullover. Kind of like what like Aaron starts wearing in Attack on Titan. That kind of like cloak type robe. So it would be practical, but then it would like have like welcome to the or something like or the Dark Legion or something like that on the back. pull over the hood. We can all mutter in some language that we make up. It's fine. It's all fine. Yeah, you really got it. Yeah. We're getting robes not for the cult? I just want another one. My jacket that's like a robe shrank. So I'll be on the lookout anyway. I'll be looking for one for me one way or the other. Y'all might need to get your own cult robes. I'm going to be looking out from my long sleeve. Literally looks like what Eren Yeager throws over his shoulders in season 4. I have one of those. I have 2 of them, actually. I can't find my white one, and my black one shrank for some reason. It's been when I lost a lot of weight because I couldn't eat solids in 2017, 2018, a company sent me a lot of clothes saying like, yeah, promote us on YouTube. But then all of the links wouldn't work, and YouTube doesn't actually support that company. So I just got a lot of free clothes, and that was 2 of them. Now I'm on the lookout for another one of those because I like that kind of loose cloak style of you can throw it over anything. It's not a trench coat, but it works. It's basically a portable blanket. Anyway, no one drank the Kool-Aid yet. It's not time. It's not time. Grape, thank you. You didn't say purple is your favorite Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid has flavors, not colors. I hated when I was a kid being offered red Kool-Aid and being like, all right, my favorite strawberry. But am I going to roll these dice today? Is it going to be tropical? Is it watermelon? Is it cherry? They just said red Kool-Aid. Rolling the dice. Yes, I'd like some red Kool-Aid. Shit, it's watermelon. Yep, that's the ingredients. Water, sugar, purple. Now, if you grew up in the South, you make your Kool-Aid correctly. Anyone who's from the South, does this smell like chloroform to you, Russ? If you're from the South, you make your Kool-Aid correctly. How do you make it? Anyone from the South? You know what I'm about to say. It's about the water. It's just how you make your tea. It's how you make your sweet tea. It's the exact same way. You heat that water up. You heat it up so the sugar dissolves, so that the powder dissolves. Then you add the rest of the water, add some ice cubes if you got to cool it down. You add it into hot water. North, get out of the mindset that you can just add sugar to cold tea. What are you doing up there? Is it always so cold for you that you can't heat water up? Heat the fucking water up. Also, just add an extra half scoop of sugar because I'm an addict to that. Vamp Nemesis, what's going on? Hello, I think I saw you earlier. I didn't say hi. But yeah, hot water. Get that water hot. Hot. Boiling.
Boiling hot. The hottest ever. Make sure it dissolves before adding the rest for that sweet, succulent taste.
Anyway. We won the war. We can do whatever we want. All right, I'm going back to the game. We're getting sidetracked. All right. Grandparents would make sun tea. I've made sun tea before. Back to the game. All right, I have to clear out a whole room of stuff that will drive me crazy if I leave this red, but it's all like in the ceiling. And then one shiny thing in a crevasse that I never see the first time until I turn around. Because this game wants to dick with me. It's fine. Kind of. I'm not holding a grudge on the game or anything like that. Game in progress? My son's game's already over. Game in progress. Don't update me on other games. I don't care about other kids. They play their own games. I already played mine. Except for Will. I helped him. His first year playing baseball was last year. I'm kind of invested in him. All right. Other than, I hope he's not watching my stream. I was like, shout out to Will. Will is like 10. He better not. He was adopted and he has a lot of father figures and everything, one crowding around him and everything. And I was very happy to see how well he did this game, even though he was on the opposing team. Where is that last damn crystal? Oh. But I'll leave the room red. I did this in my first playthrough. I've done it in subsequent. I think I see it this way. Wherever it is, everything's glowing though. Everything is shiny. My brain is firing on all cylinders. Son of a whore. Where is? Please. Please, brain. Did I already shoot it down? Is it just lying somewhere? Is it that I have to go out this door and it's something right here? No, that's a separate area and it is blue abadi abadai. No, we're not leaving this area until I find it. Don't leave the stream. We talked about Kool-Aid and tea. You can sit through that. You can sit through this. I'm finding that last thing. It hurts to scream, and I don't care. Give me the last shiny. Is that it? Did I see it? Did I see it? Did I see it? Wait. I thought I saw it. Something sparkle, please. Something sparkle. How's my brain not picking this up? Okay, maybe you guys are actually seeing the brightness different than I am. So that everyone's monitors at home and phones at home. Things... I don't know how to describe other than basically I'm seeing it HDR and you guys aren't. Ah, damn it! And that throws a few shinies in the game off. I've noticed that in playing this in HDR or any semblance of HDR, it throws that off. My monitor is basically set to mimic HDR. Dadgummit. The shinies are gone. We have moved on with our lives. We're better and wiser for it, is what I'll tell myself, but it's a complete and utter bullshit lie. And I grabbed the torso flask. This is actually a sad scene for me. They're crowding around a baby and cutting her up.
What?
Jesus.
You're the real deal, Ethan.
Oh, I can skip you. Shut up. And then let me get your treasure. Give me your good stuff. Give me your good. Gonna want that good. Gonna want that good. Googly Meow's plate, whatever. They're one of the founding families. That's their treasure. That's the family. Is that the family? I can't remember. My brain for lore, for knowing the deepest lore. My brain for lore right now for Resident Evil is shot. I was about to say, I know the founding families and what happened to them, and you can find it in the game. And my brain just shut off and was just like, googly eyes. I read that and my brain said googly eyes. Now I can't think of anything other than a whole family whose like family trend is to like every family reunion wear googly eyes. That's literally a picture I have in my head of like a family reunion picture. And they're all wearing googly eyes. And every year the eyes get bigger. I'm making out this whole scenario in my head, and those are the stupid thoughts in my head that are blocking out Resident Evil lore. The stupid. I'm not as smart as people think I am. I have stupid thoughts. It's just on repeat. I've basically played out the first 2 seasons of the sitcom of this family in my head. I'm still playing this game. So, you know, that's where we are right now. That's where we currently are. I see another one of those memberships are gifted out. It looks like the ones that Alyssa and GJD gave out. Not all of them were gifted, so some of those were actually gifted out to people not here. Because now it's on to Johnny. So it did go through the list enough times. But it still gave it. Bad situation. Hello. Welcome. Kadao people. Mihai. And it says sent to pasture, death. And then the reason that people actually know Dimitrescu's first name. This is Alcinia Dimitrescu. 44 female, noble descent. Not from the village. And why is she obsessed with the drinking of the blood? Hereditary blood disease. Very high affinity, no loss of cognition. Arbitrarily able to control body transformation. She's arbitrarily able to control body transformation. When you poison her with the knife, she loses control of being able to control body transformation. It forces her into that because of the poison. The poison counteracts her arbitrary ability, arbitrarily able to control it. Applied cognition control procedure. That's basically Miranda saying all that. The big thing is that what must her hereditary blood disease be that she's going after that, and it's probably porphyria. I don't know if I've ever said that before, but most likely the hereditary blood disease that would be at play here Among others that could be at play, and I'm not going to get into all of them because I think in the stream I've done that before, but most likely for it to work with anything being foreign also in her body and her having a blood disease, that would then make her want to ingest blood, even if she's infected with something else. We could go and talk about, well, could sickle cell actually do that? And with another something, could something else, blah, blah, blah. We could go through a lot of them. The first one you should actually go for is actually less of a hereditary blood disease and more of a disorder, and it would be porphyria. Porphyria is actually what people think of as vampire disease in history, just kind of like tuberculosis in history was called the consumption because it consumed you from the inside out. And basically, people that have porphyria many times are drawn to the idea of ingesting blood, and most of the times it's for the iron content, I believe, in blood, but for a few other reasons. And that's where we get the legends of Dracul. It's Vlad the Impaler. He's part of Dracula's legend, and the other part are people like I can't remember that woman of descent. I don't know if she's a queen or princess. I can't remember what it is, but she used to bathe in the blood and drink the blood of virgins and whatever. And she became a pop culture also. We believe she also had porphyria. But so what she was actually doing was she was killing people and drinking their blood, which for most people can be unhealthy, transmit diseases. Don't do it. It's not a good way to treat it, but yeah, most likely it's going to be porphyria. Yes, it could be anemia. Anemia is what my son was just tested for, and that is the lack of hemoglobin in the blood, a very big lack of it. And again, it could drive you to ingest blood because technically anyone else's blood that has enough iron is easily consumable. Your body can digest blood. You do it every day when you eat red meat. So taking in straight blood and then having your body try to digest it would actually also fix something like severe anemia. That's true. I didn't want to go through all of them, but anemia many times is not a hereditary blood disease and usually isn't under that category, only because anemia is usually a factor from nature or nurture, not nature. I brought up porphyria specifically because it looks like she's looking at things that would be more nature, not nurture. Porphyria is not necessarily because you don't have enough iron in your diet. It's not from deficiencies of not having enough crops or cattle or anything like that. Anemia, and those who are anemic most of the time have some kind of deficiency, whether it be vitamin B, iron. I believe vitamin D also helps contribute to anemia. Lack of citric acid, lack of a few other, like there are a lot of reasons, and that's why you have to get a blood test if you're thought to be anemic, because it's not a guarantee that it's actually your iron low. But it could always be that they need to prescribe you ferrous sulfate, which is the most common treatment for those who are anemic and can't fix their diet, because the sulfate most easily, I believe it's ferrous sulfate still, the sulfate most easily breaks away from ferrous. Ferrous is the Latin for iron. That's why iron on a periodic table you'll see is Fe, because in Latin, anything that's ferro is actually based in iron, and it comes from Latin. That's why when we talk about ferromagnetism, it's magnetism that's based around iron, and anything that contains iron or any alloy of iron, because it's going to be magnetism. And there's 6 different types of magnetism, and Magneto's magnetism, I've been through that, and Magneto in this game, Mr. Whatever, fuckface over here, I just forgot his name. We're in his stronghold and we're dealing with him. Nikolai. That's the same voice actor for Nikolai. Heisenberg. Thank you. Heisenberg actually controls ferromagnesis as well. His magnetism that he has control over is the same as Magneto's in the comics for X-Men. He doesn't have control over all 6 types of magnetism. He has control over ferromagnesis. So anyway, there you go. Oh, hey! Forgot there'd be Mibians. You know what? Why? Stop. It's time to stop. Okay. Oh yeah, back to the village. I unlocked it. This always concerned me. Like I hate that this is just a critique of first and third person. I hate doors that have obvious ways to unlock it from the other side, and the main character somehow cannot unlock it. You can't even make the argument that his hand's not small enough to fit through that crack. He has a hand missing 2 fingers. Use that one and unlock the damn door. I hate things that... Just make it a solid iron cast door, please. Take away the ornamentation. Please make it thicker. That feels stupid. I've always hated things like that in games. I always have hated that. If there's literally a window and it's not bulletproof, like plexiglass, anything like that, and you could break the window to unlock the door... Robbers do it every fucking day. I think on average 20 seconds. Something like that, but I could be desperately wrong on that statistic. So, with that said, if a normal pleb can do that with their shoulder, why can't the protagonist that can kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of bubblegum, why can't he just reach through the bars? That 2-fingered bastard. Just unlock the door. So, anyway... I'm gonna kill some. You know what? To get out this pent up rant of mine, let's go choke a few chickens. Where are you? I'm glad this is unlimited, because I really thought shooting wildly would just do that. And instead, I just... Thank you! Slow your rolls. Jeezums. Acting like you got somewhere to be. You had wings, you didn't use them. You could have flown the coop. You were standing here. What was I supposed to do with you? You were destined for the dinner table anyways, stupid chicken. You didn't fly, you got wings. I have no sympathy. I already beat this guy, right? Yo, bro, you dead? I beat you last stream, right? Okay, cool. And I got all the treasures over there, so that's fine. Is it time for Dookie? Get the Duke? Time for that Duke. Because once I go to Heisenberg's place, I can't come back here. I got all the things, I think. Yep. Okay. Ooh. Duke!
It's my greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
Look at me when you're talking to me. Your head tracks Ethan, but if I swivel the camera, I see that your eyes are actually still made for first person. As in, I have to really line it up to show that his sight is barely actually off. I don't know if it's because it's easier in first person.
I suppose.
Shut up, Duke. I don't know what it is, but his eyes actually track barely to Ethan's right, his right shoulder, no matter what. This guy just drives me crazy. People need to look me in the eye. Look at me during, please. Anyway,
We would like to buy
watch
one
your Super Mario
child,
Bros. 3
please.
run today. You do single playthrough videos again. I've done a few of those. I probably should. I'd be happy to watch it done and play the first Final Fantasy. That's not a single playthrough though. I want to do the first Final Fantasy. I mean, I will do more games. I plan on making more static videos. Are you talking about doing like a playthrough of a new game, like I was doing with Control? Because I'm about to come back to Control. But the first Final Fantasy is a time sink. Because to beat Chaos, you do need to have either the rat tail or your guys leveled to level 33. Otherwise, you can beat Chaos about level 27, 28. And then you really gotta... Anyway. Shop.
Oh, good. I was just thinking of ways to pass the time.
I was standing right in front of you, dude. You didn't have to think of many ways. Poultry.
Thank you. Now to cook.
And now I have all the upgrades.
Here it is. Please, join me. Not a bad dish.
Not bad at all.
Securing goods is more important than anything.
I know.
Anything, my friend.
Dude, I've heard... Give him more voice lines. When you gotta be around him that often, he needs more... Oh, I have... I didn't realize... No, I will never give them up. My flavors and their mom. Lady Double D will stay with me. Father Nicola. Nicola, one of the 4 founders. And Googly Eyes, one of the 4 founders. Not going on the lore dump right now, so I don't care. And I don't need any more poultry or anything else. This is the extras. So you end up with 3 extra fish. So I was correct. You can miss the 3 fish at Castle Dimitrescu. You miss those 3 fish. I think catfish give you 2 pieces, but if they don't, or you can miss the fish at Moreau turning to the right. But you can only miss one or the other, and both of them you can't get back to. So, and if you miss all the fish at Moreau, you'll never get all the upgrades. Because this is after the butcher. So you can miss 1 chicken, you can miss 3 fish. That's what you get extra. You can miss 5 meats, which is surprising. So there are your numbers of like how many things you can actually miss. You missed more meat than anything else, but he was a butcher. This is exactly why I have to say upgraded weapons have to be out except for the Magnum. Because I could just save up all these shotgun rounds and then just get the best shotgun. And on the hardest ones actually use it. There we go.
This is something to splurge on.
Sure. If you give me any upgrades, you bastard. Gave me nothing. Why not?
Thank you for your purchase.
Shut up. I'm just buying shit because I almost got a mill just sitting on me. I'm almost a millionaire in your currency, bitch. I'm spending a few bucks. Give me a health. Give me a health. You don't have a health. You can't give me a health. Ron is a hoe. All right. Well, he's not gonna be able to help me out since I can't use him for anything else.
Please come.
Shut up.
Come again.
No, I won't come for you ever. And put in the last one. Better question. How big does your prison pocket have to be to fit that inside?
What?
And it changes you back to first person. Let you just see it in third. He's carrying the chalice with him right now. That is fact. He is carrying the chalice with him right now.
What's going on?
That is the sound of the next time you take a shit. It's gonna rock this world. I'm like thinking like he's a skinny guy. I've got a few songs in my head like love lies here waiting all alone. Can a king be a king way down? Like I'm thinking of the song Way Down. What else am I thinking of? I wanna rock with you all night. Like because I heard that rock drop and I'm thinking that's gonna drop out of his ass in 2 seconds. I have a soundtrack to his asshole right now. I don't like to be able to say that out loud. Let's just go run and put it down. Okay. Let's just put it down so I can make my brain not. All right. It just popped out of nowhere, so. And then we got like space station kind of claw grip getting a hold of it. Whee! I'm going down, 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 down. Wait, what? Down, down. Hey. Who's getting dizzy first? Me or him? This is a loading screen, by the way, for people who don't understand, like, elevators in games and things like that. This is a loading screen. So they just timed it out to load. They know that no matter what system you're playing on, how fast your PC is, by the time you hit the bottom, it should load.
Don't worry about the kid, Ethan. It'll be fine. Ha! Just get your ass across the bridge.
That douchebag. But that being basically a loading screen, it is possible for sequences like that to actually have an extension to it.
Ethan Winters. Welcome.
Heisenberg.
I didn't think you'd make it past Daughter of Moreau, but I suppose you survived worse back in America, I like you. I'd like to speak to you about Rose and Miranda. Oh, come on in. Don't worry. It's not a trap.
It's a trap.
What are you planning?
It's always a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Yeah, they can extend those sequences many times for loading screens if they really see that your computer's slugging in behind, but many times instead you'll just have partially loaded like artifacts from you'll just see what didn't get loaded. In older games like PS3 era and before, no, they just extend that shit. That's what the door animation from the original Resident Evil is. That came about because to load from one room to the other, they could put up a static. They just made basically what you would think of as a short like GIF or movie or something with a sound effect. I think it would be more akin to the idea of a GIF now, and that by the time it can just play that with a sound, which is much easier to load, it's actually loading in the background the actual room. So loading screen in disguise, which is creative. Like how do you come up? For me that's kind of cool. How do you come up with a game to do that, and then Resident Evil is supposed to be like a horror game, and to add that kind of detail, and it actually works so well to like build the suspense. I like that. That was the solution because it caught on, and a lot of people do it. And wait, in third person, can I see anything different? This is gonna shove me into first person. Can I swivel him around and see anything different? I know because of third person I can do that. See, this is supposed to be a big reveal, but in third person I can just sweep the camera up under and see that he's put X's over all their faces. So the big reveal is the idea that you see this whole thing and be like, what the... And he knows everything, and you see your own baby there. If you pay a lot of attention, like you can see... Like if we were in first person, it'd be more like... I can simulate first person like this. You'd see like her. But it says witch on it. For those who never caught that detail, he says witch. W-I-T, and then it's hard to catch a glimpse of it. I forgot how. I think it's when he jabs the knife into it and knocks it over, and you can see it says witch. But if you're in first person, you're just supposed to see, what is my daughter doing up there? There's my daughter. Chris is on his board. You're not supposed to be able to see like the rest of it. There's no real good angle. And then it just stops you, and then you get to see Fishman and try to put together what the hell is he doing. But right here, like, you can literally read his whole bait and come over there. Like, there's nukes he has. Like, you can read everything he's got. Doll is written under Donna's thing. So that's something that's, when people talk about just giving you third person, there are little things that you kind of miss out on by giving you a new perspective that they didn't plan on the first time. And this is one of those times that I would have, if I were a playtester, I would have been like, stop the camera, like force it so that the camera actually can't pan down. And all they would have to do is right here, you'd be able to walk, but make an item, a level detection. So the camera actually works separate from the character, and where the character walks is not always where the camera believes it can go. So the camera, of course, is going to detect, like there's a shelf right here. You see that? So the camera gets closer because there's a detection block. But the detection for the camera isn't the same as the character collision detection. But usually they are one and the same. You can code them the same. You can code a camera, just like I was going through that little tunnel, to be fixed in an area to where you can't actually do things like pan it down like this. Little details, but if you're going to give your game a third-person perspective, keep the suspense for anyone who hasn't played it before. Force it so that they can't do anything but basically this kind of pan, and then kind of start testing out how far down, and then just make that your biggest. But then again, I can sweep over, so there's going to have to be a like detection for that too. Make it basically so that by the time I go to this area, that I can do all of this, but then it just feels awkward. And that would actually encourage me to just examine it, and then I just get to the next story beats. But that, it to me, is one of those times where this obviously was shoehorned in. I would like to see more times where if the creative directors know that the audience kind of would like a third person, and it doesn't, and giving them third person in a first person game doesn't break their idea for the experience they're trying to deliver, which is why I don't think we see it in Resident Evil 7, right? Giving you a third-person experience in Resident Evil 7 really would distract. It's all in cramped things in a house. Like, it's the Residence of Evil. It's back to being like that. So I really think a third-person perspective gives a disservice to something like Resident Evil 7. In 8, it's been much more open, so I see more reasons why, and it makes the game much more accessible to a wider audience. The game's more action-oriented. Action games actually do get a benefit from third-person because you're able to do more tactical advantage-type deals. But this is still a horror survival franchise and horror survival game at its base. There should be some dedication to preserving that, even with third person. And any person that going forward, that like Capcom or any other company, should really pay attention to that. If they're going to give you third person, they can't just shoehorn it in because they did third person for another mode. They really got to go back in there and say, is this supposed to be dramatic? If so, we have to recode it. Otherwise, why not just give me the ability to switch between third and first person in the same save file? I know it's loading up a different set of assets for Ethan, and it doesn't have to load those if I play in first person. So by having to not letting you change it in between, it's not overloading your RAM, your computer's processes, everything like that. It's loading what it needs to, what it doesn't need to. That's why it's not letting you switch between. Otherwise, you would just overload a lot of computers, and especially consoles. Consoles wouldn't be able to handle that. Not very easily. Or you just have to take down the graphic fidelity. But if you're gonna already force me to play in one mode and I can't switch to the other, just code it in. It takes time. But I shouldn't be able to see, like I said, I shouldn't be able to see much of what's behind there without trying desperately. So, like, and then it should be the dramatic, I can't get the camera there, and then I get the reveal, and then Ethan says, "What the hell?"
Mia?
Because you could already see Mia, you can see her. But yeah.
Let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and
Hold
then
on.
let's go and save Rose, right?
I want to see if it actually,
I'm healing my daughter.
if you get to see Witch under her name because of this cutscene. Hold on. Hold on. Plus, I like Heisenberg.
Shut your fucking hole!
The voice actor for Heisenberg and Nicola, they're both. He obviously is a good voice actor, so I like him.
Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit!
Being dramatic for a character is really hard.
Lady, supersized bitch.
Oh yeah,
Ugly ass psycho.
there it is. You see the
An
seat.
ironic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test.
Does he knock
To
it
see if
down?
you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a
The way
part
he
of
pronounces
Miranda's
Neither did
Miranda.
I, but here we are. And I'm
Is the
extra
only thing
lion,
off.
right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
Yeah, WITC, he called her a bitch.
You have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God!
Anyway, I like his voice actor. I'll skip it. But I like his voice actor specifically because I think, and I'm an amateur still. Haven't landed anything big enough to start paying bills with voice acting. But even in trying to warm up, get into that like foray, do all that stuff, it is really hard to not be your live self with your own face cam and portray emotions when somebody else is doing it. Even with face capture, even with all those things, you're conveying a lot through your voice when you do voice acting. And even if people are like, oh, it's the same one as whatever, it reminds me of that. He is being able to go from dulcet tones of more conversational to going to very much a higher intensity and bring it back down. And it doesn't sound, in my cans at least, it doesn't sound like they're all different takes. It doesn't sound stitched. And that could be very good audio design. Someone like Patrick Carrier, who's here as part of the family, I don't know if he's here at the stream, but that's kind of his job day in, day out. And now he's got a Grammy Award winner under his belt for music he's helped do this kind of sound engineering for. But to my cans, this actually sounds like he's doing a lot of this in one take. And I could be wrong, but to me, because he's doing a one take, it's a joy to listen to, because getting all of those emotions, that whole range, and acting that out is kind of things that we think of like Robin Williams. We don't give enough credit to voice actors. Robin Williams, so animated in booths, or we see like behind the scenes because Steve Bloom blew up as a voice actor after being Spike Spiegel. And you get to see videos of him online all the time of him voice acting. But look up any voice actor, how animated they are, how hard it is. And usually that they have to really, really be animated about what they're doing. And because of things like Miranda, like him doing the ER on the end of Miranda, is his own accent coming through. But honestly, is the key in my ears, one of the keys, that it must be him doing it in one take. Because he is going between Miranda and Miranda. But what it sounds to me is, by going into that intensity, it might be a conscious decision even. Because listen to his accent. His accent lends itself to not saying because that's actually a softer way of saying that vowel. He obviously, from being Heisenberg, that is wherever the Berg name comes from, which would lend itself to being towards the Mediterranean, but I'm not going to pin him down where. But you're looking at Europe, you're looking at towards the Middle East, you're looking at all those. But the Berg last name would come from all of that. You're looking at a place that doesn't like that open Miranda. It doesn't like the sound. And even in singing, you won't hear ahs said. In voiceovers, you won't hear lots of ahs. You hear as, and it doesn't fit his character. It does fit that I've heard plenty of people from that part of the world turn A's into ERs many times. Into other things that fit. Kind of like people who are not used to people who speak Japanese speaking English. They kind of will roll R's into L's and vice versa because it sounds the same. People who just speak different dialects of English will roll different sounds to fit the way they speak. So it does actually make sense for him to say Miranda over and over, because his name even tells you he'd be less likely to do the open vowel sound of almost that head voice of like singing like like that's that's Miranda. And that's not lending itself to the region his voice actor nor his accent is coming from. It'd be Miranda, like going for an and that you can see that's getting into the nuance of voice acting. That's going into a deeper, where you're gonna drop palate, tongue up, tongue in front of teeth, even when you you can't like that. So if you try to, even at home, feel like you're dropping palate, drop your throat. Keep your mouth a little bit more closed even when you're being loud. Only open up instead of wide open up to the side, and then push your own tongue to the back of your teeth, like a lot of people in the Middle East do when they're pronouncing things. and tried to say that A sound, and it comes out Miranda. That doesn't sound correct. It doesn't feel correct. Nothing but Miranda. That going to like. So if I explain what happens, it kind of makes more sense, right? So if I explain that, that would be the tendency of someone going for that sound would actually start dropping soft palate, putting tongue against back of front teeth, expanding here almost like in a lot of grunge 90s type of singing where it's a lot of closed mouth like Chris Cornell or Chester or Eddie Vedder. It's a lot of closed mouth unless they really have to go for the big vowels like I'm going hungry. When you hear Chris Cornell singing like that in Hunger Strike, I'm going hungry. It's all staying closed. It's really close. When you talk about people who come from countries that keep a lot of their vowels and consonants in a very closed mouth, it's not going to come out as an ah, because that's opening the mouth ah. And you're hearing even me, who has a non-regional dialect, say all of these things. So I actually have to tell myself not to say it incorrectly, or to say it incorrectly so you can hear it, because I will more or less naturally lean toward the way I was raised, pronouncing something with a cleaner sound behind it, as with more open vowel sounds, because I trained myself to sound more white, so I got picked on less when I was a kid. Racism, fun, right? It's all basically to say I've picked on him before about saying Miranda or that's in there, but it actually makes sense. It makes actual sense. So, yeah, Hunger Strike was Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder with Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell is actually the one that helped Eddie Vedder finish the song and then joined on him because they're good friends. And they basically have the same timbre of voice. Hunger Strike was Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. The first verse of Hunger Strike is Chris Cornell, not Eddie Vedder. And then Eddie Vedder joins, and then all the high notes are Chris Cornell. So it's both of them. It's a duet. In fact, there's a live version of yeah, I know my facts about the greats. Go watch the music video for Hunger Strike. The first person on screen is Chris Cornell's I don't mind stealing bread from the mouth of decadence. That is Chris Cornell. But I can, yeah, that's all his singing. And then it sounds so natural to go into the other, because they actually have it's like they have the exact same vocal tract, but Eddie Vedder's goes down a half step lower, while Chris Cornell actually has a whole octave, not half step, half octave lower. Eddie Vedder's timbre sounds like it naturally goes down to, while Eddie Vedder sounds like it goes a whole octave above what Eddie Vedder can do. Like, so Eddie Vedder has a lower, but they sound like they share the same vocal track, just one can be deeper and one can go higher. So when you're hearing, I'm going hungry, that's Eddie Vedder. And then you're hearing the, I'm hungry, like that whole high pitch that I'm not going to do whatever. That's Chris Cornell in the background doing the high pitch. And when Eddie Vedder was actually in the studio, stuck on that with his friend, because Chris Cornell was just a few boosts down, Chris Cornell helped actually write the song in the first place. And Chris Cornell was stuck on it. Then Eddie Vedder took it over. It was Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder, writing it. Chris Cornell came in and said, hey, what's going on? They were talking to his friends. They finished up the song with Chris Cornell's help, because Chris Cornell was just basically like, hey, just do this and this and this. Why don't you try this out? And they both helped each other get out of their funk of being able to write the song. But Eddie Vedder, yes, is the main person that started it. And yeah. The writing of the song was finally finished up because Eddie Vedder's one of his best friends, Chris Cornell, was 3 or 4 sound booths down doing his own thing and just checking up on his friend, walked in and was just like, try this out. And Eddie Vedder was like, hey, do you think you can actually sing it the way you did for my song? And Chris Cornell was like, yeah, of course I'll do that. And there you go. So that was that song in particular was the start of some of the collaborations that they did. Temple of the Dog. So it's nice to know that a lot of those in the back. And once Chris Cornell was gone, there was a concert that Eddie Vedder before Chris Cornell was gone, there was a concert Chris Cornell was doing that he was singing Hunger Strike, because it's not just Eddie Vedder's song, it's both of their song. And so Chris Cornell was actually singing Hunger Strike, and he sings the high parts, and you can go look up on YouTube that there's a version of it where they're all good friends. Chester Bennington was actually visiting him, and Chester was backstage listening to Chris Cornell's sets, and it was pretty cool. And Chris Cornell was just like, oh, you can't just be in the back listening to me do this. You got to get up on stage with me. So impromptu, he was just like, get on stage with me. And there's a concert of them doing Hunger Strike where it's Chris Cornell and Chester from Linkin Park. And Chris Cornell, you can tell, was such a kind person, because it's his song with Eddie Vedder, and yet the high parts he lets Chester hit the high parts, because Chester's vocal range hits the higher parts better. So he backed off and gave the spotlight to his best friend, who was just there to listen to his friend's concert. And it's just funny to me to think that we think of these greats and these legends and we put them on pedestals, and the reality is it would be like your friend showing up to your job. It'd be like, I saw Alyssa said that she had her 3 days of becoming a charge nurse. It'd be like Alyssa showing up to the hospital, seeing another one of her coworkers that she had just been trained, that was training her as a charge nurse. She's now having to show up and actually lead the show today. She sees somebody else just showing up being like, how you doing today? And Alyssa can just be like, you can't just come up in here and do nothing. At least for like an hour. You can't just watch. Were you just going to show up here and watch? And Alyssa just forces somebody else to come up on stage and just do their job. And it's just in a joking manner, just being like, fine, whatever. I was just going to be here and watch. All right. And then like, it's literally their jobs to perform and sing. But they're such good friends that Chris Cornell could just be like, I know it's your time off, but you can't just be here and spectate. You got to get up on stage. It was like, it's fun to know that that's how Hunger Strike was a thing. So anyway, go back to the game. I need someone to actually be a stenographer and saying, why can someone actually point out where that divergence started, please? Dialect and voice acting. Long story short, think of, by the way, people don't like this comparison, but the same way that the grunge era of singing, like Eddie Vedder, Chris Cornell, Chester, I'm a brain, fuck. You know what? My brain is melting over talking about this. People don't like this, but it's also the same way that country singers that are male open their mouth. It's very much a open mouth, nasally drop palate. It's just that country sounds like country, and there's a lot more grit in grunge, and so you get distortion that usually is above the true vocal folds in your false vocal folds. The reason I'm saying that is because Heisenberg's growls and like yelling when he's like, I swear to God, like when he's saying that, I can't produce it as well because he's actually being able to switch the intensity by using what grunge singers also do as well. He's using his false vocal cords, and probably if you watch him in a booth, you might even see some veins popping. It can be unhealthy every now and then if you do it unhealthily, but the only singer I actually know of who used to do live performances and actually do it properly using the jaw as distortion right here above the false vocal cords and making the distortion of just that scream, like Chester's was Chester. And you'll see the veins popping out of the side of Chester's neck, but he's the only one I've ever seen do it properly and sustain it. Meatloaf used to do it and he lost his fucking voice. So it's really hard to put distortion here. And whoever his voice actor is definitely putting the distortion up in like Chester region instead of here where you try to use vocal fry, where instead of using it, you use your false vocal cords and you start fluctuating between an actual true note like and then which starts sounding like I'm making it up, but that's fry. and then you have to start switching between the two, do it more rapidly. And after you start switching between the more, you can actually teach yourself vocal fry. And then you have to choose pitch or fry, distortion or not. He's obviously not doing that. It sounds like he's doing all of this in one take. All of this with the idea of the dialect he's supposed to be using because he has an accent. And it sounds like he's doing like his scream, like his performance of sounding angrier up here. Now that I put all that together of his tongue is forward, drop palate, he's opening his mouth, he's very much getting a grit intensity, teeth more closed until it has to go to something that's bigger when he's yelling, where he's obviously opening the teeth more. His lips are staying close to the teeth until they have to part for some of these. And he's using, instead of vocal fry normally in the false vocal cords, he's coming up into a lot of these muscles that have to be tense very carefully. This voice actor is no joke. He actually knows what he's doing. And to do it all in one take, if he's truly doing this in one take, like I suspect, you're listening to probably the most talented voice actor in this game currently, because everyone else hasn't been asked to basically do that. You hear people shriek, but I'm telling you, Lady Dimitrescu, her voice actress, did the shriek in a different cut, and you can actually listen to it. Take down the background music, all of that, you can hear it's a different cut. You can hear that it's not in the same cut when she gets stabbed. Everyone else that actually has to speak louder or yell or whatnot, they're disjointed voice lines. He's doing a monologue, and that's a big fucking difference. So anyway, it's not just random that I'm just, because people pick on this voice actor for being the same actor as Nikolai from Resident Evil 3, as if they are being frugal and cheap and whatnot. No, it's the same team working on both games for part of the time, and same voice actors in a lot of the same projects. Why are you going to ditch a good voice actor like this? Let him just do both. He's obviously, if you can hear that he did Nikolai's part well, and you hear he's got the timbre needed for Heisenberg, yeah, pull him over and do Heisenberg. This monologue right here is really fucking hard. And it wouldn't work in a bunch of little dumbass takes. It's props. He's legit. So anyway. Wait, am I gonna be doing? Yeah, there's a lot of crossover for VAs. Both games. Wait. Am I gonna be running through these mazes in third person? Oh my god, I am. I might get this wrong. Okay. Hold on. How do you duck? Crap. This feels very weird. That weirded me out.
What was that thing?
A very awkward sequence is what it was to be in third person for it. It's not that bad. I'm sorry? Okay. No. I swear that wasn't all the way loaded in, that beam was floating the first time I swung around. It isn't the camera that did it, is it? Maybe I just saw it wrong. I could have just seen it wrong. I'm sorry that I go on really weird tangents sometimes. It's just, to me, it's why not? If I know it and I want to talk about it, why not? It's my channel. Fire Eider, PTSD, am I the only one who liked Darkness to dissect my... The idiosyncrasies in people's different ways that they speak. You think that would be fun if I just broke it down for people, how that works? You would like... Would that actually be fun for anybody? I don't know if this is the kind of channel for that, if I should actually start dissecting voice actors and music and everything. I mean, I could, but it feels to me almost like that would be almost like a... What's that place that the original voice actor for the original voice actor for Solid Snake goes and you can pay for him to say voice lines. That feels like that kind of service. I don't remember what it is where you. I thought voice 123. It's not voice 123. Where you can go pay him to say something like "Happy Birthday" in Solid Snake's voice. Cameo. That feels like a cameo type deal where you send me like. That sounds like a thing that you do on Cameo. That you'd send me like how you speak and I dissect it. Oh, Cameo, I did that for my best friend's B-Day. That's cool. Huh. Well, you don't need me then. I'm not warmed up for Solid Snake. He goes high and then drops it down. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around. Like it's hard to fluctuate, and you gotta really, for David Hayter, be tuned in. So, but I can mimic his voice. Anyway. Okay, I like that animation for climbing up better. I wasn't a fan of that first one, but we got it now. We've got it tuned in. We've got it tooled and ready. Didn't I see something else? Give me that. Do I have everything? No, but there are enemies up here. Hey, Sir Constant, what's happening? I'm glad you think you guys would enjoy anything I do. Currently, I'm going to shoot these guys with a weapon that actually goes through them so I can get more shots off. Drop more money, please. Okay, I missed a thing. Damn it. I got that feel. I got a feeling. Woo-hoo. Wow. Way to pitch it up a half step. Oh, damn it. I don't want to leave it red. Oh, there it is. Pick it up. Stupid. So stupid. So stupid. I need to get over it. Oh, I hate seeing his hands. Whoa, did his hands clip through the ladder for a second? Okay, let's do this. Duke! Listen, Duke. I think I get to upgrade my weapons again. I need upgraded weapons before I do anything more. I got plenty of money. But Duke, throw me a bone. I'm trying to crouch with B. I said this as I played the Resident Evil 4 demo. I've been trying to crouch with B and it's been screwing me up.
This place is messed up.
I've been
upstairs.
I've been trying over and over to crouch with B. And then I've been like searching for what to do it with. Whoops. I don't know if I have that achievement yet. Whee! I probably got that one. Okay. Oh yeah, I shot one down. Hey, what's going?
Thanks to your consistent patronage, I've expanded my services.
Luckily, you did not expand your gut, because you would not fit in this fucking elevator if you did. I'm keeping my ladies close. My enemies will not be closer. There's no other. I didn't have a witty line for that. I'm just keeping my ladies close.
To think I would buy such a thing.
And to think you would. I wonder if you can have 6 sisters. Do you carry over key items to a new game? If you could have 6 sisters and 2 Lady Double Ds. I doubt you can. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, the shotgun just turned to shit. Oh my god. All right, the shotgun is vastly outclassed now. The other shotgun, what's this even base power?
Some new stock.
Yep.
Congratulations. With this, you'll not worry about missing anything.
I still will worry. Okay, what am I looking at? 160 plus 30. I can't remember if that plus 30 is before or after. That's as strong as it gets. The base of this one is stronger. Base of this one is stronger. One step up and it's stronger than that one max out. This one starts off at me maxing out the snipper rifle. I want the Saiga 12. This is why they call it the SYG. I think it's pronounced because SYG Saiga. I've always pronounced it Saiga, S-A-I-G-A. I think it's called the Saiga. I think that's why it's SYG. So this is a Saiga 12 gauge shotgun that actually takes banana clips. I must take a break. I heard somebody else say banana. Instead of calling those banana mags, they called it a banana clip, and I just repeated it. I must walk away in shame and pay penance. Hi Z Gaming. Bye Michael. For anyone who knows on this channel, we here do not put up with the idea of calling a magazine a clip. What have I done? What have I done? I will be right back. I'm sorry. I should just end the stream, but I'll just walk away for a minute. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect anyone here to be here in my office, but as long as you guys are here, welcome. As you can probably see, I have Resident Evil Village booted up. What you might not know is that it's actually in third person. Come join along, as this is the very beginning of the stream, and nothing has happened before it. I'm sorry I wasn't here to record the Stronghold, but we're currently in Heisenberg's factory. I'm not going to buy this weapon because I'm sticking to the base weapons, and I'm not going to talk about this of this weapon. So, I hate myself. A shotgun's mag is a tube. People don't remember that detachable magazines. When you have to say the word, I did walk away because of that. That actually did frustrate me internally. I might joke around about it. That actually is something that I have a deep-seated frustration with that. It's probably from having proper training and having my life depend on these kind of weapon systems. And so somebody using wrong terminology, there are a few things that everyone kind of has PTSD when they go through things like that. One of mine is the idea of if you're calling for more clips or more ammunition or anything like that, making any of those kind of calls, or you call for mags, those are two very different things. You could be actually calling that you need help because you've lost your mags, you had a mag dump, something went wrong, and that you actually need either an empty and you have chance to actually reload with stripper clips that usually come in packs of 10, 20, depending on who the highest bidder was for the U.S. military, or whatever agency is using them. You could need an actual topped off mag, an empty mag for your own pack. You can be in the middle of a conflict and you still have to do reloads. You could have accidentally dumped one that you didn't mean to. But calling for a clip is ammunition, and some of those things for me are just, I'm not being picky for picky's sake. It is a real frustration of mine to hear those two terms mixed up. And I just sat out there being like, why would I ever call it that? And it's because overseas, the bad translation of hearing people talk about the magazines before are that they do get called clips every now and then. Hey, Shadow. Narrator voice is amazing. You'd like more of it. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Shadow. Will, don't open that bottle. It changed the industry. That would be the generalized answer. Why? It's nostalgia goggles, and it doesn't have to go for that. Don't worry about it. But the original, why people like the OG RE4, it's different. We went from Resident Evil 3 to Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 was 3D space, not fixed camera angles, over the shoulder. Over the shoulder was, I mean, if for nothing else, it was a survival horror over the shoulder. It was the first. What was it? Halo? That was the first over the shoulder that was popularized. And quickly after that, it was, I believe, Gears of War also helped popularize it, I think. But the first ever to be mainstream to also be like that was Resident Evil. It just changed the industry. So we have something industry changing that is gonna be held on higher regard, and sometimes critical analysis will be missing. So you'll have more people hold that one in higher regard than just about everything else, just based on that. But anyway, just in case people think that it's just a running gag that I hate it when people call magazines clips and whatnot. No, it's actually, to be just honest, and this is something I'll cut out of. I've been recording all this in 4K. There's no way in hell I'm actually putting this if you're not live. But I really do have a deep-seated, and it's stupid because even in military branches, even as a Marine, even even in places where those terms you would think would actually be separated, sometimes they even will mix it up after intense training and being told not to do so, or they might not be told not to do so. But in my head, mixing up terminology like that is a death sentence, because you don't want cross wires when it's a two-way shooting range. So I really do have a pet peeve about people not knowing their terminology. That thing sticking out of the bottom of that Saiga 12 shotgun right there, that is a detachable magazine. The thing that is on this shotgun, you see that tube on the bottom that you can shuck the shells out. You're shucking a shell out, and then you're actually have one drop into chamber. You actually don't short shuck the thing, and actually you're loading the next shotgun shell into the chamber. That's a tube magazine. The Einfield was popularized during the Civil War. It was designed in Europe, in the Great Britain somewhere. And then it found better uses as a service weapon in the late 1890s, all the way into being one of the main weapons instrumental in World War I and partially World War II. It had an internal magazine where you would reload the internal magazine, even though some of the original designs are actually single shot, like it is the bolt action. The M1 Garand, through all of its iterations, whether it is the bolt action deviation from it or the semi-automatic, it has Garand thumb is a real thing, from people taking a clip of rounds. So it's on a stripper clip. You place it above the internal magazine of the Garand, and you shove it down with your thumb. But most of the time, that unlocks the bolt and will slam on your thumb if you actually don't know what you're doing with the Garand. And people get Garand thumb, and it was just known as a thing of how do you avoid Garand thumb, of people learning, because either you learn or you just have a permanent scar. Did I say hi, Rui's family? So, like, Garand thumb, to avoid it, is to properly holding the bolt back, properly getting your finger out of the way after you use the stripper clip. But I do have I do make light of it. I can't believe I just said that. I do have a big pet peeve about it, because for me, that is an actual real deal, life or death. Don't fuck around with that terminology. When it's a two-way shooting range, you don't have the luxury of hoping you can say the word magazine, but someone understood you needed ammo, and vice versa. You're trying to reload your mags because you've had enough mag dumps that you realize that you're through. Let's say you carry 7 on your chest and you've got enough mag dumps. You need clips to reload. There is a lull in actual action of pushing forward, and people don't get the correct message. While it would be rare to run into those snags, because usually you're doing you're training on how to technically come back, and if an engagement is lasting long enough for you to usually go with your normal loadout, for anyone that's military, you can back me up on this. If you are in any kind of engagement that's long enough that you can go through a typical setup, which might be the mag that you've got, and usually anyone that's military also will remember doing something like Ranger strips. You can take duct tape, put a roll of duct tape on the bottom, duct tape it to itself. Now you have a bit better pool for being able to index your mags, and then like marking the bottoms of it with like a Sharpie or like a paint marker or whatever. Oh, that's right. The stripper clip actually starts in the M1 Garand till the final round, giving it the iconic, stays in the Garand. You're correct. Garand thumb is still a thing. The M1 Garand has so many different iterations that I tested a few years ago. I can be wrong every now and then, but thank you for that correction, Mike. But anyone that actually knows what I'm talking about here, like, it's rare for the thing that I'm talking about being paranoid to actually come true. But if you're in an extended any kind of engagement where you think that guns are blazing, one, if you have to go full auto, something probably went wrong. And second, if you can go with like a normal loadout of possibly indexing, you have your first mag, you have 7 other, let's just say that you've got 8 in total on you. If you can run through all 8 and you need to actually start going for dump mags and actually reloading them, you're already up shit creek, and you're probably already looking at your secondary weapon system, or possibly picking up the weapon system of fallen foes. And it becomes a no-joke situation of, it's not like a video game. You don't just run into that and like live. You're going in with it. When you go out into the field with a loadout, that loadout is usually assuming that you can get back to safety without any problems with what you've got. And if it's not good enough, you increase your loadout and you train with that loadout until you actually have something that ensures you come back from the front line to reload the loadout. It's like, it sounds like not a big deal, but there are certain things that every person just goes through of having a different thing. And one of mine just happens to be just the fear. Yeah, Mike, exactly. That's why 8 mag standard, yeah. And I always keep thinking of, when I'm talking about dumping, I keep thinking of me indexing, me making Ranger, what are they called? Ranger tabs? Magpul now capitalized on them and made it so you can attach it to the bottom of any of theirs, or ProMag has got their version. There's one that goes on, but if you've just got your box, your metal mags, the rust bucket mags, there's I'm twirling up a bit of duct tape and then duct taping on the bottom of your magazine and then actually putting marker on that, because you need to actually know if you're on mag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You actually need to be able to index them properly, and it was easier to, like, there's a few different ways to index a magazine, which is usually to get your finger on like a side. Like if you pretend this is a magazine, I want to get my finger on the side of it while I'm pulling it out, and I want to get it in a position to where it's a natural, and I've trained over and over that feeling is exactly how I'm going to switch the magazine out. And so it becomes second nature, so I can have shaky hands, adrenaline pumping, life or death. You're actually clearing a building, doing something. The last thing you need to do is, in the dark, not know where your next mag's coming from and where the last one's going. It's like you can fight in the brightest of day, or it can be the brightest of day, and you go into a pitch black room and you've got to clear it still, because you and your best friend's lives all depend on it, because you all work as a team. That all is really, 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 like, I don't know why that stuck with me, but I think I don't want to get into it. I think that's why I kind of want to stop it for my own sanity. But I had one bad experience, and from that one bad experience, you guys get to hear a rant. But that one bad experience really put in my head how important it was to make the correct calls on the field, because I saw that bad experience lead to someone dying. And it didn't have to do with that call, but it was extremely traumatizing, even before I was traumatized a little further later. And so from then on out, it's just kind of like, I know people make fun of it, but I just, Ranger pull tabs, grab out the, according to your firing hand. Yeah. Yep. Numbering the bottom of your mag and Ranger pull tabs to grab, but always indexing according to the fingering hand. Yep. Sounds about right. So, and they capitalize on it, but you just make it out of duct tape. And yeah, you number it however you can. You come up with, you go through training, and then you come up with basically what works best for you and doesn't fuck up everyone around you. That's how it works. You learn what works with you best, and then you learn how to not get everyone else killed. And that is your good middle ground of knowing what you're doing, knowing what everyone else around you is doing, and you're not fucking anyone over. But I did have an incident where a bad signal being crossed, terminology being screwed up, and somebody that I knew died. Wasn't fun. Never want to go through that again. And I think I can point to a few other instances, but I think that's the one that sticks out in my head of why I actually get up people's asses about calling magazines what they are, clips what they are, the revolver, it's not a clip or a magazine, it's a cylinder. A moon clips, if you're actually, there's such thing as a moon clip. If you're using, like, let's say 9mm semi-auto, like 9x19 semi-auto NATO rounds, but you're using it in a revolver, there's no lip on the back of your round to be able to hold it in the cylinder for your revolver. So there's something called a moon clip that actually just connects onto the back of each round that you preloaded probably on a what are my fuckers called? Those on a speed loader. So you can just drop the whole set into your, or you know, if you go for SAA type deal, you're going to be reloading one shot at a time anyway. But for like, you know, a revolver usually that can pop out its cylinder and you can reload all of them. You go through a lot of practicing of being able to take speed loaders, and they already have 6 if you have the Talus series of some Ruger's models, 7 if you have the police series of some S&W, 8 rounds. I've seen up to 10 round cylinders. You practice 9 round even in there, but that was discontinued. The Talus series was discontinued a long while ago because the Talus wasn't Ruger. That was the S&W. That was the 686 Talus Special Edition, I believe is what it was. Had a wooden grip that was a green gray kind of grip, and it was a 7-inch barrel with an extra round also instead of a 6-inch barrel. It was really weird. The 686 is a good revolver all around. But anyway, there's a way to say clip without it being what you reload it with, like you would think. Just like the Garand, where like the clip stays out until it's empty, and then it does the iconic ding. Thank you, Mike, for correcting me on that because I was wrong. A moon clip stays in there to hold the rounds in place so the revolver can actually hit them without it just falling through the chamber. Yeah, number is more for identifying bad managers during malfunctions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right until you get into an argument with your buddy about exactly what you're doing to handle that situation, and then it's about having a really stupid conversation and a really dumb argument over nothing because your adrenaline was way too high. Because random memories I have, who would have figured? You're unlocking unlocked hidden memory. Stupid conversations that never had to happen because everyone couldn't come down off the adrenaline of it's over. It's just so. All right, let's get off of my PTSD because I have a very bad tendency of sinking back into PTSD. I'm working on it. I don't really want to talk about it as much on streams. I need to get over it better, and you guys are not therapists. So, what was I doing? I was upgrading things.
This
because I have
modification can be done in just a moment.
Oh, so what's with this? Me calling it a snipper rifle? Since I just came off that serious subject, I'll go back onto that, and then I'll get off serious again. I was just on serious because I actually also have with the idea of a sniper rifles. The thing that haunts me, probably second most haunting experience in my life that I have nightmares about on a weekly basis still. I can't look into mirrors without seeing things that I don't want to see. I've scrubbed my skin raw trying to feel like I'm back in the past of things that haven't happened or are gone. I suffer from a lot of different things where I do see walking past sometimes mirrors. I hate my reflection because I'll see things wrong. I'll see myself in clothes I'm not wearing, covered in things that I shouldn't be covered in. And then what I used to go in showers that were scorching hot with like basically a Brillo pad to my skin, feeling like I have to get it off, and I'd turn my skin all red and bleeding. And I would hear certain things and certain sounds, and I'd hear fireworks go off and cars backfire. But since I was a competitive shooter before I did anything else that was more traumatizing, having something that would be like a bolt action rifle like you see on screen right here, being called a sniper rifle. I had an experience with the sniper rifle. It is the thing that to this day I have never gotten over it, and I don't know how to get over it completely. I just know how to deal with it, and I have nightmares all the time, and I just don't do well. And it doesn't revolve around, but it involves the usage of a sniper rifle. I picked up, because of talking out loud, to get over that, calling it them sniper rifles, and I usually never question about that. Because of that, it's almost like I'm just segmenting two parts of my life out. One part is where I can be funny and be a gamer and say sniper rifle, and people take a little giggle and they never think twice. And then I just usually don't open up that it's because I don't want to hear sniper rifle, because I have this fear that it'll just bring back a flood of emotions that I have never been able to handle well, nor do I think ever in my life I will handle well, and I don't know how to handle them. And I think I suffer enough in my life that I've gone through enough therapy, enough counseling, enough time. I'm 16 years removed from all of it, about ish, and I still at least once a week have a very vivid nightmare involving that situation that had a sniper rifle in a 338 Lapua was involved with it, which is even a more you're so used to 50 BMGs and things like that being mentioned, that for such a specific pattern with a specific caliber and something that can act as that, and it isn't like something like a scar pattern that you can take like the 17 heavy or something like that and make it an all-rounder. And when it gets to being like really specific, and then you think about it gets to it, and my heart, and my watch just said my heart rate's going over 100 beats per minute for too long. Anyway, just move, to move past, I'm sorry, should probably just I should probably just get up for a second. I should just do that for a sec. Okay. We're gonna. Don't worry. I just no one has to call me. I'm fine. You get wrapped up in your own thoughts sometimes, and I kind of think I just got stuck on a repeat that I couldn't stop. Walking away was fine. We'll just get past those things because I'm pretty sure whatever I was saying, I made my point because I kind of forgot where I was with speaking. Kind of just lost it. So I'm back. I'm good. By the way, I don't think I said hi, Ultraviolet Plays. Yeah, I'm all right. It's I'm sorry. I didn't mean to for you guys to see any of those things. I just trying to explain a few things. I just I probably should have stopped when I said I was gonna stop. Yeah, that's my own fault. Sorry about sorry about that.
More dexterous than one might think.
But oh, it's 20 minutes ago. Poor sarcasm.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever.
That Lemmy.
Can I mention ever again?
Let me burn it. That damn that was from 22nd. I swear to Jeebus. One, I don't understand how different calibers don't just do a lot of the same, because muzzle velocity makes most blah 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 whatever. But this weapon, you're telling me this? Ah! It doesn't get larger than this. That's what she said. That's what he said.
Leave this to me.
5 in the fish, that's it. So every shot I use from this will hopefully now be... Wait. Do I care about the other two? Rate of fire. Should I be firing it so fast I need to worry about that? I might as well.
1 moment, please.
Okay,
1 moment,
in the defense of at least the burner, and you'll never hear me defend the burner again. In defense of the burner, I'm grossed out by this statement, but Marguerite's crotch maggots are actually weak to it. So there is a situation.
Used to be alive.
I don't like that I made that sentence. I don't like that it can exist. I don't like that. Oh, I forgot this cylinder is actually in here. Oh, that's the next thing I'm saying that for.
Have a wonderful adventure.
I'm filling up on hard drive space though, so we gotta move it. I've gotten to 422 gigs of hard drive space open. I've never been under a terabyte on that thing, really. Ethan, let's move. I won't be able to get everything here because of that damn puzzle. I just remembered that. There should be chem fluid. There should be other things. Okay. So my strongest weapon, and I'm going to keep this inventory this messy. In fact, actually, let me just. Okay, so I'm gonna be keeping this just as messy because I'm pretty sure a few people are just insanely bothered by this. But I believe it is now the rifle I'll be having to depend on a lot. Because my shotgun, while I'd love to say I could really use it more, holy balls, it needed an upgrade that it did not get. Oh. Oops. That's why I hate getting a headshot on these guys, because it just breaks up the mask first. I think it needs to be upgraded one more time. Do you get one more upgrade? Do you get one more upgrade in here? I can't remember. All of this actually looks very unfamiliar in third person. Also, this is probably the first time I'll say, for those who wonder why I make the reticle green, I prefer non-white reticles because I pick up on it better, and I don't see color correctly in both eyes. Specifically, reds can screw me up. And in general, green is the most noticeable color to the human eye because it's the most prolific color in nature. So it's easier to pick up, it's easier to sight. I like green over even red, but I don't like white because it blends into a lot of, especially bright lights. That's exactly why people have asked me why I actually prefer green, because doesn't it blend into bright lights? For my eyes, even in daylight, I'll pick up a green reticle or green anything on screen better than I will red, just because this is still my dominant that I would do anything with. With that said, this is the first time I've ever thought I don't need that green in the middle, because third person just feels different. I think it's from playing Resident Evil 4 yesterday once again, because from the inception, Resident Evil 4 remake is third person, so it's a different standard, and I don't remember the reticle feeling. It was just all over the screen. But first person, almost everything, if it's got an option for red or green or any other color, you're most likely best off, if you would like to track it, switching it from white to red or green. And green is arguably the one. I mean, think about it more like this. To put it really easily, but really stupidly so simplistic that it doesn't do it justice. Remember your rainbow and Rory G. Biv? The middle of that whole rainbow thing, since it's the spectrum of light, you're getting to 2 different light spectrums on each end. The middle would be the one that you pick up on best. Green's right there. There's another argument to be made that because it's so extreme, red on one side would be better, and the blue would actually blend in too much with dark and skies and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I've actually converted you to using green reticle because you pick it up faster. The eye does literally pick up green faster. It should work in the field. It should work in the game. It just should. That's how you were made to spot green better than just about everything else. Nature has made human beings into green spotters. That's why even when in photography, when a camera tries to gauge 18% gray for being able to do its auto exposure, and it's looking for 18% gray for that, and white balance and a few other things, it's usually looking for it in the greens in the scene. So it's really a different, but green is easy to not get fixated on, see through like you're supposed to, keep track of what you're aiming at, and what, like, it's just, I've always liked green better of the 2 options. I'll choose green over red, and definitely not white. White actually would just screw with me. I got used to it because of video games, but it's just like it feels dumb. Why would you make it white? Just don't even give me a reticle at all if you're just gonna make it white. I'll take my chances. Which literally, if you would like to see how bad I am with a white reticle, look at any game that forced me to have one, and I might as well have just decided what the middle of my screen was. And just to be honest with this, in games when I was younger, I know this is a random tangent, but when I was younger, in games that I didn't realize when I was very young that the damage that getting my eye socket stomped in actually did to me. So I didn't realize I was color damaged, and I didn't realize that I actually had a really, really big problem. But in games that just gave me a white reticle or did something really weird, I used to, on my CRT TV, I used to actually take 2 pieces of just normal tape. I would take 2 pieces of normal tape, so I could, and one had like the edge of it curled up a little bit so I could get it off easier. But I put the pieces on the TV. I'd see where the shots are landing, and then I'd draw a little dot in the center of my CRT TV to play first-person shooters or to play over-the-shoulder shooters. And then this monitor, oh my God, thank you, Alyssa. I turn over to this monitor and holy crap, thank you so much. I'm gonna play that in a second. I was not expecting that. I was gonna say one of the things that this monitor can do is actually put up the whole, I can put a green reticle on the screen or a red reticle for any game that you play. I hate that mechanic of monitors doing that, but it's basically what I used to do with old TVs. I hate white reticles. I hate them. I'd rather just not have any at all or just put tape on the screen. Oh my God, Alyssa, thank you. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Just hear me out. What? Oh my God! The short is already made. Oh God! Like 95%. Oh God! Why do I sound? I sound so. Oh my God! Wait.
Don't
really?
mind me. Just doing a thing so everyone can hear my favorite scream. Sorry, not sorry, Daddy.
Daddy.
But hey, 69.
Daddy.
Sorry.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy. Thank you, Alyssa.
Daddy.
I really appreciate that.
Daddy.
Anyway, that was. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so kind. I really appreciate that. Also, that's the way to trigger that screen. The 100 donut is the Lemmy of GJD. I could drop kick you. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I really appreciate that. I added to your whole Daddy Dearest thing. I thought my soundboard could augment that. King of Sarcasm, you and that fucking boulder punching gif.
We would like to buy one child, please.
I see that, and then you put hearts on the message. How much is the AW mod? Now remember how good it was in RE7. Look how much the Lemmy does. I rest my case. Fuck you. No. Read the description. The Albert Wesker model in RE8 is a replica made of the RE7 version, which is specially made. No. Your logic does not work. They work differently because they specifically say that the Resident Evil 7 one is supposed to be loaded with bioweapon ammo, and it was specifically designed to handle that ammunition. That the one in this game is a replica of the Albert Wesker model from Resident Evil 7. It has no bioweapon repellent in it, and it's not designed for kickback for a special round of any sorts. And I don't know why the other one only had 3 in the mag, I think, in Resident Evil 7. They're different! You can't just look at the Lemmy. Don't you pull your false... That is confirmation bias. That's recency bias. What other kind of biases can I pull? That's your bullshit bias argument. You know, just bullshit. Even the replica does good at Resident Evil 7. My mom used to do this to me all the time when I was younger. Does YouTube let me do this? She used to wear her sunglasses just so when she was getting angry at my brother, mostly, not me, because he was giving like lip, she'd just push up her sunglasses. And my mom was flipping me off. I did not know from like, I was probably 6 years old the first time my mom did that to me, where she looked straight at me and I probably said, I don't remember what I said, but she said when I was 6 that she started that, and that I never noticed that was just her way of getting it out. That she would, I remember her doing this, that every now and then when she had long, really curly brown hair, and she used to actually have perms and everything, but she used to sometimes wear glasses, usually not, because she at first was a waitress when I was still that we were really poor. She was trying to do her best, working at Digitrax and being a waitress at a bar in downtown bullshit. And so she would be at home and sometimes put her glasses on that were the best for her, and she'd look at it, and then she'd just do that and say anyway, and just keep going. It took me until I was literally in middle school to really realize that she had been doing it the whole time. She never explained herself until my brother called her out. I think it was close to middle school. If not, it was like 5th grade. That finally I realized that from age kindergarten-ish, my mom had just been getting angry. She wasn't just looking over her glasses to be like, hey, you want my eye contact? No, she was doing it so she could flip off her own child and move on with her life. And that was my mom's just like, that was my mom. That is how to release pent-up aggression against things that you love and need to raise 101. My mom is just probably one of the best examples how to get that done. Because I know I was a better child. Like, 95% of the things I said my brother did, he actually did. So when I was telling my mom he did something, like, you only had a 5% deviation that he didn't do it, and I was just really, really wanting the TV this time. So, you know, things like that, just to spitball. But my brother had a really like slick tongue from like age diaper. My more cunning tongue has come from like age 16, 17 and up. My brother had it ever since. So my mom had to basically deal with him. Now I deal with my child who makes all these jokes, and I'm just sitting there going, I need to wear my glasses more often. But my Rowan figured it out. I pushed my glasses up once with 2 fingers, and I thought about it because he was just, I was like this, and I was just like, ah. I pushed my glasses up, and Rowan was just like 2 hours later, he's like, hey, Dad? Yeah, little boy, what's up? Did you use 2 fingers to push up your, do you use 2 fingers to push up your glasses? Yeah, little boy, why? I just thought you were, just use one. And it took me a second to process. I was like, Rowan, I'm not flipping you off. My mom used to do that to me. He's like, I didn't mean it, Dad, like that. I was like, it's fine. I know what you think you might have seen. He caught it. Like, the only time I ever even thought to do that to him. And I think he just was just like, yeah, not a dad joke. I think he was 7 years old, 6 years old, something like that. He just said something, I think it was him saying, yeah, not a dad joke, and rolled his eyes at me. And I wasn't used to that. I had my glasses on. I was just like, he learned that there's such thing as dad jokes. All my jokes are dad jokes. And I was just thinking like fucking, I thought about lowering a finger, and then he called me out on it, so I can never do it to him. So it's bullshit.
We would like to buy
well,
one child, please.
Good for you, King of Sarcasm. I was an innocent little boy that did not figure those things out. I had all the dirty jokes. I had all the things. I had all of this stuff just fly right over my head. I never saw it. I just accepted it. It was like, oh, Mom has to push up her glasses. And then my brother's just like, stop flipping us off. We make a good point. What? Mom doesn't. Mom, did you? Like, I was just that kid. Mom, did you do that? And my mom's just sitting there just like, while my dad is just standing there being like, she does it to me. Like, that's my dad's reaction to it. My dad, one of the best men ever to walk this earth, just like, I'm looking to him for confirmation, just like, Dad, help? Like, does she really do? So it had to be like around 5th grade probably that I learned, 5th or 6th grade. He's just standing there just being like, she does it to me. And I was just like, ah, my mom has been giving me the middle finger. I'm like going to school with just the worst case of just like, how do I process this? My mom, how could my mom do this to me? And in reality, my brother's known for like 5 years that this is her MO. He never let me in on it because he knows that I was more innocent. I never kid about that. I was just so innocent. I knew the world was cruel. I knew I had to fight to survive. But I was the kid, remember? My brother convinced me that the definition of to not eat animals, not eat meat, was virgin, not vegetarian. So I was the one that said on streams before, one of my stories was I sat down at a dinner table and told my mom and dad that I really badly wanted to be on a farm, and it was my dream of being able to get away from the violence and all the bad stuff and all the poor and all the whatever. I was like, I wanted to grow up, I wanted to have a farm, I wanted to have a lot of animals, but I'd have to become a virgin. And I remember they were eating spaghetti because I'd never seen spaghetti come out of people's mouths or noses so fast. And my brother was dying laughing while my mom was going, what would you have to be, sweetheart? Like, she's just trying because I was innocent. And my brother is losing it, as I remember my dad is the one that said a little something of like, Nathan. Like, just immediately knew what Nathan had done. But my mom was just so fixated that I really thought, she's like, sweetie, I think you mean vegetarian. And I was like, oh, yeah, that, yeah. I was like, that mean, is that? And I was like, what does virgin mean? That's when they're both like staring my brother down. And my brother he fell out of his fucking chair. We're in that fucking duplex that's so small. He fell out of that chair, hit the wall, was on the ground laughing. Because I'm sitting here going, then what does virgin mean? He was really proud of himself. I was the kid that you could say, hey, gullible is written on the ceiling. I was the kid that read the encyclopedia by age 8, and I'd still look up to see if gullible was on the ceiling. Only after realizing that who would write the words gullible and then realizing, oh, they're pulling a joke on me. I was that person. Stagger! Nope. Hey. At least in this mode, they hold the pose like they're a freaking superhero. Give me a good. Thank you. I was that person too. I am still that person. Sarcasm. Well, Child Darkness in the future, there's a website called Reddit, and that means the users of the site. Just deep sighs. Don't laugh, but there's a plant called the Golden Shower. I shouted out in the supermarket, I want a golden shower to my mom. I was 10. Steven, we spell our names the same. I can't have you spelling your name like I spell my name useful. And you yelling that you want a golden shower. Now, if you're 20 and yelling that you want a golden shower in a supermarket to embarrass your parents, that's a totally different story. Because I've been 30 plus 6 and yelled things like that as loud as possible to embarrass anyone who's willing to hang out with me. I am absolutely that person. I've made jokes about things like stuff being hard to waitresses when they hand me stuff, like I'm used to working with hard things more or something. I can't remember what I made one joke and I embarrassed somebody. That's something to do with hard. They'd probably remember better. I've made joke. I've probably screamed about how the rays of this makes a good golden shower. I do not Google no, don't Google golden shower. Don't. That's a bad move. I think I still might be that person. That's not on me. I take no responsibility for that. That's not on me. You can't put that on me. Oh, hi. Shut up. Duty call was probably a thing, and you are collectively lying to me. And I don't appreciate the lie. Duty call had to exist before I said anything. I have a live chat that will forever just lie to me about where the term came from. And I stick to that story. Welcome back, Marcus, and sarcasm. Have I said fuck you today yet? I don't know if I have, but were you looking for that? Because I could have just said that without all of the other rigmarole. We could have just skipped to the punch. What Kale saying? Just avoid Googling anything mentioned in chat. Yeah, let's stick to the game. Don't Google things mentioned in chat. I've talked too much about what's chat saying to be able to cut this out of any video I do of like third person later. The words coming out of my mouth are normal at a live stream, but we don't talk about it in your standard YouTube edited video because we can usually get rid of it. So it's just I don't know how to explain that to future people watching this when I can't cut all that out. Other than just putting chat on screen for a second, having to pull up my own stream, clip out like who said it. I can do that. You know what? In future videos, if I have to actually go on a tangent I can't erase, I'm just gonna start outing some of you guys. I will clip I will take a screenshot of your comments that made me say something that sounds so bad, and I will put it up in the edited video so people will just see it pop up in the corner and know where that came from, so I don't have to sound like the bad one. Just put sarcasm as an explanation. Oh yeah, I could do that, but I think you want that credit, and I don't want to give you what you want. Not when it comes to that. Fucking stop moving. 'Cause it'll empower you. Sorry, I just hear publicity. No! Oh, whoops. They're supposed to call. Come. Get wrecked by that thing that I destroyed. Luckily, 2 shots later from these and they're fine. Can more get through? No. I can live inside your head. But who the fuck pays my rent? Oh my god, I'm actually thinking of I can live inside your head, but who the fuck pays my rent? Is that oh, did I just think of a Maury Calliope song? I did. I absolutely did. Whoops. That is the same person who you guys have heard me strum out parts of on my guitar, the song End of a Life. Yeah, the same person who did that. Is it a secret? They're a VTuber, but I actually met them when they were 18. I believe they were 18, and they were playing at the Masquerade before they moved away. So I know who the actual person behind the VTuber is for Maury Calliope. I won't say it because she does prefer her careers to be separated, but she was a upstart artist that traveled over from where she lived out west, and she came and played at a venue here in Georgia. So when I actually realized that it was, and I'm avoiding saying her real name, when I realized it was the same person that I had run into, I actually went on a quick search to see if they had their old stage name, and sure enough, they are on YouTube with their own old stage name, and I started listening to more of what they're doing now. which is really funny to realize that I heard them old, now I hear them do newer stuff. And in one of her songs is I can live inside your head, but who the fuck pays my rent? Yeah, that's her. That sounds about right. Yeah, I live in Georgia. Born and raised. You know, the best place to be my skin color and race. I was born at Northside Birthing Center in downtown Atlanta that was turned into a teaching hospital slash specifically training doctors and nurses. Nursing? I can't remember what it's called now. And then right next door is the birthing center was turned into something I can't remember what it was, but the birthing hospital is actually now converted to something else. And then I was born into a very I was born into the part of downtown Atlanta that was actual government subsidized housing. When I was 3 months old, it was condemned to be torn down, and that's when I moved to the place where I talk about being on gang streets. When we moved there were no gangs, and then somebody made a very ambiguous threat that they were with a gang. What they were bluffing, but what they didn't know is that somebody else that lived on my street was actually a former gang member that had moved there to get away from it. So they called all of their friends of saying that they were basically had a threat on the streets that they now live on. So they brought their actual friends who were part of, you guys have heard of Crips, Bloods, Serranos, things like that. They brought some of their friends up on those streets that I lived on, and the person bluffing now had to basically make good on his bluff, and thus started actual fighting on the street I lived on. So we moved out of like subsidized housing of true, not just that shit's ghetto. I hate that terminology. I lived in the ghetto, so I don't like people saying that shit's ghetto and stuff, just throwing the word ghetto around. Once you actually live in a ghetto, you don't want people just saying, oh, that ghetto person, whatever. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, let's just drop that term. Yeah. Moved, and then finally my brother got his ass kicked because we were in two different schools. He was in middle school, I was in elementary. I was in 5th grade, he was in 6th. And he wore a green striped, almost looking plaid shirt. The Serranos got angry with him over that one. And without anyone to watch his back, beat the shit out of him and dumped him behind a bush. And it was the one and only time my brother ever lost a fight out and out that I remember in my life, that he just lost, and he had to go to the hospital. My mom was made finally privy to the idea that my brother and I were constantly getting hurt living on those streets. We were hiding our injuries all the time. We were giving ourselves stitches when needed, bandaging ourselves up when needed, doing whatever we had to. And so when she finally realized that us being separated was a very big danger, and it was dangerous enough that she just had to take, I mean, imagine being a parent, if you're even a parent or thinking about having a child. Imagine just one day learning that you've been working really hard to give your children a better life, and you think you've done everything right, and then one day you learn for the past, at that point it was for the past 5 years, 4 or 5 years, your children have been getting beaten, fist fights, stabbed, contact with guns, even shots, and they have actually actively and successfully covered it up from you, wearing things like long sleeves, turtlenecks, really random styles, only to find out that the reason they got around it is because they were siblings and protected each other, and because he was now they're in 2 separate schools, they're in mortal danger because people had it out for them. And it all just hits you because you were told on a phone call while you're at work, your child is in the hospital. He's not in critical care. He's fine, but he's here with a concussion, blah, blah, blah. He was found behind some bushes at the middle school. And that is your introduction into what your children have been going through this whole time, because your older brother said, your mom will never get you out of these gang-infested streets if she's worried about every single cut and scrape we get in fights. She needs to worry about making our lives better by being able to make more money and get us out of this poor place. We need to actually bandage ourselves up where we can. And my mom just got it dropped right on her that her children not only are just not, you know, living normal children lives, but we know how to give each other stitches with fish hooks and fishing wire. We just use whatever we have to. And so my mom panicked. So we sold everything. That's at the point where every book later that we had, she sold all of the rest of our books. So even the encyclopedia set that I read when I was younger, she sold. She used to love Stephen King. She used to love all these other things. She sold everything. My dad used to have even a Stetson hat, the one that he grew up with, that was actually a very rare whatever, and he sold that to somebody. He kept the other one that looked a lot like it and replaced it instead eventually. Even the Stetson that I've got, it looks like his original one that I remember growing up with. They sold almost all their clothes, books, the silverware that was passed down to them. We ate with only 4 sets, like 4 forks, 4 spoons, 4 knives, from then on out until we got somewhere else, because we sold it as a set. We sold the table that we sat at, some of the chairs that we used. We started using boxes to sit on. My mom panicked. She sold everything. And then my dad, he marked he had asthma, and he was also a Marine. And so he marked he had asthma. He went to Vietnam. He had an asthma attack because he was going to be one of the rats in the tunnels. He avoided being slaughtered with the rest of his graduating class from high school because he got cut a huss and got out less than 12 hours before the rest of his platoon got cut down in what we've come to known in history books as Hamburger Hill. But saying that around my dad, Hamburger Hill is synonymous with all of my friends from high school that I used to hang out with all died then. And they didn't want him claiming any VA benefits because they said, basically he lied, and he said, okay, then produce the papers. Show me the papers of where I filled out that I checked I had asthma, and you still let me be a Marine, because the draft was instated for the Vietnam conflict. They refused to produce the papers, but told him if he ever claimed VA benefits, that they would basically throw him in what you would equate to they try him for it. So anyway, my dad, in panicking, realizing that the garage sale and selling all of our possessions wasn't good enough, he actually took a risk. Finally, for the first time in his life, claimed that he was actually a veteran, went through all the paperwork to get all of the benefits he should have had since day one, because he is a vet. He might have been a California boot, and me over in PI might look down on because of reasons, but still, he is a Marine. He deserved all benefits. VAs actually get 0% down payment on a house. He, even under threat of being locked up for claiming that benefits, he used it to get us a house because my mom, plus he could not afford a down payment and no bank would approve it. And finally, that is how we got out of those streets. Between my mom selling everything, us basically having nothing left to our name, and then my dad taking a risk of being possibly Article 15 court-martialed, something, having to come up against the United States Military Code of Conduct and being tried for something, and he took the gamble of they'd have to produce his medical record that he said he checked he had asthma. He had an asthma attack, and that's why they had that. So it's his story checks out. They refused it. So anyway, through all of that, I finally got off of gang streets. My mom only did it because my brother got the shit beaten out of him, and she never knew we had been in 5 years worth of fights and running for our life and sewing ourselves up and doing our best to avoid saying what was going on and being responsible. So, even our baby sitter, Stephen Harris, who was one of our Olympic triathlons. I can't remember what he was actually there for, and then he actually didn't make it to the finals of being one of our finalists for the Olympics, which means you would have seen him on TV. But my babysitter was even the one that when we got shot, he covered for us as babysitter so we could go try to seek medical treatment. I cannot tell you how hard it is to get medical treatment as an adult. It is so fucking disgustingly easy how easy it was to, as a child of not even double digits, go get medical treatment from a free hospital because the second you walked in, they assumed that they might as well do it because you deserve to be shot. And they're just willing to say that over you. And you're just lucky that the bullet made a clean pass, didn't leave a track, didn't damage muscle tissue any more than it could be, didn't sever tendons, ligaments, didn't damage bone. Basically, you got lucky with a low caliber, with a full metal jacket, and they're just talking over you as if, oh, 2 black boys deserve it. And your babysitter, who is definitely not being paid barely anything, he is being paid in the idea that he, out of goodwill of helping my mom out, and he's only like 5 years older than us. He's just doing his best, and his older brother Jonathan Harris had to be the one to help us get to a hospital, all while my mom thought we were safely at home. And after being checked out and realizing that, like, and you know, we had free hospitals, we had Grady, we had blah, blah, blah. Grady's still standing, we had other free programs around. After all of that, my mom's still not realizing that there's an old picture of us that my brother and I are both wearing long sleeves in a lot of those pictures. We were wearing underneath our clothes a small pads, like chair pads. So when people bumped into us, it didn't hurt so bad because we were just staggering through the idea of it fucking sucks. Getting stabbed and getting shot, it's not a braggart thing. If you actually get hurt like that, there's no bragging. It's not like, oh, I'm so much tougher than you. It's like, hey, what the fuck? How could anyone think that's bragging? I've been accused of that in previous streams in the Racers comments. How could anyone think that's bragging? I got away with no long-lasting debilitating injury and scraped away with my life from streets that were scarring and everything. People think that's bragging when I talk about this. How hard it is for me to go get medical treatment for a kidney stone, for an abdominal herniation, and for having to have a third variable that could be something that's benign or completely life-threatening and shorting my life. I don't know yet how hard it is for me to figure all that out, but I'm 8 years old with a gunshot, and since it was a clean pass through, and my first out of, what, 2? With a third being a 22 that was basically a really good glance joke round, and another one being a 177 actually pellet. And I've got a scar from that that's just so easy to see. And people think that's bragging. How easy it is because I was a black kid on poor streets that they're just like, fix him up and send him on his way. Don't, whatever happens. He deserved it, whatever, but we have to treat it. What? Oh, it's a clean pass. All right. Inspect it, wash it out, make sure there's nothing, bandage it, you know, and he was brought in by some other kid that can drive, I guess. So if that sounds like it should be illegal, it now is. Ask me if that was illegal back in the early 90s in Georgia, and I'll tell you, it should have been, it is, and still I'm here with being able to have medical proof by scars and by documentation that shit happened. It just happened. Yeah, my mom's wake-up call to our whole life being like that was my brother just being found behind a bush at middle school. We didn't have each other's back anymore. My brother wore green. That was Sereno's colors. They cornered him after school, beat the shit out of him, and it started that whole escalating thing. And at least we were out of gang streets. But then they came and found us later anyway, so that's fun. You know, it's fun to be found once you actually get away from it all. Yay! All because I got a darker skin tone, and because of that, of course, would have been in a gang, right? Okay, cool. Anyway, That doesn't count as political, right? That just counts as childhood trauma, right? That's not political. That's just... It's not political when you're literally just recounting your life, is it? Anyway. Let's go in here. Oh yeah, pack of jam. Okay. Forgot. And eventually I'm just gonna have to end this stream if I keep talking, because I'll run out of hard drive space. I have to actually put together some of these videos and process them, so we got just more room. Otherwise I just got recorded on this computer and it'll just be 1080p. And no one just wants 1080p. Don't I have another thing? Or am I being dumb? I'm being dumb. I thought I had another mold. Where the hell do I go? Hold on. But you needed a crank. You need a thing. Wait, not that crank. It's missing the cog. You need the mold for the cog. Uh-oh, I forgot part of the game. I was talking. My lips were flapping. I said things. Wait, isn't there a little cross? Wait. Dadgummit. I forgot part of the game. Okay, brain. It's disorienting. I played this game quite a few times in first person. I'm gonna blame it on that, cause something. What am I doing? What is it that's? What is it? All right, another critique of switching to third person. It kind of just screws with your perception of how a game should go. Like it just. I know what I usually should do. I know. I've done it so many times. Like, this feels really dumb what I'm doing. Oh wait, I just need to run down here. Dadgummit. I know what I usually need to be doing. It's just very disorienting. I think I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no. Wait. Oh, stairs. Oh, okay. We're back on track. That whole area. I hope everyone watching can agree. This whole area, while I know it is the same area that I have sat here and shot these guys down on, it feels different. It doesn't feel like the same place. And actually, with this darker atmosphere, with it being dingy and dark like this, with it being dingy and dark, it actually doesn't feel like it's a bad out of place. It just feels, it feels new. It's just, it feels new and different enough that was very confusing. By the way, that's him implanting Kadao reactor into chest. Output greatly increased. Experiment 2 lichen fight. Destroyed 3 lichens in 1 minute. Good results, but issues with reactor durability. So this is need live bodies. He's figuring out how to make them. He went Victor Frankenstein on this. By the way, everyone here is of the savvy, monocle-wearing, educated type that know that Victor Frankenstein is the name of the doctor, not the monster, correct? By the way, on that same note, I randomly had an urge to go watch Frankenstein again, and then I didn't want to watch the movies because I remembered the sequel of the older Frankenstein movies. Is that Frankenstein is trying to recreate the legend of him being able to bring it back, and the whole big twist of it is that, oh God, in trying to do so, he actually gets tried for his crimes of what he's doing, but instead, I can't remember what it is other than that he has an assistant that knows he's been telling the truth that works with him. And that at the very end of it, the reason it pissed me off was because it's looking at the mirror and you realize he faked his death by, he couldn't in the whole damn movie recreate another monster out of random parts of a corpse. Like he couldn't redo that, but he successfully had his assistant transplant his brain into a new body of somebody else so he could just start up his life back anew. I remember young watching that and being like, bullshit. I don't remember why I remember just calling bullshit so hard, but that movie, oh God, that movie made me call bullshit so hard. So I had an inkling to go. I can't believe he tagged me. I had an inkling to go back and actually watch those very, very old movies, only to remember that twist. I mean, old. What are they? That particular series of Frankenstein's, or what is that? 60s, 70s, something like. I can't remember. So not too terribly old, I guess in retrospect. Oh, do I just go this way? Dumbass. The door's open. Yeah, Ethan, you're the dumbass. I don't have to blame it on me. I am hitting B like crazy to crouch. Resident Evil 4's crouch is screwing me up. It is hard to change between two different mechanics like that. I was afraid that was going to be the thing. And yeah. Wait. I want to make the mold. I was just running around here in circles over and over. Oh, the door's right here. Why didn't I just run down the hallway? I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, Majida. I'll forget again some other way. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. People haven't read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I think it's because it's midnight and I'm actually mentally exhausted because of whatever. I started late and earlier I talked and went down a bad tangent. It always surprises me that people haven't picked up Frankenstein, only because I think of like the four greats of the books they made, and everyone knows from those authors, they've heard of their works, because there's Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, but that was the infamous, the four writers go up to the cabin to share ideas over a winter break. Two of them get married. Mary Shelley marries what's his face, and during that time we get Frankenstein. That's also the time that we get Dracula. We get what do we get out of them going up to the mountains and everything? It's weird. It's just that all of them going together, and we have to call her Mary Shelley because her last name is shared with one of the other authors that went up there. Who did she marry? Mary Shelley married Hey Siri. Who did Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, marry?
Here's what I found from Britannica. Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley is best known for writing Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, 1818. Revised 1831.
Yeah,
a text that is part Gothic novel and part philosophical novel.
Yeah, but I need to. Shut up. Who? Hey, sales. Actually, no! I actually had good news of being able to tell you guys I have merchandise coming towards you. I was just told by the company that they're out. There's a design, there was everything, there was a test run. The company just literally got back to me and said no. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Piercy Shelley. Yep, that's right. I looked at my phone to look up who Mary. Hey Chadwick, I looked to see who Mary Shelley married. And instead I get bad news. Yeah, her original name, we call her half because she married, yeah, Percy Shelley. Yeah. Yeah. And you can't get the two confused because God forbid that you actually ever, let's see if anything, Ozymandias, he wrote that. How many people have actually read Ozymandias? Am I just gonna seem like a dork? Can I find, okay. So of that cabin thing, I'm just trying to not be a dork. I'm being a dork, but I'm trying to not be as much of a dork. Just hold on. Let me okay. So it was the summer, not winter. Lord Byron, John William, and Mary's stepsister, and her husband. So it was Mary Godwin. I don't think, were they married at that point? 1816. Yes, they were freshly married. So after Mary Godwin was freshly married to Percy Shelley, she and her husband and her stepsister, with the other names that you should possibly remember from class, with John William, I always say Polidori, but I know I've been told that's wrong. And Lord Byron went to Geneva, blah blah blah. And yeah, they all wrote shit that we know, because Lord Byron should be what I just mentioned, right? Is it Lord Byron that wrote about Dracula? It's not Dracula. Was it Dracula? Or did he write the Dracula's predecessor? Starts with the N. Starts with the N. The N. Somebody! Hold on. I'm dorking out for a second. I'm so being a dork. What am I? Why am I? Yeah. Polidori produced The Vampire. He did Phantasmagoria was pumped out during that. Yeah, that's Phantasmagoria's time. Modern Prometheus, Frankenstein, the same thing. Vampire. A Fragment, yeah, he did that. What is it that he wrote? Nosferatu, yeah. There we go. I looked at, oh, thank you. Vamp Nemesis. Thank you so much and good night. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. Luckily I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
Always enjoy your streams. Good night.
Have a good night. Thank you for being here. I don't believe he is creator of Nosferatu, but I thought Nosferatu was the predecessor. Yes, correct. And of course, sarcasm, making sure I read his. Oh, fuck you, sarcasm. Oh! Thank you, Matt. Matt, you've been time for you to head to work. Well, thank you for supporting. Thank you for being here. I super forgot that me saying the $80 donation sound could be changed. To give people a sample, I changed the from $9 to $9.99. I changed it to mac and cheese. Just so I could give you guys a sample of it could totally be mac and cheese. Thank you, Matt. I hope you have a good day at work. So I forgot that sound clip was even there. All right. I forgot the sound clip was there. That actually caught me by surprise. And you know what my initial reaction to that was? It was ridiculously loud kitchen noises. I immediately had that jerk reaction of food. How does that not sound like vigorously stirring mac and cheese with like a runner-up of being other soggy bits? But like, it should be mac and cheese first. It's mac. Okay. All right. Doing this. Wow, you'd think he'd start using his left hand for levers since he has his Johnny Lever right hand ripped off or cut off. Lever, Johnny Lever.
Oh, Ethan. Such a disappointment. I thought we could join forces against that bitch Miranda. Truly.
Oh god! Oh god! I forgot he actively stops you from running next to him.
Oh god, to be her chief. She locked us away in the village. Of being forced to serve her. Can you understand that humiliation? I'm not like my son. I want nothing more than to be free of that bitch. So I need power. I need enough power to destroy her. These are the fruits of my power.
Alright.
The
Did I have
strong
to...
will destroy the weak. That's the way of the world.
Do I have to fight more of his
You should
fruits?
have never refused me, Ethan.
What a freak.
Oh, this part. Why did I think it was different? I'm gonna chalk it up again to being a difference between third and first person. Alright. What? Oh. Hey, I've heard him. Dude, I've heard of your work. Whee! Oh, I forgot I could use that. I totally forgot I could use that. Why did sea shanties have to be claimed by YouTube stuff? The second I got to hear some of the things like some sea shanties, I would some nice like little pirate. I wanted to be able to put them in a playlist of showing you guys stuff. They're all claimed. I can't show you guys those things, so I'm over here singing "Lever, Johnny, Lever." I can't show it. They get claimed now on YouTube. Why? Oh, you know what I can show you though. You know what I can show you. Music that I technically now what is this song called? I can bring it up right now. I can play it as much as I want to. Where is it? Damn it. Why is YouTube? Stop being a little bitch. Where is it? There it is. There's my stuff. You know that song that was in the back if you actually went to watch that thing in the members only. So any shield that's here, tomorrow morning I'm making a decision whether to release the video that's in the community post members only, but I can play this all I want to. Something that was actually in the background of that one. I like part of it. So I was like, it's good enough to sample from, right? I was like, I don't know if I like all of it, but I like that beat that lays down at first. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm using that. It just, it just had a vibe, especially when it kicked off with this beat. I like the way it started this beat, and then I was just like, don't get repetitive though. And then it kicks off with this. See, this is at the point where I was going, I'm gonna have to find other music. I don't want just the same beat. And then I was like, all right. I was like, for something chill in the background for the end of that video, I can use this. So so as soon as I came across this, yeah, I was just like, just don't be repetitive. Give me something more. It only kicks over to one other thing. And then it's got like that vinyl scratch in the background. I just wanted to share this with you guys because I like running across it. Like one more minute of it. I'm waiting for it to kick the beat back in and I'm just gonna be playing the game. It's giving me so many different types of audio in there that I can just sample for whatever I need in the background of a video. Yep. See, and that's what I was afraid of, that I'd get repetitive. But I was like, there's 3 different melodic tones in there. And so once I heard the second one, I was like, get it! And then I was like, what's the licensing behind it? Free. That is my favorite price. I love that price. So anyway, that's the song that's in there. I love the price of free and not getting copyright hit. So where am I turning over here? Oh, Nadine, that would drive me up a freaking wall. As a bass player, dude. Yeah, I like good groove. Oh, I did not play that correctly. Whoops. No, stop. And you know what I did there? I tried to quick turn with right button and back. Oh my god, I hit it again on accident and I just used up the thing.
I thought we could
damn it.
join forces against that bitch Miranda. Truly disappointing.
This is gonna be just the worst going between this and Resident Evil 4. I need to finish this and just be and then play the demo more. Oh god.
Understand that humiliation. I'm not like myself. I'm nothing more than to be free, bitch. Though I need power. I need enough power.
Why is this guy?
To destroy her. Are the fruits of my power.
Thank you.
The strong will destroy the weak. That's the way of the world. You should have never refused me, Ethan.
What a freak.
Gah. If I don't finish it tonight, I need to finish this tomorrow. And I mean, I'm not gonna finish this tonight. I'll finish this tomorrow wherever I stop. And by tomorrow, I mean tomorrow. Today is Friday now, so I'll start the stream really early, probably somewhere between 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time, most likely. Saturday will basically be all day during the daytime, and Sunday will be from 12 to 6 most likely as well, streaming. So all in there, I need to be making some videos at the same time. So we might, in one of those days, stream... Yeah, we'll be streaming Shadow of Rose. But I'm going to be streaming it pretty much so that I can immediately take that footage and turn it into a static video. So like I've said before, I apologize when I play Shadow of Rose if I don't talk to chat as much. But you see, even for this, I'm not talking to chat as much so people who aren't live don't feel left out. That is the biggest complaint about static videos. That if I... people don't like watching live streams because they feel left out because they're not live for me to... like they don't want to read chat to figure out what I'm talking about, so I need to, you know, stick to gameplay more type deal. Which I guess my only solution would be to put what somebody said on screen as flashing their name up, of like what made me start talking about that, so I could let them in on it without them having to like. Because I can understand people watching on TV. I did not know half of you guys are watching me on TV. I would never have guessed that. And then it's computers and game consoles tied, and then it's mobile or tablet. Would have never called that. I don't dare watch this on TV. I'll be playing Shadow of Rose right after I'm finished with third person Ethan must die. I mean, third person, Resident Evil 8. I guess I just have preconceived notions of how people consume entertainment that I shouldn't push onto other people because of ways that I consume entertainment. I still do not know how he properly indexes and does a mag change like that without 2 of his fingers, but he makes it look so damn smooth. Let me just do that one more time. I mean, I'm thinking about the logistics of this. Alright, bear with me. Is there a way to do photo mode? Does this game have photo mode? Okay, there is a photo mode. Can I catch it? Okay. Can I actually get in front of him? Can I get... Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. So the slowdown version at least makes me feel a bit better of what they're doing. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. So you're telling me he can't... He on the fly after losing 2 fingers got used to, and if I'm seeing this correctly, gripping...
I'm not sure I understand.
Shut up. Gripping one mag to get it out between 2, and the other 2, he's doing such a swift mag change. It's not a flared magwell. It's not like it's flared for like competition or just for ease of use for a side carry. I mean, side carry, that's not ease of use. That just gets in the way. You should just practice your mag changes. But he's not... I'm so used to needing my index finger to basically do a nice, smooth, quick slide. How? This is the part... I can believe so much more. I can believe more of the pseudoscience in this game than I can believe this mag change. Is hurting my brain. Just because I'm just sitting there going, how long and how many different ways would I have to train to do that same thing? And know that still, just wouldn't grip it correctly and index correctly. I just wouldn't. Which can I believe easier, Elliot or this? Okay, so Evelyn's still in his head, and it's a collective conscious that Miranda's going after to get his daughter back. Maybe I could believe this possibly more by if a collective conscious is helping him with things like a mag change because somebody else practiced it that he's infected with the mold of Evie with and blah blah blah. Maybe he got trained in... No, I could believe Elliot more because, okay, if you're bifurcated, a lot of what makes you pass out is a pressure... Oh god. Oh, fuck off for making me think this. Being trained by Chris does not prepare you for... I don't... Am I allowed to show on YouTube, like, am I allowed to show on YouTube a proper mag change? Why did I just... Ah! Yeah, yeah. I know it. It's the idea he... Pockets. Okay, I will give credit. I will give credit. That is true. Mag changes can be done like that. You have to adapt. Yes, you absolutely have to adapt. My only problem is that, canonically speaking, he's been looking for Rose for now, at most 18 hours. 18 hours ago, at most, he lost 2 fingers. So it's not like he's practiced this forever and been trained. Like, you adapt, but you would be fumbling still if you were not used to it. But that would be the only way I could think of to do that. He's just doing it so fluidly and so... Like, all the movements are correct. I mean, I even see his thumb sliding down to kick the mag release. So he's getting that kick out. Which is helping him throw out the other one into his hand. He's got the other one ready, so he's not indexing as much. But it's that last one. It's this. My intuition would just say that. Look, my intuition just wants to say that while yeah, you could totally do that. I would actually think in me adapting, I would actually want to do it backwards. Because he's reloading between his index and his middle finger. And if I actually didn't have access to these two for better grip, I'd actually want to grip and make sure my grip was better on, I would want to have the best grip on the mag that would be the fresh mag going in, that I might have to depend, every shot might count. I'm depending on my life. I could drop, I can dump an old mag and let it hit the ground and get it later if I need to, but I might need to make a switch. And if I'm missing fingers, which means that I'm two tendons down, a muscle group down that actually helps move the middle finger. Am I really gonna trust the stability of my middle finger for the new mag? That's the part that's getting me. I think I should have just mentioned that. Am I trusting the stability of that new mag? But technically, he's not trusting all of it. He's grabbing it there and then he's pushing with his palm. So I can see where you would adapt to that and eventually grab it there and push it with the palm. But if you're giving up your indexing, part of me wants to think that I would risk losing the original mag and just kicking it out, while instead having a very more awkward, and this is me having all fingers, so maybe it's just I don't know what I'm talking about. I'd feel like I would want this grip to be the strongest to make sure that because remember, I gotta pull it from somewhere, so either I've got a mag pouch, or I might have, like, what if he's using Kydex? I don't know. Kydex many times is using friction to grip for a mag, so I've got to grab it, and with against friction, I'm sitting here thinking I'm not gonna reliably get it necessarily with just these two fingers without this muscle group, without these two tendons and this muscle group existing. Like, how it's such a positive grip. I want to get a positive grip on the new mag. And then if I miss the dump, I'm fine. I can get that later, save that mag to reload late. I can get off the floor. I can even risk losing a mag if I'm in a dire situation and you just gotta dump one, and it's your life or a mag dump. What are you gonna do? But just I don't know. Okay. So yeah, you do have to adapt. Pockets is just really quickly. The person that you're talking about that lost two fingers and had to do the same thing, did they actually grab their fresh mag with actually their index and middle missing these two fingers? Did they actually have enough tactile strength without these two fingers and that whole muscle group, with that bitten off? Was there enough strength left in that middle finger to actually positively grip? Was the fresh mag and they were getting, and the mag they're dumping was actually going between the thumb and index? Or was it backwards? Was it the other way that I'm talking about? Because I'm not disabled with my hand. So I'm just making I'm making a kind of a logical assumption, and you do have to adapt. But like it's just driving me a little crazy. He lost his fingers several decades before he shows you how he loses. So he had a lot of experience. Okay, so when he showed you that, was he? Which one was he taking out the old mag, and which one had the new mag? Was it here or was it here? Because that's enough time to like either way he chose. But which one did he end up preferring? Was he getting the new mag? Because I still want to believe that you'd want to be able to exactly feel where your mag is exactly, so you would be actually hitting the mag well, because you're flipping it up. So would that be easier here? No, because then I'd feel, and then I guess I'd grab, and then having practiced enough times, I'd have to. I guess it would if I'm flipping. Okay, I'm flip. It's out. Which one am I gonna grab it with? And then it's out of the way for that reload. So that way, it's not like it's in the way. Which one am I gonna? Okay, or okay, it's or that's not in the way. I mean, Lester figures he was doing it the way you were describing to do it in that situation, but later on he preferred to do it the other way, so he suggested I practice it in different ways. Really? Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Oh, shut up, GJD. We know this happens. I appreciate that, Nick. When he lost his fingers, he was doing it the way you were describing doing it in this situation. But later, okay. See, that's my natural reaction. My natural reaction is someone who just lost their fingers. They would do it the way I'm describing. I guess over time, yeah, I can. You want it clear. You don't want to accidentally. So if you have to kick it out, there could be problems. Okay. If I'm kicking it out and I miss. Okay. I was seeing have grabbing old mag between thumb and index. Really? Yeah, indexing the mag is close to that position. That's why I was starting to say I can understand. But then my first reaction is the muscle group. And that's what my first reaction is, that, okay, so your middle finger actually, from losing the tendon in your ring finger, your middle finger becomes substantially weaker. Like substantially weaker, to a point that people really don't realize how much tactile strength you actually have in your pinky and your ring finger. And the only reason I'm like questioning is that, yeah, it's so natural for an index, but I would feel like the muscle, like and unless I might be forgetting anatomy wrong, because honestly, learning things like the hand are some of the hardest things to learn. It's so hard to learn all the parts of the hand. Yeah, well, the mold is recreating his body in a human form. That's why his daughter's so special. He's special and different because he can survive all that. But I'm just thinking, after the first initial injury, okay, Alyssa, help me out. Alyssa, after an initial injury like that, wouldn't it take rehab before you have use of your middle finger again? Because, okay, he didn't lose his entire ring finger. He actually is able to wear his wedding ring, so that might be telling. But he would have lost the tendon here. He loses this finger completely, but he does lose all muscle groups going down this side. Yes, yeah. he should not have function in his middle finger. I mean, he should have very limited, but it should be he shouldn't have any tensile strength to be able to do that. So I could see it like, yeah, I could see it both ways. I could see the indexing being more secure, but I'm sitting here trying to thinking of like, I would lose it. That's what I was saying. That's why I'm holding it over here. Did I not show that? Like I'm holding the palm, like I see it. I'm just seeing that as quickly as he's doing it. I'm not thinking about the idea of strong enough to push the mag in. I'm thinking of just in general keeping it. I'm not thinking of strength to push the mag in. I'm just thinking of any strength. The middle finger should go limp. And so what I'm actually imagining instead of this, I'm actually imagining a situation where he's basically doesn't have a middle finger. So if you're thinking of it the way I am, which is because of this muscle group being chomped away, that he doesn't even have this with any strength in it, I'm more or less imagining, could I perform the same thing with only this going on? I have the shelf of like where I would have my middle finger kind of here as flesh so that I can't move as much. I have this grip here. Would I actually go for this and risk that, or would I still be confident enough to balance it in the palm of my hand, index it properly, and not have it turn without anything to rest it against, because this is unreliable and flopping to the side. You have a muscle structure here that stops your finger from like torquing, and he's lost that. So your finger should be able to, in this situation until it heals, you, gross as it sounds, by losing his ring finger and losing the tendon, I'm assuming he should have actually lost the ability to stop his finger from torquing. His middle finger should actually be able to turn almost a complete 180 degrees. Instead of being just stiff like this and just having this kind of flexibility, you should be able to 90 degrees this way and 90 degrees that way, be able to turn his finger on a pivot now. So it's just a hunk of flesh. But I'm assuming after his physical training, he could get over that. But the initial injury, I'm thinking that's the last thing I'd want to do. Bet takes training simply by learning against the middle finger, regardless of his function. Yeah. Over time, yeah. I'll agree to this. Over time, if someone trained, that would probably be the more logical. It'd be the more logical for indexing and keeping a lot of those same more practical skill sets of what you're going to do. But after the initial injury, it would take practice, and he's doing it like a natural. This is 18 hours after he lost that muscle group and 2 fingers, which makes this useless. And even if he was trained, even if he's trying to adapt, I would think his first reaction would be, I would think a normal human being's first reaction would be to feel that they're not properly indexing anymore and that they're slipping, and that, you know, you are going to be seating the magazine with your palm. But your reaction would still be, I would feel, to want the positive grip first, and then to learn as fast as possible as it got strength back from your muscles healing. That's kind of where my mind is at, because I'm just sitting here thinking you can just negate it, because if it can turn so much and be gone. That's what I basically said, Mike. That's what I was saying, why I would, in his case, I would just flip the mag out and index a new mag and not worry. That's exactly what I was thinking. Basically my point is, wouldn't I in this situation just care about indexing the new mag properly no matter what? And I literally said, and if I have to go, if I lose the mag or I have to retrieve it later, it'd be better than my life is on the line for this next mag. My life is on the line. I'm more concerned about getting the next mag in. So I would go with the reassured that I'm seating the mag, I'm indexing properly, than this, and possibly having your empty positively in your hand, and you're also John Wick. All right, well, yeah, John Wick was trained a little bit more than Ethan, so okay, but still, I think the normal human reaction would be, oh my god, did that thing just bite off my fingers? Yeah, I know I'm thinking too much about it. I know I'm over analyzing, but this is it's late, and this is literally the kind of things I think about when it's late. I look at something like this and I ponder, like, I think, did they actually bring somebody disabled in? Because, okay, maybe I should explain that the first place my brain went was, okay, this is what I think to do. This is the anatomy of it. I'm not disabled. And then Pockets mentioned that he knew somebody that actually did that. And so I immediately said, I'm like, okay, Pockets knows it. So maybe my assumption is wrong, but isn't the initial injury. So Pockets then recontextualizes that it's been a long time, did it the way I'm talking about first, and now does it the way that Ethan's doing it. So it kind of lends credence to it. And then I'm just thinking in my head, okay, so what would be practical? And then the next thing in my head is, okay, so did they actually consult a vet that's disabled? And is that why they're doing the animation like this? Because they're getting enough things correct, like Ethan's weapon checks, and Ethan's handling in general. Even Resident Evil 7, I said he didn't seem like a normal civvy because of his one-handed 1911 reloads looked a little too accurate for the idea of you lost a hand. Like, they're not showing what he's doing, but the idea of having to bank on a surface, even gripping here, a hard table, to be able to see the mag, do everything you need to. It looked actually, from the perspective of his first firefight with Mia, like he knew what he was doing type deal. So my first inclination was that he could not be a normal civ. No way. And that's what started me down that. Now I'm starting to think, like, for all of these things, did they actually consult a vet or somebody trained that's not disabled? And if they are, did they actually get somebody who, after like years and years of like repracticing, they decided that this was the best way and that's why they put it in the game? But did they ask him like what they did in the first place? Because I would assume that my first reaction would be, no, I would not trust a limp middle finger that I cannot control. Because honestly, the way that your anatomy works, as soon as you sever this, you have a tendon here and it helps pull down your middle finger. So like, you know how people have, when you raise middle finger, your index finger comes up, you have two tendons in your index, two tendons in your thumb, one in each other finger. So they actually are all support for each other. So when you try to stick up one finger at a time, you'll find that getting past the middle finger, holding up your ring alone is hard for anybody. It should be hard to hold it up on its own without like holding down the others, because it's actually banking on the tensile strength of the rest of them. So the only one that doesn't include on that, and why your pinky is so important for weapons handling especially, and how you find out just how much you bank on things like your pinky toe, pinky finger, is by losing it. That ability to do that on its own highlights how important the pinky is to solidify the structure of a human hand. And I'm thinking, as soon as you lost the pinky, yeah, you lost something. But as soon as you lost this finger, you lost actually the middle finger's pivot to being able to gain its strength of not only mobility and not only stability this way, you gained some of its tensile strength to even be able to reliably be in the same place at the same time. So my brain went too far into the anatomy of, he lost this, he had a chunk out of here. That means that this muscle group from here over here is not working. It just isn't. So even his middle finger moving is already science fiction. That's rehabilitation. He needs surgery, but he's molded. So, okay, we get over the science fiction. He's molded. That recreates the stuff. So he's got it back, but he wouldn't have, this is still severed. There's nothing for the tendon to connect to. So he wouldn't immediately have that. That's a trained thing. And I guess it's also from personal experience. My dad actually he accidentally cut his thumb while working a few years ago. Both of the tendons of his thumb snapped back into his arm, There's no salvaging them. There's no pulling them back out. He had surgery to take one of the tendons out of his index finger, put it into his thumb. Now you can see his grip strength is so much weaker. He's had 6 years of doing that. And when he tries to take dogs on a walk a few years ago, the dog tugging on the leash at all using his right hand, and he'd accidentally let go of the leash. So 50% of the hand strength comes from the pinky. Yeah, because of that independent movement, you really don't think about that. And the muscle groups that control that, and the tendon that controls that, and the stability that comes from that side. Your hand is almost just like this. It's this miraculous tool. It's really cool what your hand is. It's this miraculous tool that has so many bones, so many structures, so intricate, and it all comes together to give you this thing that we can't really recreate very easily without making things that don't look like a hand, but we can give it a specific function that a hand can do. So we can't give it back the functions of a hand. We can give it just like suction or grip or tensile strength or something, but we can't give it all the functions of a hand because this is so intricate. But I'm thinking, okay, even with molded, that's gone. That's a chunk out. He wraps it up. The molded would have fixed. Okay, let's assume even that it fixed that. Even if he's got that, without that muscle, and with them vividly showing that that is taped off and not regrowing, without that muscle and without physical training to start re-strengthening anything, his middle finger basically, grossly enough, yeah, you could just turn it all over the place at first. So I'm sitting here, would I bet my life over a finger that I'm trying to index and my finger can literally roll out of what you would think of as socket, but it's not socket. It can just, your finger can just move to the place where everything else was seated. You can just move. Oh, that grossed me out. Oh, that would be right, isn't it? Until actually everything healed in physical therapy. Oh, your middle finger could move almost a solid inch out of the way. Oh, that's fucking gross. Oh God. Yeah. How far is that? Oh God, yeah, it could move. It's not just 180 degrees. It could move almost a solid inch to the side. Oh, Ethan. Okay, I'm done with this talk. Good night, GJD. I'm sorry. I just. Okay, I'm fine with not. I'm fine with thing not. I don't mind if it's not fully realistic. I'm fine. I'm fine with not 100% realism all of a sudden. I don't want to see Ethan's finger just sliding to the side randomly. Yeah. Because it's not, no, we're not just talking about him not having the middle finger at all and could you still index properly. It's just sliding. It's sliding over without any resistance over, and it's not being because it's disjointed. It's because the structure is gone, and so the finger under pressure actually, instead of buckling in the joint, is actually just gonna rotate and then slide in joint over to the side, and then your skin is the only tensile thing. If you rip the skin, your finger doesn't stop. Oh, your finger doesn't stop if the skin rips, and it would still technically be in socket all the way until you would think of it breaking. God. Oh, it would be preferable to actually rip the skin. Oh, his tensile strength would be okay, all right, done. Ethan's a super. He's a superhuman. Superman ain't got nothing on Ethan. Good night, Gio. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry. That was a. You find with the man made of mold, who is surrounded by werewolves and zombies, and zombie dragons, not having realistic injuries. Yeah. Yeah. What's your point, Jordan? What's your point? Did you have anything to add to that? Because yes, that's exactly my concern. Superhuman. Hey, Blue Knight. Just wanted to be sure I understood. Yeah. No, you summed it up very well. And I thank you. Get up. That shouldn't have counted. Hey, Iggy. I don't know if I've said everyone that's hi to everyone that's here. I like it. One of my favorite classes that I felt was challenging and also that I felt was really just downright cool. Everything to do with anatomy. Honestly, if you're currently right now watching this and you're a college student and you have the choice to take an elective, take it. It won't affect anything else, and you need to take a full load to have 120 hours so you can graduate with your bachelor's. Take some anatomy. Hey, welcome back, Mr. Goldnick. Anatomy is fascinating. It's such a fun class, as long as you have a good professor and whatnot. But in general, it's just you're taking anatomy this semester. I hope it treats you well. It's just because once you learn it, the more it's just like oh. Like for me, that's how it feels. It's just like one revelation after the other of like boring shit, terminology. I fucking hate this. Why'd I take this? I know the human body well enough to make it so that when I have an ache, I get some ibuprofen. Oh shit! Stuff got good fast. Like that's how anatomy class felt to me. Anyone else? Can I get it? Can I get an amen? Does anyone else feel like that taking an anatomy like as a college course or something like that? Boring terminology. Whatever. I'll just pop an ibuprofen next time I feel sore. Oh god, this is awesome. See, yeah, there we go. It just turns from boring shit to amazing shit so fast. It's just like, wow, like it just has this really cool effect. It's just like, oh, that was my body the whole time. It shouldn't have been so annoying and tedious, and like me being studious shouldn't have been such a annoying thing. It was just like, you know, boing, bam. Yeah, it just gets so cool. Edward Lennon, anyone can learn. We're in the age of the internet as long as you go to somewhere reputable. College, if it wasn't for the idea that my son only comes into existence if I have college because I met my ex-wife in college, if it wasn't for that, I would have never gone to college. If I could go back and rewrite the history, I saved my brother's life, and second thing I do is make sure I never went to college. Most of the stuff I know, I would just piggyback off my brother's back. Let me be honest. I would have just gone up to Ohio Wesleyan, gone to his expose showcases and their dissections. I would have found out about but my college, it was a bunch of basically pickled people parts, while my brother's college and even basic anatomy classes, since it was a private college, had even in basic anatomy classes, by anatomy 2, they were all dealing with by end of semester, a cadaver to be able to go through that of course was already used in another higher up class, but the same cadaver being used in their class now to demonstrate like parts and going through all this stuff, I would have just gone up to his college like I did for the thing I'm talking about. Like I already did at certain points to go and see these things the first time. I mean, it wasn't my college that I saw them decide to hook up a lot of electrodes to a cadaver and show muscle groups functioning by firing electricity into them and making him look like he could sit up on his own again. One of the creepiest things I've ever seen in my life that has also never really given me nightmares. If you want to see something creepy, realize that, yes, if they have a nice college and facility and they have the willingness to give you potential nightmare fuel for the rest of your life, they can just shock the muscle groups properly that need to, that would make a person sit up, and just go ahead and do it, and you can be in the room and watch it happen and watch a literal dead person that donated their body to science sit up, or at least an amalgamation of kind of, you know, sitting up on the table. You can just see that. Good night, JP. My college didn't do that, but my brothers did, and wow. Was it so not needed, but was I hooked? So Shocky make body go boing. Yeah. Yeah. In just one of the creepy... I've said this before, correct? I have talked before about going to my brother's college, and I have, right? That this is not new, so I can just drop it, right? Because it's never really given me nightmares. It's just been one of those weird stories. That... Would I recommend getting this before RE4 Remake? It won't, like, train you for RE4 Remake, but, you know, it's fun.
If it's just looking, window shop away.
The things that can actually creep me out are, I think, really weird to some people. I will never sell my women. As much as the game wants to make them out to be like that, I don't view them as objects. I don't objectify them. My flavors and their mom might be objects in my inventory, but they're not objects in my heart. Yes, Jordan, basically that. Thank you for the visuals.
To think I would buy such things.
Attempts?
This is all an investment, even.
Thames unit will, yeah, I've got one sitting on the shelf right there to try to help with certain things. Yeah, Thames units for circulation, for muscles, for even for supposedly muscle growth, but that's kind of a bunch of bullshit. Because technically you can force a muscle to contract and do a lot of things, but you're not necessarily going to... You need to actually rip the muscle so scar tissue forms, and that's how you actually gain more muscle. So a Thames unit isn't going to magically make you stronger. But I've even seen Thames units meant for that.
I saw you eyeing that one.
Equip... No, not yet.
Till next we meet.
Oh, I only have like 30 more minutes of doing this stream before I have to edit one of these videos into being 4K and have some room freed up on my hard drive. Thank you, Sarcasm. More people can believe I'm a freak now. I'm a creep. And I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I don't have it. Don't use quote 2000. No, shut up. I don't have a kink list. New people might believe you one day. That's what I'm scared of. Got you. On cadavers for therapy. For example, if your grandpa never loved you, you could always use the electrodes to make him give you a hug. Joy. Why did my brain want to go like a term like that's called more like electroshock geriatry? Like my brain wanted to make up a stupid word sentence. It really badly was just like, let me be dumb. Edward Lennon, as much as it sounds like that might be a joke, it theoretically 100% you could. And not only could you, I have borne witness through Ohio State University's programs, because my brother, that's where my brother went to college, basically them doing that. And it is categorically one of the creepiest things I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. Because to know somebody gave their body to science, gave their body to medicine, to be used for others to learn about the human body, and what we did with it, or what they did with it, is to show muscle groups working, electrify them to make them tense up, and make him literally sit back up, is probably one of the things that was the most shocking for me to see in my life, that has also never really given me nightmares. It really hasn't. It should be nightmare feel, but actually, I think my fascination with it, I think I was so fascinated that I forgot about this. How did I duck? That's what I get for not paying attention. Stop banging. You never make good on a promise. It was just so... But anatomy is fun. Plus, it was a nice diversion from dissecting brains way too much during psychology stuff.
Thanks to your consistent patronage, I've expanded my services.
What? Sheep, pig, human?
To make a purchase?
All of them at least twice over. How many brains do you have to dissect before it's like, all right, maybe we should just hit the books again? I don't want to I don't want to dissect another pickled brain, please. And I don't want to do that. So it was nice.
Fills the purse,
it was nice change from that. Oh, come on! Let me upgrade my weapons more, please. Quite the jolt. Can't deny my bite is science for the world and shall not be able to being electrifying. A&P lab and dissection were your favorite, as they should be. I figure most human beings would have to find those classes fascinating simply by the fact of the concept of it might be different, but once you're actually in the class, once you're actually in classes like that where you get to, you're getting to learn about your own flesh sickle that you live inside of. Like, you're learning about it, and it's not you having to cut yourself open, and then it's just like, oh, that's me and everyone else around me. Like, that's cool. But honestly, because of psych classes in high school, I started dissecting brains when I was in my junior year. And it was so nice to dissect anything else other than another brain. So come on. Whee! Whee! Oh, I want to see if they splash. Whee! Wait, what? Whee! Oh! Well, you know what? This doesn't matter if it's in first or third person. I guess they never counted on somebody scoping out whether they just don't even splash the water. Why am I gonna buy a graphics card that can do ray tracing and all this other stuff if I don't get a splash from the body falling from like the height of a skyscraper type deal? I want a splash. I want it. He really made a splash at the party. They do a perfect feat dying with no... I mean, in the Olympics, they get a perfect score for that. I just walked into a brick wall.
Miranda
I am tired.
thinks we're nothing but children. Oh, she doesn't care for us? No. She's long lost all her humanity. I must destroy her.
I don't give a shit about family drama.
Hey, Nick. By the way, oh, you've been here for a while. Did I say hi? Because you were generous and gave a little bit ago. Should I mention that this is literally the shit that people ask why I know so much random stuff. If I wasn't playing a video game, I'd have my nose in a book talking about some of this stuff, or at least pull up an article or talk to somebody who knows more than I do. I would get on a topic like this and immediately start dorking out, because I would bring up something and I'd want to know it, and I'd be like, did I ever learn it? If the answer is no, time to dork out. Gotta do it. No time like the present. Time to be la dork. Like, it's just, anyone else get like that? I don't know. If I weren't live on a string, I'd just be dorking out. You know what, sarcasm? I don't even care that you're trying to make fun of me like that. I don't even care. I ran into 2 walls. The pipes are more confusing in third person. I don't even care that you're making fun of me. I am Brick. PT Rex throws it. I teach kids 2 and 3 years younger than me to stop short arming their throws and actually get more leverage. Freaking Brick over here again. That was just with the knife, but no, he's got to do something else. At least I'm not pulling out the knife every 5 seconds and just being like, "Why, dude? Why?" I'm tired. Depending on the topic, I'll talk for hours about aquarium fish and aquatic plants. Hey, so will I. I got the Georgia Aquarium, and I got way too much energy about just about every topic on Earth. If it's interesting and can pertain to me in any way, hell yeah. And considering you just brought up the subject of I like breathing air, therefore I am interested in at least something that counts as, well, does that count as an aquatic plant? It's algae. Hey Reagan, what's going? I hope things are doing better for you. I've been thinking about you over there. Wait, what my quote came from Dying Light? What does 2204 say? No. Okay, I am Chicken Ninja. I am Chicken Ninja. I am Legend. Chicken Ninja. No fear. Okay. Feeling a lot better, ready to focus on myself. I'm glad to hear that. Ninja Chicken is Legend. I guess that is the day that yeah. So I screamed like I was actually dying almost a full 2 years ago. Because the day that quote was made, I believe, is the same day that the 3-digit sound bit of me screaming. I believe that's all on the same day. I believe that's the stream where I fell. I'm pretty sure that's where I fell. And I screamed. I never want people to feel like I'm dogging him for not like having as much education or anything like me. I mean, I'm in a lot of debt for going to school. So, big downside there. It's just that I get passionate because I really... Everyone should... Oh, no. No, everyone should probably come to hate that scream one day, and then we'll change it. Don't worry. I'll do something even better. That'll command everyone's respect, adoration, and just put me in the highest regard in everyone's mind. And they'll never think about me screaming and falling. Except for I can't let go how sincere that scream is. But we can change the $80 donation sound as soon as today, since we can all agree that one shouldn't be there. Ah! Wait, what? I didn't touch the ladder. I didn't touch the ladder properly. No. Okay. Oh, maybe this is a quicker way to kill you? Do I always get a shot? Answer's no. Sometimes my shot comes after. You back me into a corner. This sucks. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Please don't need aquarium fish. Especially, I know the cichlids might actually look good. It's been a long time since I've had saltwater tanks that I carried after and everything like that. But I wouldn't trust anything that I'd actually keep. I could trust a few things from freshwater tanks, possibly in a pinch. I would never trust any fish kept in an aquarium. That's the saltwater aquarium. Because usually, yes, the extra care and needed behind saltwater fish, usually, yeah, those meds. Yeah, deadly, yeah. Very deadly, dangerous, bad. All the meds were bad. Meds were dangerous. Let me out. Deja vu. Stand still, thank you. Well, I have played this game before in first person. You might be having some deja vu from that. Give me your rusted scrap. Oh, it's 1:20. I need to stop the stream really soon. It's late. And I'm below 200 gigs left on that hard drive that had like a terabyte. I need to start putting some of the videos together third person. Because I don't think I'm going to do any comparisons. You gave me the power of the 69s. Sarcasm. Okay. That quote from Dying Light is, I believe, the same day because I was Ninja Chicken for I Was Legend. I had on the chicken costume. I climbed up to a place. I knew in my heart of hearts that it would work. I wanted to show everyone something I knew would work of me ziplining. It was going to be awesome. It was going to be epic, especially because it was going to be legendary. It's in the name. Chicken Ninja for He Is Legend. That's the whole name. And then a legend died that day, and I screamed, and this is the scream. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I was so confident. I got an idea. Hear me out. So confident. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Ah! I was so confident! That's why it was so realistic when I fell!
Chicken Ninja example. I was recently reading about a 1,500-year-old lover's embrace burial.
I believe I'm aware of those types of burials where the some every now and then we call them the lover's embrace, but the one is buried with the deceased alive. Is that what we're talking about? Because I don't want to think about that. Everyone hashtag sarcasm without thinking about that. Yeah, that's the scream that came from it. That's not on me. I mean, I did that, but I was very confident, and I was Ninja Chicken. I was a living legend. And I was just showing we need more misplaced confidence. It wasn't my confidence in me. It was my confidence in the chicken. That's a ninja and also a legend. That's what we're thinking about. The lovers and oh, those are creepy. I know about those. We even found some of those when the what was it, the London floods that actually brought up a lot of coffins that showed us a few really bad things, including we were burying some people alive. Oh, wait a second. I almost found a new death for Ethan. I almost climbed up into that. I've never climbed up into that before. I don't know what that death looks like, but I'm assuming it's gruesome. My brother's worst fear was being buried alive. Mine was being from kids. We always talked about that. I'm glad you didn't mention that while my brother's around, because his was always being buried alive. My worst fear is being the last one standing. So he and I guess both, it was a fear around, but mine is I don't want to be the sole survivor or the last one left standing. I have a real fear of that. My brother, oh, he would be just not the happy. He's not getting the happy juices to his brain hearing about the lovers' embrace burials. That's not doing it for him. My brother even hated the idea that it's like, oh, you died, so all of your cats and everyone else has to go along with you, Egypt. And then let's just make a memorial out of it that'll confuse everyone else of why you made a giant triangle. But in 3 dimensions, so it's a triangular prism. You worst fear zombies? I don't actually have many fears that are in any kind of things that are supernatural or unfounded or anything like that. Like I said, even being able to see somebody's a cadaver being shocked back up into sitting upright, I think the fascination of it outweighed the, damn it, B needs to be crouched, outweighed the the horror that I was witnessing. But my brain was just like, ooh. Good night, Vash. Thank you for being here. I'm a dork is why I just don't show it as much. Oh, one smart comment for every 100. That is pretty much true. You must really like getting screwed over, because you seem to find a way for me to say fuck you every stream. My biggest fear, women below 5'4" who are mad. You know what's funny about having a fear of women below 5'4" who are mad? That means you'll never be able to find and confront your fears if they're gonna be that short.
That was close.
Hey, Bruce, what's going on? I think everyone's claustrophobic to a certain extent. I've been down in caves miles beneath the earth type deal. Appalachian Mountain, so it doesn't count as it's technically still miles under the earth. But I mean, I've been down where I was just talking to my son about this today, that he was watching Interstellar, and I told him that on one of the times that I ever went on a trip, the only time that probably ever gave me a real shock of like, I'm underground, there's so much, if there was a cave-in, if it collapsed, I would never survive this, and there was no excavator, there's nothing on Earth that could get to me fast enough, I'd run out of oxygen. I will say that Rowan was watching Interstellar, and somebody who was worrying about being in space, was talking about just a sheet of aluminum between them, and it was, they do such a good job with the soundscape in the movie Interstellar. But he's handed for a moment to assuage his fear, just an MP3 player, and he puts the earbuds in and hears that it's just like crickets and the sound of wind and rustling leaves and everything. And I immediately, I just talked to my son about this today. I told him immediately what it made me think of is the quiet, like that the stark quietness of being so far down deep into caves is one of the, that's actually one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced in my life. How much we take for granted the idea that there's any light in any room, even if you can barely see, even if it feels pitch black. After you acclimate to it, you at least feel like there's some source of light, even if it feels like it feels pitch black. You can feel like there's some outline, some shape, something. If you get close enough, maybe you can see some semblance of something, or that you can hear it coming. And when I was in some of those caves, you heard nothing because there was literally nothing but you to hear. And when you turn off your headlamp, you see nothing because it's one of the only two places on Earth that you do not have to simulate complete darkness. It's either in caves or at the bottom of the ocean that you can have the absolute lack of light. And excluding the idea that human beings even are bioluminescent to an extent, you just cannot perceive it with the human eye. The first thing I told Rowan is that, like, I would have killed while in that cave to have earbuds for crickets and wind just to break the silence, because it will destroy your mind faster than you think. I thought I was claustrophobic. I thought claustrophobia would be something that would get to me. It never was, because as long as I felt like I had agency and being able to move forward and keep going, I learned how to better and go deeper and go further into caves and learn more, until finally I was going on trips where I'm spending a full 12 to 18 hours going down into these places that just are amazing, to be able to know that I'm standing over a crevasse that if I fall in it, they've measured it as being at least a half-mile deep, and that there's no way to save you if you just don't stand on two things as you're walking along to get into this big, what looks like an auditorium, but it's just a natural underground opening in a cave that it looks like a giant amphitheater. Like you just carved it out of stone, and there should be stadium seats, and you should be listening to a concert soon, and instead it's just full of nothing. But then, no, I went caving, spelunking. Cavers save spelunkers. But some people would call it spelunking, yes. But in doing that, when you come to a giant room like that, or a giant chasm, when you come to a giant anything, you have this expectation that there should be sound. I mean, I don't think human beings ever really think about that, but when you come to a place that can actually reflect sound, you have an expectation that sounds will then exist in that space. And I never realized until I was in that situation that unless I was the one making the sound, no sound existed in that place. And the rocks were so far away from each other, the rock walls and the ceiling, it was such a big, just like cavernous crevasse that's just there miles underground, that I couldn't just wait for a sound to appear. Like, 30 minutes before, I could hear running water, and that was like apparently half a mile below us, that we knew water was down there. And it was creepy to know that that's also where you would find, like, albino lobster type deal things down there. I don't remember if that's exactly where that was, but that's beside the point. But going further on and being able to hear like the drips off of stalactites of like water that has come down through the rocks for so long that that it's actually pure enough for you to actually just drink in a pinch if you truly need it, that you're crawling through these spaces, that your helmet is scooting against the ground and the ceiling at the same time as you're wedging yourself further and further to get to the next place. And then out of all of those things that could creep me out, the thing that got to me most was getting to this open area, and everyone that's with me and just what was it, a group of me and 3 others, Was that time? Because I'm thinking of the times there was just half a dozen or less of us, that we all turn off our headlamps, and this expectation of sound of just we're illuminating the space that feels like a gymnasium in size, and then you turn off everything and you're waiting for the sound. You're just waiting for something to make a sound, and nothing makes a sound. That creeped me out. That I don't know how to like, describe that, but that was, I guess it would be the opposite of claustrophobia, but the same thing as claustrophobia, because it was in an enclosed space, just a big giant space enclosed underground, but it was just mind-boggling. And then the next mind-boggling thing was the ability for your body to actually image itself without light. Because if you keep a light off in absolute darkness and your eyes stop perceiving light from your optic nerve at all, even through your eyelid, if it truly perceives no light, your body has a backup system to be able to tell where you are in space and time. And you usually only get to see that in sensory deprivation situations, which is your body will start making a mental image of where your body should be based on where your nerve endings should be able to perceive things like wind resistance. So in that same space, while everyone's being quiet, everyone you know is waving their hand in front of their face, because after about 5 minutes of doing this, you will start seeing the outline of your body. And for every person, it comes out different. For me, it was almost like I was seeing a network of nerves and veins that were a glowing version of my hands and arms. But after doing that for long enough, with knowing that there's zero light, and I literally mean zero perceptible light, period. End of discussion. One of the two places on Earth that can naturally happen, and you start seeing red, and it's the outline of you. And it's not your mind making up a trick. It is your mind's way of being able to cope with the idea of not being able to visually perceive your own body. And it's one of the, so just put yourself in my shoes. You're in an amphitheater. You know there should be noise because it's a giant echo chamber, you think, but there's no noise. And then after 5 minutes, you're just watching the red outline of you move and sway and actually exist in a space with no sound unless somebody makes it. And even if they do, it doesn't do anything. The sound doesn't go anywhere, do anything, it does nothing. So you're this thing that's just glowing in no space. It feels like being in actual outer space. And it actually got to me. That actually did get to me. I mean, it's hard to describe why it would get to me, only because it's such a very specific situation. But the only other thing, when my son was watching Interstellar, the only other thing I could think of to simulate that experience would be outer space, of the literal idea that you can look at a pouch of outer space and also see no light and hear no sounds. That's just, and I think it's just, I don't think it's the same thing as being deaf, because being deaf is like literally the inability to hear, and being blind is the inability to see. But having your body know that it has those faculties still available to it and not seeing and not hearing is different than going blind or going deaf. Do you see the difference? Like, going blind, going deaf, and I might be speaking out of my ass because maybe like somebody that's actually had both sides of that equation, lost their sight, lost their hearing, should be the one to actually have the final word on that. But I think it'd be way different if I lost my sight. It might be panic inducing, but it would be the idea that I have no use of my eyes. Like panic inducing to lose my hearing, but I have no use of my ears. It's a different panic that I had use of my eyes and ears, and they did nothing. And then the only thing I saw was something that my eyes weren't making up. It was my brain making up an image of myself in front of me, and it is panic inducing. It really is. So it was just blah, blah. Imagine you're in that cave and you're lost your group and you're with all silence, and then you hear. Yeah, I can imagine that. It sounds like a fever dream, Reagan. It's real. I remember that. Yeah, Super Dog was so silent that it sounded like our heartbeats were echoing through the chamber. Yeah, I do remember fixating on my heartbeat as when I was panicking. What? The mac and cheese sound? Just imagine, I have a bowl of mac and cheese, I need to stir it. Mmm, tasty. That's what, anyway. Wait, what didn't I collect? Oh, there's a thing, there's a shooty thing that drops down, isn't there? There's a glowy gem. There they are. How much space is left on your computer? 160 gigs. It is basically gone. Did I pay money for that experience? Hold on. Aren't I almost out of save space so I can just turn off all the things that are eating up hard drive space? Where am I? I just dropped down. Should be at, yeah, the shaft. Okay. And then I should be right at... I'll answer that in a second.
She'll start her ceremony with your rose. If that happens, it's all over. For your kid. And for the whole village. But don't worry. I'll stop it. I'll use Rose to kill Miranda. Poor Papa. You're the only one who doesn't see your kid's power.
Take Rose? I'd like to see you try.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ethan talks a big game right until he does things like loses his hand. Things get out of hand. Hold on. Why does this feel unfamiliar? Please don't tell me this is a boss fight. Why does this feel vaguely familiar and awfully... Hold on, what? No, there's actually something up there. I know that part.
There's more?
Yeah, that's what I'm basically saying, Ethan. Oh! Yeah, I know where I am. I know where I am. Hey, Chubby Cheeks, what's going on? Nope. Nothing I care about. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna run out of hard drive space if we don't call that one right there. Whew. This hard drive. Alright. I actually have to edit one of those. So actually I can we're finished. I'm finished playing. I'll just have it on in the background so it looks like I'm still playing a game so I can say a few more things. Did I pay money for that experience? Hey, John Parker, what's going on? Was Boy Scouts? One of my experiences with doing it was Boy Scouts. Absolutely. Did I pay money for our experience? I paid money for a guide. And I paid money for... so a professional guide and the renting enough equipment from a local outdoor place that was really upcharging it because there was like a section where it was like people who did do things like Boy Scout trips and go family trips or whatever, and then there was the actual cave systems that you could go into, and anyone that does that didn't own their own gear, they were upcharging the rental stuff. So I guess we paid for the guide and the rental gear. because I didn't own any of that. But yeah, I paid for that experience. That was good. I mean, it's creepy. Well, I didn't know I was paying for. That's the thing. I didn't know I was paying for a panic attack. Now that I'm not recording, it still has me on hold with my son over there because I didn't hit the fucking ad button. Hold on, if anyone gets an ad, I'm just talking to you guys for like 2 seconds before I shut the stream down. I can't believe it still has me at my damn son. Not my damn, but at the damn part of the stream where my son called. Not my damn son, I love my son, I would notice that. Hey, David Rice. Hello, and thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Just stopped by to say hello.
Hello. Hi there. Thank you. I appreciate that. That wasn't bravery. That was... When I was younger, I did try a lot of things that I could. I had no idea that that would actually get to me. I really did... I honestly... The Duke is having a heart attack. I really did think what would get to me was actually the cramped spaces. Whenever I actually started doing that and going into cave systems and whatnot, I thought the cramped spaces would really get to me. Yeah, SAO Bridge is fucking hilarious. And so when I realized that didn't get to me as much, or rather the times it could get to me, the feeling that I can actually keep going forward made me get over it really fast. It wasn't bravery. It was just like, oh wow, there are things I would never see if I didn't do this, and experiences I would never have if I didn't do this. And I didn't feel like I ever fit in school or with peers or anything. I really felt alone. So there's a lot of things I ended up doing in my younger years that really were out of the idea of feeling like a place to fit in, use skill sets that I was learning. Like I had a random set of skills that usually by 14, 16, 18 you just don't have, and so with those things it almost felt like let's try them out. By that time I'm also like taking swing dancing lessons, like we're spanning a whole gap of like in my life of what I'm doing. So it's really weird to try to pinpoint like exact times because these things kind of all overlap. They sound like all random different stories, but they all they're going alongside each other. They're happening all at the same time. So it's one of those things where having a taste of something like that, I wanted more of a taste. Like getting a taste wasn't good enough for me for a lot of things. And if I thought I had the ability and the skill set or the ability to learn a new skill set, then I thought I wanted the ability to use that skill set. Duke, I still have to put you on a green screen behind me, which is horrifying. I never viewed it as well-rounded. It was just who I was. He would look like a flying squirrel with all that extra. Oh God. Like, I never viewed it as that. It was just kind of like trying to find my place in the world, trying to find what I enjoyed, trying to find new things to do. Thank you for remembering every detail. Sarcasm. You asked, why do you have to remember the thong part? Oh, it's gonna be a reality. I just won't warn people when it happens. And when it happens, I will not acknowledge that it's behind me. That was part of the thing of me saying that if anyone wanted to help me get a green screen, which I still can't properly set up. I've tried a few times, but I can't properly screen myself out until I get a few more things set up, including computer switched out and that last Billy bookcase, but that's not a requirement. There's something sitting in the way of it. But it's right behind me. The green screen's right behind me. It's the Elgato. It folds into the ground. You can push it into the ground. Anyway, it isn't that I actually was interested in all those things type deal. It's hard to describe. It's okay. Imagine it more like my life is more like a buffet. And so you go to this buffet, but you've never been to it before. And it's a buffet filled with a lot of foods you've never had before. And on top of that, none of them are labeled. So if you think of it more like that, you're at a buffet and all you can do is basically visualize and then imagine what it must taste like. But the buffet, you're told when you go in that you have a time limit or a food limit. They have 300 dishes, but once you pick out to try 30 of them, you can never go and get the other 270. You won't have enough time. So you're basically flying blind and by the seat of your pants. You can't really, you have no label of what it is. You have no idea of what it actually is because you haven't tasted it before. You've never seen it before. But you take a chance on it. You end up experiencing one of those dishes out of all the options. And after you get a taste of it, you want to now know what its name is and more of it. Or on the other hand, you get a taste of some things that I don't talk about as much. You get a taste of it and then you realize you never want to have anything to do with it again. And for those few things, if you never knew its name, you never knew its flavor, you never knew where it came from, its background, its anything, if it's like food, you'll find yourself more obsessively trying to find out details of it, like how was it made, what ingredients were used, how was it cooked, where did it originate? Because if it's that good, if just a little taste is that good, you actually find out that, you know, everyone can usually relate around food except for me because I don't have a hunger reflex, but people want to know like how to recreate that taste so they can have it again later, or what other restaurant could they go to, where could they find that cuisine, how could they experience it again? And for things like that in my life, it was kind of like my life was basically this buffet of things where I was running into these different dishes that there's no way I could get to all of them. There's no way that I could experience as many things as maybe some other people with more opportunities could. But I was bumping into things that I was getting a taste of. I had no idea of it existed, its name, what it was like. But after getting a taste, it was like, I can't just let this go. I would like more. I want to know what this is. I want to know how it goes about. How do people get better at it? How do they succeed? How do they basically go about? I can't listen to the Duke anymore. I have a heart attack. And now I'll be a little further away. How does it work? And that's like one of them. I was younger and it might have been Boy Scouts. I don't think it was. I think it was a family trip. I think it was my family going and taking like a tour in one of those, and they were talking about you can go deeper into caves. And I wanted to do that. It was just like I didn't really realize that people were, other than like scientists or experts, were doing that. I didn't know that was just something you could do. You can just, it's not just like a little sightseeing tour. Like and it's not just people who are doing scientific studies. You can just learn how to, you know, properly keep your footing, navigate, go with a guide, learn systems, learn what you're looking at, how it functions, how it runs, take readings to be able to see the depth you are, knowing how to be able to tell even up from down, and then get better and better at it to the point where you're adept, you don't lose stamina, you're actually climbing through spaces with using the least amount of energy as possible, to be able to get deeper into systems, to see things you'll never see before, and trying it out and realizing I see something now in it and I get better at it, and then more and more realizing that, you know, there's a jokey side of it and there's a tourist side of it, and I guess there was a middle ground side of it. But now that I got a taste of that middle ground, it was again like a new cuisine. Like, okay, well, if I'm not a scientist, there is actually something to it. If I get really, really good at this, I could go deeper and deeper and longer and further and all these other things, and maybe see things that other people will never see, and I'll never see again if I don't do this. And I don't know if anyone who could show me this. I don't know of an elevator that takes me down. So I'm just going to, when I get an opportunity, if it comes along again, I'm going to order this dish again. I'm going to order the dish of, I'm going to go into a cave system. I'm going to use the skills I've learned to try to make sure that I don't die in the cave systems. I'm going to try to make sure that I know how to, over a 12-hour period, I don't become too exhausted to climb back out of the same cave system I went into, because some of these things are literally having to put your own anchors into walls. It's kind of like the same as rock climbing. Something else I was getting into, free climbing and rock climbing, things I was doing when I was in younger years as well as into my 20s, even into my 30s. I just didn't talk about it. And so like it's one of those things where it's not me just being adventurous or reckless or like just wanting to experience new things. It's just every now and then I get a taste of something and I just want another taste. And every single time I get another taste of it and I like what I'm getting a taste of, I want to know more about it so that the next time it comes around, I know to snag it off the buffet because I finally know what it is. It's not that I'm blindly walking into this buffet anymore and I don't know the name of every dish. Now I know its name and its flavor, and now instead of just getting a sample, I want a whole damn plate. That's kind of how it just escalates, and it's not being an adventure, it's just having interest. And for some people that's video games or reading or other things, but for me a lot of the times it was a lot of physical activity, since when I was growing up there wasn't as much access, like the internet was still in its, as far as consumers' infancy. Computer gaming was, you know, you either had like maybe a Super Nintendo, maybe a PS1 during some of this stuff. We had CRT TV, like, you know, less technology, more books, and more outdoor activities. And it's not to say like I wouldn't have done any of it with technology, but there is something to be said that I can go on YouTube and look up what it looks like to be in the deepest parts of caves. And I could convince myself that finding a YouTube video about it is actually a substitute for the actual experience. It'd be like someone showing me a picture of the food and me pretending that that's just as good as tasting is, and convincing myself over time that I've seen the picture of the food enough times that I don't need to taste it anymore. That's when in actuality it's not the same, but it did satiate it enough that I never explored that avenue. I never explored any opportunity. Somebody else mentioned that they were possibly going to go do that, and I decided not to join along, not to join the group going down, and not to do anything with that. I've already experienced it in my own way. And so for me, a lot of those things are just, they're as natural as it is for someone to get a book series they're interested in, games they're interested in, hobbies, sports, anything else, subjects in school. For a lot of things that I talk about, it just happens to be academic or physical. It's just that way. So a lot of my interests led me down these holes of either I was learning a lot of things, or I was physically doing a lot of things, or I was learning a lot of things so I could then physically do a lot of things. So especially for things like dance and any kind of dancing, like there is some academic behind it, and then there's the footwork that has to go with it, and actually body movement, and then you got to put it all together. Even for things like archery or competition shooting, there is knowledge. There's like learning how to actually read when you're looking down a scope what it's telling you, or you know how to actually lead a shot for when you're on a range like Wolf Creek for shooting skeet, or like how you went from 15 yards to 35 yards. How are you drawing the bow back further? Are you angling the bow differently? Like, how do you do that? There's an academic side, and then there's the practical side. And so there's a lot of times where it coalesces to, like, they coincide, of me learning the academics and then me learning the physical part of it. But I just happen to gravitate towards all of these things. Oh, well. Hey, Philip. 9 years stream of you dancing once you're better. Hey, it's St. Patrick's Day, and my computer just decided to put a 4-leaf clover on it because I care about St. Patrick's Day, I guess. I care about St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't live anywhere near where there are no snakes. There are plenty of snakes. I could probably go out in my front yard and find a snake literally this very second. So, but you know, that exists. I'm a Zoomer. I didn't mean to call you out as a Zoomer. It's just such a weird age where I feel like I've lived so much, and then I hear you talking and I realize I haven't experienced anything else. It's not as much that either. It is and it isn't that. I talked to Rowan about this, that we're from a young age in a way institutionalized if we're in the Americas or Western Europe in general, anywhere that touches the Mediterranean. And that covers the basics of, at least there's not a culture shock differentiating you too much. That you're kind of I hope a RE1 remake isn't on the horizon. I have no desire for one. RE1 remake, the remake we have, I think, is one of the best examples of recreating and adding new and blah blah blah. Anyway, I hope there's none on the horizon. I pray there's none on the horizon, unless they have a giant ass budget and twice the size of the people that can do Resident Evil 4 remake. I hope not. I don't want to hear the backlash from it, because people are gonna want the whole goddamn mansion and Lisa Trevor and more. But what it's not that, it's, I also don't feel like I've lived all that much until I talk about it. And I realize a lot of what people say they don't feel like they've lived all that much is the idea that we're basically institutionalized from the day that we have really cohesive memories. That nothing's bad about RE1. That's exactly why I don't want the remake. Anyway, RE1 remake is one of the best remakes ever to be remade. Why do I want another one? There was an original, there's a remake. I don't need flashy graphics to enjoy it. I still enjoy RE1 remake. That's why it's so easy for me to skip over it. I see so many detriments about how to recreate that damn mansion, and really no upside other than I don't need eye candy for a good story. I don't need it. So it's fun, and it's fun when it needs to fix the story. RE1 remake needs no fixing for the story. The remake absolutely still holds up. It's not bipolar like Resident Evil 4. Why would I want a remake? Give me Dino Crisis. For fuck's sake, give me something really good like Dino Crisis, which by far trumps any remake they could do of Resident Evil 1, because they never remade Dino Crisis. Anyway, it's I think what's happening, being institutionalized so long to be in a school system, to be in something where you have to show up every day, that your government is expecting you to learn something and to show up, and there's truancy and you have to be there, that some of your earliest memories are all about kindergarten, first grade, going all through grade systems until finally you feel like you have agency over your life, but you're expected to immediately carry the burden of a lot of things where you finally have freedom, but that freedom comes at the cost of you get dropped from an institution that actually its first goal is to socialize you and second goal is to educate, and then you get dropped into a second system where you need to learn how to make a living and make a living wage and make a home and making all these other things, or you get the middle ground of you try to live back in the institutionalized way of easing yourself in the real world. And it's all these kind of middle grounds. And there is another avenue where my stories seem to break away from that, where from a young age I never truly got institutionalized in the way a lot of people do. I never accepted that as the normal standard. I was so used to gang wars. I was so used to the idea of I did not learn much in school until 8th, 9th grade. Welcome back, Johnny. I didn't learn much in school. I learned on my own. My mom vehemently believed that even if you're in school, that home is the place where you learn first. And I believe that for my son too. My son's in public school, but he learns almost everything he learns here at home first. Have a good day at work, Cece. My eyes are really blurry. I must be that tired. And so because I never found any fulfillment from school that bored me. I never found fulfillment for running for my life because I didn't want to be part of a gang. I never found fulfillment from all these other things. I was basically receptive to the actual real world at a very young age, way before the world was asking me to be receptive of it. So that's how I can have stories about making my own money, owning my own business. As soon as I turned 15, being excited to work, wanting to actually do things, like being younger than 15 and learning how to dig ditches, do irrigation, getting my toes wet on building codes and actually building houses and construction and all these other things. Like, I was receptive to the idea of let's do things. Only 9 days until your 3-year shield. Oh my god, I need to make that 3 and 4 year shield bling even harder. I really do, but I like the idea that there's even 3 or 4 year shields. oh my God, there's people who have been here that long. That is so fucking mind-blowing. And so it's the idea that every single time I got into that, again, the idea of a buffet that you have no names to any dishes, I wasn't bogged down with the idea that walking into that buffet I'd ever be distracted by, oh, there's a dish I actually know. There is, for example, orange chicken. Like, I'm not gonna make a beeline for the orange chicken because it's not there for me to beeline, nor is it a distraction. It's, even if it were to be there, it'd be so obscure and far away I wouldn't even realize it's there to go get it. That my experience is kind of put you, it put me in a situation where I was just really open-minded, and so anytime I got an opportunity, I just kind of lunged at it. And so, for example, when I started competitively shooting, I was not looking to competitively shoot. Somebody jokingly said it is damn near impossible to shoot skeet with rat shot from a revolver. And as an adult, I watched them safely handle a revolver at Wolf Creek, where they did the 96 Olympics, the shooting portion and all that stuff. I watched skeet being shot. I just watched shotguns. We'd just been walked through. I shot a 20 gauge a few times. They were telling me the 12 gauge would hurt my shoulder. I took them up on that bet. I didn't feel like it hurt my shoulder. And then they talked about something that was even more challenging than a 12 gauge and being younger, which I already thought that they were overplaying how challenging the 12 gauge was to handle if you properly did what they were asking you to do. That they were saying, you know, here's rat shot, here's a revolver, and, you know, here's a closer distance to be able to shoot these shots. And the adult was missing and asked, would anybody like to try? And I thought it was just a call to, like, I thought it was a call to anyone. They were asking the adults that were accompanying us if anyone would like to try to now, you know, take a few shots with rat shot from a revolver at skeet shooting. But I immediately wanted to, and I was still shy and quiet, but I wanted to. They weren't expecting me to want to do that. So it took a few for them to like scuffle around a bit and then just give the okay that I was legally had the permissions, had adult supervision, had enough that I knew how to handle, could be talked to. And so I'm up on the platform where the, you know, underneath, I'm about to have a clay pigeon fly on out. I'm a bit nervous, and my first shot out actually hit the clay pigeon, and that was exhilarating. And I didn't even pay attention until the second clay pigeon that hitting that one, that people were like, oh my God, and saying things. And just because an adult missed, I didn't put it on myself that I had to miss. I also didn't know that it was a big deal that I had landed 2 out of 3 shots. The third one I think I missed. And that caught the eye of one of the instructors that was there helping at Wolf Creek, and they asked if like that was something I was interested in. I seemed to have a knack for it. Now, I was already mowing lawns on weekends. I was already trying to learn how to, from Rick Baird, like not my dad, Rick, but another, how to, you know, do irrigation systems. I was already learning from my grandpa John how to, you know, take bare bones and start building a house, the interior at least, up to code, up to spec. I was already learning on my own, you know, how to reconfigure and build my parents' home computer so it could be good enough because it was already falling behind in times. I was in Boy Scouts. I was already taking private lessons for painting. I was heavily involved in orchestra, but I didn't realize that I was as good, so I wasn't in private lessons yet. I think I was already interested in dance, but I wasn't doing that yet. I had already been in cave systems before. It's not like there weren't other things on my plate, but the opportunity was there. And the biggest thing that holds people back is, even with all those things on my plate, I never once considered school to be a roadblock. When I was asked, I distinctly can remember in all these situations, never once did I think, school was a roadblock. And I think that's what puts me a little bit different with my stories. I always thought of school as I can make it work. Like, I'll just study a bit harder, in the morning. I'll read an extra book if I have to. I'll show up school a bit late if it's something that's a lesson in the morning. I'll leave school a bit early if I can find transportation. I'll miss a day of school. I can miss up to a certain number of days of school and be just fine. Like, the biggest thing that people put as a roadblock, that basically what, as an adult, I'd put as a roadblock of working a 9 to 5. That I can't do these activities because I'm working a 9 to 5. I don't have enough free time. And I even call bullshit on that. Because out of a 40-hour work week, you don't live to work. You work so you can live. So that when these opportunities arise, you can actually do something. Instead of just the next day of waking up to work again. So I even call bull on that. But even at a young age, never once did my brain even think about the idea of, school's gonna hold me back. Or other extracurriculars. I was just thinking, am I interested or not? Is this an opportunity or not? Did I feel like I liked it or not? I got a taste and I liked it. So I said, yeah. And so started me taking private lessons. Very much in that same timeline, I can't remember the Boy Scout camp, those summer camp. It also starts with the word wood. It's in North Georgia as well. And it's one of the bigger, it's got the tallest climbing tower that used to be for also military training before one was built, I think, out in Texas. I want to call that Wolf Creek as well, but it's a different wood something. I can't remember what it's called. It starts with a W. It's wood something. Anyway, summer camp. That's where I learned how to shoot bow and arrow for the first time properly. And again, somebody approached me saying that, like, while a lot of the boys just have a chance to go up to the line and take a few shots with a quiver at a target, learn proper bow safety and handling, that again, they thought I had a knack for it. Would I like to come back to the range tomorrow, early, before all the other things I had signed up to do for Boy Scout camp for that, week and a half? Would I like to come up early at the range? I couldn't go early. I was already part of the Eskimo Club where I was learning how to become a lifeguard. And so at 6, I think it was either at 4:30 or 6:30. I can't remember, but it was way earlier than it should be. I was already running down to the lake to jump in freezing cold water to do shit that I don't know why I enjoyed it, but I did enjoy the idea of being able to survive the elements, survive all that, and finally become like banning mills for the climbing wall. Nope. I swear it starts with a W. My mom would know in a heartbeat, unless they changed the name. They might have changed the name, so you might be correct. I'd have to actually go look into it, but I'm too lazy to Google right now because I'm just talking to a microphone before I hit in stream. But whatever its name before that was, if it started with the W, is totally it. Around that same time, they thought I was good with a bow and arrow. See his white spur. Still doesn't sound familiar enough. But they said I was good enough with a bow and arrow. Is there a big lake right next to it? Because it's the same place. I told them I couldn't go that morning. I was like, can I do afternoon or evening? They're like, we usually, the range is usually closing down, and all the classes and everything are done by 4 or so. And then they came back to me and were just like, no, there's a few of you actually that seem to be excelling really well. We're actually thinking about doing, like, did you sign up for anything starting at 5 o'clock, or will you be able to come at 5 o'clock and then hurry on to the mess hall? And I was like, no, I can be there at 5. And so 5 o'clock, there I was, now having more individualized lessons with somebody. And wouldn't you know it, Wolf Creek, that did the Olympics, also has an archery range because all the shooting competitions were there. So when I started learning how to shoot with now a pistol and a rifle and a shotgun, and actually properly learning all that, literally in the same facility as me, indoor, was an indoor archery range. And when they asked me, did I have any experience with that too? I was like, yeah, a bit. And they're like, well, it's, you know, on the house if you'd like to spend some of your in-between times over in there. I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, if it's in-between times that I'd be up on the line, sure. I go in there and, you know, it's awkward using somebody else's equipment, getting used to it, not owning it. And I'm still doing well enough with it. And I'm like, oh, I like this too. Like, I like things that are just, the competition is me against the world type deal. It's me against a target. It's me against a clay pigeon. It's me against the tools I have at my disposal against an object that is, once you master it, a bit of instant gratification with your coordination, your ability, your mastery of something, and then utilizing it. And especially when I already knew, because of survival training, even in Boy Scouts, and then beyond that, Order of the Arrow, and then everyone that got indoctrinated after Order of the Arrow to this shit that's now banned from Boy Scouts and from Order of the Arrow and anything to do with that. But we're talking over 20 years ago. When I'm learning all this stuff, I'm like, oh, this translates into hunting for your own food. Like bow and arrow, shotgun, pistol, right? This translates into, you know, being able to provide or this isn't just a random clay pigeon. One day this might be actually a quail. Like, you know what I mean? So my brain could already make those connections, and it was just kind of the idea of, all right, I have even more incentive to go do it. I have the means, I have the time because I made the time, and my reasoning was never held back by, but I'm too tired from school. I have school in the morning. I have school, you know, until whatever. I've got a lot of studying to do. Whatever. For me, even if I had studying to do, it would still, and I'll make it work. And so all of the things that, when I talk about all these things that happened in my life, I never used excuses that I could have, that I feel when I hear other people's stories about life. I feel like what I'm really hearing is that they have a series of convenient excuses of why they never did. And then I hear like I hear a series of convenient reasoning of why their excuses are legitimate. And instead, I just happen to be in a position where that the core excuse that people use for the entirety of their life, school and then work, I never used it. So in essence, I essentially had 40 hours per week that other people didn't have to utilize, that I felt I could utilize if I just balanced it well enough. I just viewed it as a balancing act, and if I could balance it, then it was fine. Because again, school to me wasn't fulfilling. It was boring. I wasn't truly really learning anything I didn't already learn at home until it became to like learning stat and stuff like that, and trig. I literally really wasn't learning anything that I hadn't learned at home. Every subject that came up, I was like, oh yeah, I remember reading about that, or talking about that, or, you know, studying about that, or checking out a book from the library about that, or I had a teacher, Miss Fraser, and I always forget her name. She let me borrow her Dave Matthews Band CD so I could make a copy of it. But she used to let me borrow textbooks that the school had left over that they weren't using that year. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I want to, before I ever took physics, I was in physics class, and everything was still not really brand new to me. Why? Because I had asked her, can I borrow a physics textbook? I have a few textbooks from my high school years that she was just like, go ahead and keep it. They don't care. Including my first ever psychology textbook I have, because she was like, oh, they gave a trial run. We're not going to be using them for the school year. And I was like, you're never using them? They're like, the school's never going to be using them, so you can just keep it at home. So I have it, my first ever psychology textbook. I got it in 2002, I think. Just given to me by a teacher, Miss Blanchard. And so, you know, by the time I got into my physics class, it was interesting, and I was glad to be able to actually apply it and learn, like, where these applications but I'd already read about it in a book. I'd already tried out some of the equations for, like, how does coefficients of friction work? Can I figure it out? Blah, blah, blah. Just because it seemed interesting to me. I mean, we live in a world that is about our anatomy, translating into how our atomical structures translate into physiology, how they interact together to make your body move, and then physics dictates how your physiology interacts with the environment. So to me, it was just, of course, if I learned about the mind and then I wanted to learn about the body, my next step was then learn about the physical world around that the body is subject to. So for me, I read a textbook. I took physics in my junior year. I don't remember learning anything because I was so enraptured, you know, for a week or two straight, night after night, opening a physics textbook and being like, oh, wow, oh, that's really cool. With I remember distinctly, because they were really cheap, the yellow binding at the top, not bound, but glued at the top, loose leaf paper that, you know, you could rip the pages off, but everyone thinks of the old school notebooks, the yellow sheets of paper with the, I think, blue lines on it and the red line on the edge that sometimes had hole punches on it, sometimes didn't, had the cardboard backing to it, like 100 sheets, and you could buy a bunch of them together. You know, perforated sometimes at the top, sometimes not perforated. So I took notebooks like that and I made notes about like what was I reading in the textbook and like how, like, did I like it, like could I understand it? So I think the only thing different, really, again, to just try to summarize what I'm saying, my stories are not more about me being like boomer versus zoomer or anything like that. I think it's more about the idea of the shackles people hold themselves to, and the most common one, the literal most common shackle being time being a resource. Time is a resource because it is finite, as far as we as human beings who do not know how to transcend into that fourth dimension and know how to navigate that, much less a dimension that we know is in between us and that, which time is more like a fifth dimension to human beings. Us not know how to manipulate that well enough to stop it or not just continuously be subject to moving forward in it. Time is a resource. And because everyone instinctively knows time is a resource, it's about how you allocate that resource. And many times people expend so much time on things that drain them mentally, emotionally, physically, that they are now allocating a lot of resources to recuperating so that they can do the draining thing again. But for me, learning was not draining because it was just boring at school, but it was fun when I actually decided that I wanted to learn about it, because I made reasoning in my head of like, let me know how my body works. Let me know how the world works. So if I just know how it works, I know it, and I know it from here on out. And it's just now a thing. And since things like working to me felt like a privilege, when I turned 15, I had to go in front of a judge to get my work permit, go back in front of a judge to get a permit to be able to own a business. But since it felt like a privilege to be able to do things that other people saw as like a shackle, I didn't see the world the same as my peers. So while others would have looked at that same buffet and passed all these things up thinking, my plate's already full, I came with the clean slate of like, I can make room. Even if things were already on my plate, it's like, I can make room. I can shove it to the side. I can try one more new thing. Why not? If I really don't like it, all I do is I just shift things back to the way they were. How about I never wanted to step foot back into a cave again? Then I just change back to my old schedule. No biggie. If I decided I didn't like shooting competitively, then I just don't shoot competitively and I go back to what I was doing before. And the next opportunity, I take that. But I never let the idea of school and work be my excuse of why I didn't try. And even as I think of being older, even as I'm working like 60, 80, 100, 140 hour weeks, God forbid anyone who has to go through that. I know Julio was here earlier and has been working some tremendously awful shifts over the past few years of just getting a new house, but at the cost of like just being overworked and waiting for more breaks. And I know Mike L went to bed earlier in a lot of the same situation of trying to make ends meet and having to work way too many hours. But even as I'm working 60, 80, 100 hours type deal, as I got older, trying to make, you know, photography business work, trying to make YouTube work, I was on the side trying to figure out how to make life work. because I'm still seeing the opportunity for even things that you might think I took for granted. The opportunity to have a child, I did not think was without a cost. Don't think I'm naive enough to that my 26-year-old self didn't realize and know for a fact that having a child was a commitment, a lifetime commitment of pushing part of my plate aside, if not a vast majority of my plate aside. And even in that, I did still know that I had to live my own life. Otherwise, I'd just be living vicariously through my child. So it was even the idea of my child having a child before Rowan was named Rowan, that him being conceived was, is it something that interests me? Do I want to be a parent? And the answer was yes. It had long since been yes. And since, you know what would be a better sound instead of all of that moaning from him? Turning that off and then turning on some chill behind. So a lot of things that basically can hold other people down just didn't for me. I guess you could say, out of all the ways that I'm not privileged, from upbringing, from monetary, from even skin color, the one privilege I might have had was just not seeing the world the same. And because of that, everyone had this. Let's not get something else mistaken. Everyone else around me had the exact same opportunities I had, if not more. I just chose to actually utilize the opportunities presented to me much more often than any of my peers. I still to this day feel like I choose more opportunities more readily than most of my peers. I'm ready to head into the bleak unknown more readily than most people around me. And I feel like I become the de facto leader of people that I know around me because I'm willing to try something that other people are scared to try, or at least explore something, even if I feel like it has a just as good of a chance for failure as success. I'm willing to put my life, my time, of resources of that, my feelings, my emotions, all on the line for the chance to taste something new. And I'm willing to still put those on the line, knowing that the reverse of that is being hurt, being scarred, recovering, having to pick myself back up again, and going back to that routine of, falling back on what I know best, but then still being willing to try the next thing that comes my way. So it's kind of like getting my feet in voice acting, playing instruments and actually being in a band before, trying to do that again. Being in commercials and seeing how that was like. Being in a lot of things, even from YouTube, of collaborating with other people, and knowing that I have to sign off not getting credit. Writing scripts for with my brother with Planet Dolan. The idea of being able to just do it and try it, and it does come with a downside. It comes with the downside of, so what happens if the thing you would like to explore involves anyone other than you? I brought up my son, but realized I just basically said I had to weigh the pros and cons of playing God and creating a life that did not choose to be created. I don't think enough parents think about it that way. They never chose to be born. So when you go about parenting a child, you got to realize they didn't choose for you to be their parents, and you didn't have to have a child. So you could have kept your legs closed or taken more proactive steps and not had a kid. Or if you really were going to throw under the bus of any excuse that usually a lot of parents, I feel, use around me, that especially my ex and things like that. So I guess I'm basing it mostly on my ex. I feel like it's just a pitiful excuse when it's like, what, did you choose to be born? Did you choose your family status, your hair color, your eye color, your skin color, the place, time, the culture? Did you choose all that? No. And neither did my son. He didn't choose this. I chose it for him. I guess the caveat of what I'm saying is that many of these things that I try will many times involve at least one other person. It's one other person's feelings also on the line. It's one other person's anything on the line. Especially if you talk about me being in any relationship. Then if I try that thing, they might be attached to the person I was before I tried it, or attached to the idea that I don't try it. A good example of that is me not being a police officer was completely based on my ex-wife. The only reason I did not go and become a police officer is because my ex told me specifically she did not want to be married to someone who day in, day out, she had to wonder if they'd come home alive from their job. And even though I tried to tell her over and over, I could not come home alive from my job in a very tragic way, not involving being on duty. I could not come home from my job because of just tragedy strikes, car wreck, accident at work. It doesn't have to be a shooting or something like that. And still, she talked me out of being a police officer. Her feelings were on the line too. And I was able to be talked out of something that I was willing to try because of her. But think about it at the reverse of times I have taken those leaps, and there have been people like my ex whose feelings were leaping with me. What happens when I fail, or it comes short, or it doesn't succeed, or anything like that too? So it can be seen as being pretty selfish at times, but for me, I see it more as long as the person that I know is now getting wrapped up in it at least knows the risk, I can legitimize that in my head. So I guess I come up around a lot of different just normal social and time-consuming interactions with a different mindset that might sound weird and be a bit weird, but in reality, it's just that I have a different priority level, and basically my priority level ends up being people. It ends up being my mind, my own mindset, what I'd like to do, and then and who am I possibly dragging into this, dragging down, dragging anything, or dragging along with me. And that would be the biggest thing that now holds me back. Not the idea of, oh, I'm working 80 hours this week, how could I ever fucking find time? It's like, well, if I'm truly passionate about it, I'll probably just give up some sleep. That's gonna be the honest answer. If you have a shield right now, you have the chance to go find a video that I worked yesterday on it, starting at like 7 o'clock, 7, 8, before my son was getting ready for bed. I had to leave and tell him, go get ready for sleep. Maybe even later than that I started, but I was working. He had to come in and tell me he was ready for bed around 9. I came into the office and kept working on it, kept working. At 2 a.m. I had to lose sleep over it because I was still working on it, and then I finally was just like, export, and I put it up for you guys to tell me what you guys think about it in the community post. And I'm gonna check in the morning and see if I'm gonna make it public to everyone else. But I didn't put the excuse of anything of like, oh, I had an idea, I had a script, I had the means, it was all sitting in front of me. The only thing stopping me in that moment was time. And I decided, fuck time. I'll give up some time, and I'll give up some sleep. I'll take my time now, and I just won't sleep as long. And I might feel groggy tomorrow, but if I don't do it now, time will hold me back later on, I know. But I've got the script right now. I've got the clips right now. I've got it plugging up hard drive space right now, and I'd like to recover that hard drive space because it's a lot of fucking hard drive space. It's 7.5 hours of 4K footage. So like everything in me said now is the time, and who am I dragging down? Not my son. My son said his only condition of me working while he's here is that I still tuck him into bed basically and tell him good night, and I did that. So what I do, I just gave up sleep, and that's all. Yeah, definitely leave a comment on it by tomorrow morning, Christopher Golnick. But because I'm just gonna base, if I release it, off of comments on the video and in the community post, because I really am, I know it's a departure and it's a big swing, but it really is my sense of humor. I mean, I wrote the script off the cuff. I wrote all of that. Everything you hear in the narration, I wrote 90% of that in 15 minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I just narrated in my head the idea of a storyboard that just kind of popped in my brain. I opened up my notes on my phone. I was about to start typing, and then I just swiveled over to the Mac and realized, oh, I've got notes on there that's linked to my phone. I opened up a notepad of scripts, typed it up, and I thought, oh, this sounds good. And I got the footage there that I need to shrink to 1080p because it's taking up so much goddamn hard drive space. And it was like, all right. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that really would make me different. I think if more people really actually approach things like that, my stories wouldn't sound all incredible. Let's get past the idea that I had a tumultuous childhood of growing up on gang streets. I grew up poor. Let's get past the idea that I have enough PTSD to last me 10 lifetimes, because those are very specific things that you shouldn't have to go through to experience life. But some people just do. So let's putting all of that aside and shoving that to the side as being very much that's the exception, not the rule of what I'm talking about. Most of the stuff I talk about is going for opportunities, not using shitty excuses for a good portion of my life. And that's about it. And not trying to legitimize shitty excuses. Like right now, I know I should be doing more. I know my depression is getting in the way. I know my depression has been getting in the way. I know that my dog dying doesn't seem like a big deal to a lot of people. But just over a year ago, my dog dying was the last link I had to my brother dying. That he was the one that told me I'm ready to go have an animal, and told me I should go and actually go to the shelter and adopt a dog. That he thought it had been long enough, and I always talked about wanting to adopt a dog. He was the one that said I should go do that. So while I never really thought much about it, Sheila was like the last bit of stability I had for 14 and a half years. And I have to emphasize, really, I had gone through living in 3 different houses, including a 4th of living with my ex-mother-in-law for a little bit while I bought my 2nd house. That's 4 different places. A 5th if you include where I lived while I was in college. I went from being single to engaged to married to divorced. I went from being not a father to a dad. I went from having a brother that was alive and could help me through life to dead. And then my dog died. And that was the last thing. Like, I really did talk to my dog a lot more and banked on it a lot more. But it was because it was consistency. I said people don't like change. Well, that was my constant. My constant was I knew my dog would always be there. And my dog was the thing my brother encouraged me to get. My dog was the thing that was there that every time life had a big pivot for me, life had an obstacle, I could change all my surroundings, and Sheila's still putting her head on my knee and asking for pets. And I took that too much for granted. And after 14 and a half years, I realized how much I took that for granted. So for a year, I've been sunk in just the worst depression. For half a year since... I mean, it's getting damn close to half a year. The day before Thanksgiving, my gut started popping out of me, and I thought all the pain was coming from that, and then the pain got worse, and now I know it's a kidney stone and that, and a 3rd thing. And I still find those to be shitty excuses, because I know what's really keeping me apart is that I'm sitting here in front of a camera, right? Do you think I hurt any less right now than I did? I am pissing more blood now than I have in the past few months, now that I have that brace off. I hurt more right now sitting up and speaking right now sitting up than I did a month ago. Why wasn't I still streaming a month ago? Well, my depression and pain were really telling me, lie down, take care of myself, the pain will pass, the depression will get better if the pain passes. I knew better if I had thought about it. I was using a shitty excuse. I'm human too. I use shitty excuses every now and then too. I use shitty excuses a lot, and that was a pretty shitty one. I knew better. If I had been depressed the last 3 years, enough to stop me from doing enough things, if I had been depressed enough that I let people trample all over me, use me for bad reasons, to not see things coming, to not do the best I could, to for a year just sink even further into it, why would feeling less, getting in pain and feeling less pain fix depression? No, I used a shitty excuse. I threw pain under the bus as the reason why I couldn't mentally find the fortitude to get in front of the camera. The real reason is that while in the midst of depression, I was too busy either feeling nothing or crying my eyes out, literally thinking I'm gonna sit in this chair and be streaming, and instead I'm just on the floor and I fall asleep. I'm on the floor thinking about how much of a failure I am, and instead of getting in the chair, I finally fall asleep. It's the next morning, and I gotta get my son ready for school, do all the other commitments I've got, and another day passes that you guys don't see another video from me. I'm not on a stream, and I'm not making a video. Like, that depression was just taking a hold. Depression is very real. Don't let me make light of it. 13 years old, tell that to 13-year-old me who tried to kill himself and was very unhappy that he survived. I was very not happy that I woke back up that day. Actually, the day after that. But still, I really thought when I closed my eyes, that was the last time that I would see light. And instead, I had to wake up again. So I know from my own experiences, depression has been a lifelong struggle for me of trying to be in counseling ever since that day, in some sort of counseling, and trying to get over and try to surmount it. I'm not making light of it at all, but I am still calling it a shitty excuse for not chasing down things that could absolutely help you beat down depression. And there's a big difference between those two things. Being in front of a camera and seeing you guys say that you miss me in any capacity makes me go, who the fuck would miss me? Who gives a shit that I exist? Why would anyone care that I am flapping my mouth even right now? I'm not playing a game. Why are the 120 people with their subscriptions shown to the public watching me right now? That's 120 people. That's not counting people who have subscriptions hidden and their playlist. If you have enough things hidden, there's basically, you can Google what you have hidden can show whether you even show up as being a viewer in a live stream. It'll show up in my metrics, but it won't show you as a viewer, so you have no pressure of being there and leaving. And so that supposedly I won't know you're here. Streamlabs has found a way out around that, and the AIP lets them see exactly who's here, so I can see the true numbers, if I really wanted to, of who's not actually saying anything. But let's just assume it's just 120 people. Let's assume I put 40 of them to sleep. Why the fuck are 80 people still listening to me right now? Okay, let's say another, like, 20 of them just have me as background noise. 60 people? I'm not playing the game that's tagged in this anymore. It's not the 300 people we started off with in the stream. What did we peak at? So it's not the 315 we peaked at of people that have been at the stream that have subscriptions shown. You know? I'm just talking now. Who the fuck would give a shit about me and what I have to say? And then you guys stick around and listen and say that you missed having me talk, missed me rambling, missed me saying these things. And it makes me realize that if I had just gotten in the chair, it would have helped me beat back depression, not by just occupying my time, but by, if I see nothing in me and I think I'm a piece of shit, then it would be more like the idea of, this isn't as much of a waste of time as it is, if other people can see value in me, why don't I see value in me? And then it's further than that. It's the idea of, if my family, if friends, and if I were working a normal job, it'd be coworkers. If my boss could see value in me, and if I could show up and they say, hey, you did a good job at work today. If I could be with a friend and they're like, I'm glad we got to hang out. If I was going, and if I get even every hug I got from my son, it's me sitting there questioning, is he giving me a hug because I'm his dad or because he values that I'm his dad? Is it like, you know, there's a difference in that. If I had just gotten in the damn chair, it's not me covering up my depression. It's the idea that it helps me combat it by, I have to question the logical side of, why do I feel like this? Why do I feel drained from my own mind attacking itself? Why do I feel? And so I call depression a shitty excuse, because that is, if I'm using that as the reason that I haven't taken more opportunities the past 3 years, then I'm just shooting myself in the foot. I'm just castrating myself right then and there, because all of those opportunities could be the thing that proves to myself I'm worth a damn and helps me lift myself back up out of depression and back into what I know I'm capable of. Because logically, I know I'm capable of so much more than balling up and crying myself to sleep on the goddamn floor of my office, surrounded by all the technology that could let me run a career, and yet I'm not on camera. And a better example of that is the last stream I did. I said, to be honest, I was crying for 45 minutes before that stream earlier in the day because my brother's gone. And it came to me again. I was playing Resident Evil 4, the trailer, trying to be mad. I deviated and talked about that, and I was sincere about that. And that's more what my depression used to look like. That when it would really hit me, that my brother's dead, life sucks, the world is a cruel place, anything like that would hit me. Yeah, I can break down like anyone else. And eventually, something inside of me, over so much counseling, so much time, so much tribulation, would finally click in my head logically. I have to look at it a different way. I can't give in. I can't. If I give in, it'll be like every other time I've given in my past. I'll just be stuck. And if I'm stuck in time, I'm stuck wasting my resource of time on shit that I can't change, can't do anything about, and just wallowing when I could be actively doing something. And that's exactly what I did for that. I could have just not streamed and just kept crying for the rest of the night that my brother, it's not like I'm crying over nothing. I could see my brother's ashes right there. His urn was right in front of me in the living room. And I'm sitting there crying, why can't I talk to you? If I could just talk to you, maybe some of my life problems would be done, because we always talk things out. But 45 minutes later, I was back to being more me, the me that I know I can be, where I was sitting there going, but I had 3 decades with a person, and most people don't get 3 decades with a person that knows them better than they know themselves, much less a person that's willing to sit down and talk with them at the drop of a hat and have their back no matter what, even if they know you're wrong. That my brother is willing to have my back and then pull me aside and say, hey, but you know you were wrong, right? Like, and that's kind of the me that I know I can be, which is a big chasm from the me I've been for the 3 years. And so that's kind of, I guess that's me saying I do also have my limits. I know I can talk a lot about all these different things I've done, all these opportunities, but at the end of the day, my limits end up being my own mind, and who am I dragging down in the experiment of trying something new? That really comes down to the line for me. To be honest, when it comes to relationships, I always feel like I'm dragging people down. I always feel like it's a chance, because I'm like, what do they ever see in me? Legitimately, I have tried to basically talk anyone who's gotten close to me out of ever seeing anything in me by telling them all of my flaws ever since my ex. Because I figured that the only reason Mel would ever want to date me is because she just didn't know enough about me to make an informed decision that I'm a piece of shit. That I'm not worth her time and her effort, and she could move on and find someone better. And it's almost like I've done that to every person after, in a way that I've tried to tell them how they're wrong about their opinion on me. But it's an opinion, so I'm not an authority on their opinion. They're going to have a different one than me. But it's also me not having as much self-value. So I put a lot more weight, and that's me circling all the way back to say my biggest thing that's held me back is if I make a decision and I know it actually involves somebody else's feelings. That is one of the things that can hold me back, like me not being a police officer. Relationships would be a biggie, because I then feel all of the guilt and all of the weight of, if anything goes wrong, it has to be my fault, because why I'm a piece of shit. I should have just convinced them I'm a piece of shit earlier, and then they wouldn't have had to deal with me. They should have never had to deal with me. And on top of that, I have ideas about how relationships should go, and how people can even be in a relationship and then break one off and still be friends. And I've seen it work, and I've been able to do that. I've had a friend I've talked about Lindsay before. Dated her briefly, figured out it didn't work, took a break from being able to be around her, a break from that, even friendship, came back to it, and over a decade later, still a friend. Like, that kind of thing I know can work, so I sit there going, so why can't that happen again if another relationship doesn't work? But then that's me projecting my feelings onto the idea that maybe the other person doesn't feel that way. Maybe that their heartbreak isn't something that they can get over the way that I can get over it just by saying, let's just be friends. And on top of that, what did they have to give up to even get close to me? And it's just pressure after pressure after pressure. That's what I buckle under easier. But to come all the way back to Reagan, when we started this, the ideas of doing things that are brave, like going into caves or trying out things like competitive shooting, or trying out anything, becoming a lifeguard and getting certification that's even better than Red Cross, and taking extracurriculars to own my own business and to learn how to construct and build, learning how electronics work, how electricity, basically learning physics on the side, learning school subjects that now would bore me, all those things. Those just, the things that would have held me back from all of those things aren't the same things. And if you take it into like a high school and college mentality, of course, if you transport me back into my 20s, you're going to see pretty easily why I grabbed more opportunities than the normal person. Pretty easily why I could put myself out there, especially when I didn't feel like somebody else was by default tied to me taking those chances. That the worst that could happen was that I died trying an activity, and I still didn't have self-value. So the worst in my brain, honestly, the worst I thought of was, oh, everyone else gets a bit more oxygen. I was a burden to them anyway. But while I'm not being a burden, maybe I can be something not a burden, which maybe one of these activities would lead to me being a better person, more productive person, that'd be a more fulfilling person in the people's lives I knew. So it's yeah, it's just not the same set of circumstances. So it's never me dogging other people about that they've never lived life, that like, oh, I've done so many things. I never want you to think that, because every person that usually shows, on average, the people that show up to these channels, they have to have some reason that they stick around and listen, some reason that they subscribe and decide, because enough people, it's been enough years since those Everyman's Guides that people have to know who I am enough that the majority of people are not just showing up because of the guide anymore, but because I might do another guide type deal, because I might do another anything. They have to show up for another reason. And so I know that having at least something in common enough that you would show up and listen means that we have a few other variables in common. We got to. Just by default of the human condition. And for people who aren't here for the chair, I just noticed the chair. For those who are here by human condition, there's got to be other people who are here because they also have taken chances. They also have lived their life and reached and grabbed for things and tried new experiences. And mine just might be different from yours. Mine might sound more out there. Mine might sound even more like fiction. But I'll tell you, real life is better than fiction ever can be written. In the idea of it can sound more fantastical than any fiction writing could ever sound. Not that it would ever be better than, but real life will trump fiction any day of the week, because fiction, you can put down the book and walk away and say, but that was fake. Real life, you have to walk away and say, oh, fuck, that happened. And so there are events in my life that can sound like this giant story. And I know how to now speak and tell those stories and weave a tale and weave a way to be able to narrate it, other than just being like, yeah, I went in a cave once. It was kind of creepy with no sound. Anyway, well, let's keep playing Resident Evil Village. Like, instead of doing that, I know how to like try to portray the emotion and the adrenaline and the fear. And someone talking about claustrophobia, and instead, when I think of claustrophobia, I think of that scene. And instead of going like, yeah, it felt, I think I felt something like that when I was in a cave. And I could stop a story there, and a lot of people would, and I've learned how to tell a story. So that's just a learned skill set. So when you take away that learned skill set and you take away the outliers of, you know, stories about being in like peril and danger in gangs and everything, things that anyone could have ended up in. When you take the more common traits of like high school years and college years and the years basically from like 14 to 25 type deal, you get this thing where we do have more in common. We have taken just as many chances. It's just the things I took chances on are probably just a little different than yours. I didn't take a chance on more schooling. Like Reagan, you're going through something hard right now. There's a chance that if I ran into, I'd say I put more value in relationships. I met my ex at the very end. Hey, Sweat Stallion. I met my ex at the very end. Hey, Stephen Ore. I met my ex at the very end of me being in college. If I had met her at the beginning of my college years, there's a chance I could have never finished college. Based even on the idea of a breakup. Because of how much value I put in personal relationships over even things like it's still school back then. So you're making it sound like you haven't lived nearly as much of a life as I have. But you're living a life that I would have been too cowardly possibly to choose. That I might have actually run away from it. Because I do also have a track record of when I do break, I can run. That when I broke because a friend committed suicide and said it was my fault, I broke and I ran. When another tragedy struck because of the choices I made from running, of trying to help, and I got in a situation that I don't want to talk about because I already had enough of that early in the stream, I tried not to break from it, but I still had to run from it because of threat of, if I talk about it, could I be locked up for talking about my story? And then continuing living life, it just kept being, I don't want to run, so I would then have too much patience, stick it out for too long, and then it bite me in the ass that way. Reagan, by default of you just describing the idea of a hard breakup, the idea that you're willing to change your life, change your living situation, change everything, and still continue on with your path in an education. You right then and there are showing fortitude that I might not have been able to show or live through or come down to, or get through or anything. Because I might have just run. Jordan, you're correct. Sometimes running is better. I would put the asterisk right next to that. Of yes, as long as you're running into the arms of healing and recuperation. But I ran from bad off the cliff of worse. So my running was not good. It wasn't healthy. I put in my head the idea of if I'm useless here to save people's lives, I could be useful somewhere else by taking lives to save people's lives. It was broken logic and it wasn't good running, and it just led to more hurt, more harm, and more everything. But you're right. If I had run by the idea to heal and mend and to come back at it with vim and vigor and a new outlook and learning and taking something from it and growing, I view that less as running. You could label it as running. I would view that more as a mature backing out, you know? Good night, Jenna Parker. That's probably a good night for me too. I missed a few comments in there. First time comment, I should read up to even people say first time commenter. I'm sorry if I missed something. Say background noise, maybe overestimating the quality. Maybe overestimating the quality of my other social interactions with people. No. I just know that people don't know me in my social interactions other than in front of the camera, and with my son. So there's an estimation already made on like my social interactions. I'll tell you, my social circle is very small and I feel very alone all the time. And it's not by fault of any one person in my social circle that I could go to. It's by fault of my own, by trying to base self-worth against other people still, because I still fall into that habit of I don't see shit in me, so I look into other people. But I feel very alone very often because in my personal life I have very few physical people around. I have many acquaintances and many people that if I just wanted to just go to my son's ball games and just strike up conversations, I could make them all forget that their children are playing ball and listen to me talking to them. And I know I've learned from books and learning, I've learned how to literally walk into a room and scope the vibe of the room and decide whether I'd like to be, not obnoxiously even, but whether I'd like to be the center of attention or not, whether I'd like to captivate an audience or not. And that is a learned technique. It's a learned thing of learning how to use humor or storytelling, how to be more upbeat or somber, how to shift the timbre of your voice to match the circumstances, how to basically read the room, respond to it, and then act accordingly and become the focal point type deal. And I've learned enough to make that choice. I can make that choice where 9 times out of 10, I can walk in the room and confidently say, if I want to be the center of entertainment, people will walk away from that room talking about me instead of the baseball game they showed up to see. And that's not me saying I'm so confident and I'm so cool and I'm so great. It's just that I'm confident that I learned well enough and I've practiced well long enough that I'm 9 times out of 10 sure I could pull it off if I really wanted to. But does that really mean I feel connected to any person I talk to? No. That just means that there are a bunch of acquaintances that had a good time listening to a person, but then I still got to get in the car and drive home. And like today, when my son had to go to his mom's instead of back to me, and I got to wait for 2 days for him to get back to me, I had to drive home and then go back to feeling alone. So I could have just basically used it as a quick fix, like I'm almost like a drug addict to get people's attention. I could have done that, but it wouldn't have solved the problem of me coming home and having self-worth issues and everything like that, and accidentally shouldering that onto the few people that are willing to know me personally. So I'm not overestimating the quality of other people's social interactions. I think people are overestimating my social interactions by far. Sarcasm. I'm glad it brings you comfort after a long, hard day. Even if I talk about things like this, it brings you comfort after a long day. I'm glad you think that way, Philip, that I'm a good person. So you honestly talk about your life and problems, and you still do your best to interact with the chat, and the fact that you grew up pain and depression still try to carry on. It makes my pain and own problems seem somehow smaller and manageable. Meaning nothing by love by that. If it helps, I'm glad it can help. I know I dissuade people from like comparing, because that I'm always scared that people will make that comparison the other way. That instead of making the problem seem smaller and manageable, it means they put, instead of manageable, I'm used to people putting the word petty at the end of that. It makes my pain and own problems seem smaller and petty. And then they look down on themselves for even feeling like they have problems because they listened to how my upbringing was. And I hate when people do that. But if it makes your problems feel more manageable, that's exactly what I'd love to hear. That, like, you feel like you can conquer your stuff because I conquered mine. Yeah, we'll get through it together. I love that. I never want people to listen to what I have to... One of my biggest pet peeves is when people do listen to what I have to say, and then they back off of their own feelings, being like, well, now compared to what you're going through, my problem isn't anything, so I don't really feel like I want to share or talk about it, or like I want to burden you with it. And to me, it's like, then maybe I shouldn't have opened my mouth so I could at least hear you, because I'd rather hear you than you deciding to stop talking because you heard me. So maybe I should just stop talking and listen, and never open my mouth, because for fear of the second I open my mouth, you won't say anything more to me. And I'm waiting for the next time somebody takes time out of their day to talk to me. First time commenter, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your 3 a.m. life brand startness. It is 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed. My pop died unexpectedly in 08. I'm sorry to hear that. My brother died in 20. Jesus H. I'm sorry. Everything you talk about really hits home for me. The depression, the skewed views on life, and what it makes of us then and now. It's not the kind of conversation I've ever found from Resident Evil videos. You're doing so much more than you realize. I'm glad I'm glad it's doing something. I've said it before, and on the subject of death, I'll say it again. If I die tomorrow with what I view and how I view the world, and any knowledge I've gained, any wisdom I feel like I've gained, and I haven't passed it on to anybody, I die with it. It dies with me. No one will ever know what I could have shared. And why did I read all those books? Why did I study psychology? Why did I do all those things? Why did I care to learn about the world around me if I was just going to hoard the knowledge? Even my own trials, tribulation, my own life, if it can relate to others, if there's something to grasp out of it, a meaning, a message, an endpoint to it, it's worth sharing if I have a platform and it can help other people. And sometimes I do go on these rants because I do realize in the back of my head, I keep telling myself, I've said this, if this is your first time commenting, you might not know, I always imagine the camera as a one singular person. I try to, every time I look at it, imagine that it is not a group of people, but a person. That I look at the camera and that the eye of that lens is actually the eye of another human being that I've known in the past, that I might know in the future. Many times I've imagined that camera as being my brother, and many times I've broken down on streams and cried on camera is because the camera can't talk back to me and my brother used to. That's the honest truth. And so because of that, you're just going to hear a different type of conversation out of me sometimes. I'm sorry to hear that you had to go through the same thing. I never wanted to lose my brother. My dad is on one foot in the grave, and me giving him a pep talk earlier this year has made him live longer, but I'll be burying my grandpa. And I thought I'd be doing it in the last few weeks, and somehow he literally said, me calling him, that he was gonna live for the next day that he got to hear from me again. And from that day, I've been paranoid to call my grandpa again, because he's taken pride over talking to me when I talk to him, even though it's pain for him to speak and be awake because his cancer is just riddling his body that hard, his pancreatic cancer. And I got afraid that if I called him, he'd feel fulfilled and die. And other people are still trying to talk to him and want him to be there. And I haven't talked to him since that day. But he also has since that day kept up his promise. I've gotten a few messages from my grandma saying, yeah, he still talks about that every day. He's got to make it through a little bit longer because Stevie might call him back. And he's not keeping up with days as well, but I'm scared to now call him, because I'm scared the day I call him, the next day I'm going to be like, he didn't have the fight left in him and now he's dead. I fear the death of, like I've said earlier in the stream, my biggest fear is being the last person standing. My biggest fear in life is literally being the survivor. It is being on a mound of corpses and realizing what was it all for when I have no one to share it with and no one to talk to about it. That I'm trapped with myself and I hate me so much that I'm the last person in the world I'd want to be trapped with. I fear being and I see my own family dying left and right and getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And so that's a real thing. And if anything I said can help, the idea of losing your father, losing your brother, losing a sibling fucking sucks. Me and a few others, it just sucks. If it helps in any way, I'm glad it does. I'm finally scrolling down and getting out. I figured out how to live it for, like, if you flip a coin and your life goes badly, blame the coin. You would be surprised, sarcasm. I have in my Amazon shopping carts an oversized quarter that I would like to buy for the streams. Thank you so much, whoever's anonymous. I'm gonna let me play that and then it's probably time. I'm gonna see, honestly, I've helped me through so much. I can't relate to how you feel. I've been through so much. I'm very sorry. I have to go. Sorry, I truly am. But you don't have to be sorry unless you're one of the ones ever beating me up or keeping me down. Don't. You don't have to. I'm just glad I could help. You don't have. You didn't do anything wrong to me personally, though. So it's just, you know, shit happens. Unless you are one of the people that used to chase me, then apologize away. Apologize now. Man, my computer is still being laggy. It really hates something that's running. But
We would like to buy one child, please!
wow, that is a jarring sound effect after all that talking. Your talks let me know that there was other people who knew what the pain, guilt, anger, and self-hatred that comes from losing a sibling, and only being able to see them when you see yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end it on that note because I have to read the credits. Otherwise, GJD will go and rewind this stream and not get to hear me stumble over any names, and he'll be disappointed. Yeah. That's exactly how I see my brother. I only see him because I see him in my memories and myself. And the shitty flip side of that is because he was my other half of how I thought. Losing him was like losing me. 7 years ago I lost me.
You'll need to continue on your
and for 7 years I've basically been having one-sided conversations where I tried to pretend what my brother's answer would be. And that's why I did break down 2 days ago before the stream that I just had a lot of things happen all at the same time, a lot of things that I know my brother would know more about, just a lot of things piled on, and my first reaction was I just want to talk to my brother. And it was so overwhelming, the feeling of if I just talk to Nathan, I know between our two minds, we'll figure it out. If I just talk to the person that knows me best, and then just, you know, his urn still being right there, the Superman symbol etched into it, and looking up and being like, and he's never going to respond. My life has changed so much in 7 years. He's never gonna talk back again. And it broke me, and then I had to climb out of that with thinking, how many people get to be sad that they don't have something for 7 years that they did have for 30 years of their life. I might be 37. For 7 years I haven't had him, but for 3 decades, my best friend was my brother by choice, and we lived our lives by leaning on each other. Most people look for lovers and husbands and wives and companions and friends to find a tenth of the connection I had with my brother. Of course one day it would end, because life happens. He was my older brother. If life just continued to happen, statistically speaking, one day he'd die just from old age before I died from old age. Statistically speaking, I take so many more chances as he did, I was more likely to die than he would. So statistically speaking, no matter what, I'd lose him one day. And it was just, I gotta remember that I'm speaking only almost from a place of so much sorrow, I forget how much privilege it was to have for 3 decades a constant person to be like, hey, I got a problem. That only somebody who knows me inside and out knows exactly what I would think about that problem, knows exactly where I'm coming from, knows my past, where I want to go in the future, the things that I'm concerned about. Only somebody like that, only somebody who would care about me enough to invest and be able to be there for those events in my life, which is a hard thing for anybody to find. That if today you wanted that, you would be having to then only judge it by from here to 30 years from now, because they weren't with you 30 years ago, you just met them. You know what I mean? So because of that, it's a very, it's just this, I know I speak from this place of privilege, or I even think from this place of privilege, that I had the privilege of knowing him for 3 decades to be a constant companion. And that's what I remember, that in the middle of me spiraling and thinking I lost half of myself, I'll never be the same person. I'll never think the same. I'll never get the answers. I'll never have him back. I'll never be better. I'll never get out of these problems. I'll never know the right answer. I'll never know what I should do. I'll never know what direction I should go. I'll never know what the best course of action. I'll never be able to think of the things I used to be able to think of. And then I spiral and I cry and I want him back. And I just am like, please let me just hear your voice. One more. If I could just hear the sound of your voice right now, I bet I could think of what you tell me, but I can't hear it anymore. And then out of all of that, finally, it took me 45 minutes to go. I'm sitting here crying, but people don't even get to know what this feels like, and they'll live their whole lifetime never knowing what it feels like to have somebody that knows you better than yourself, who wants to know you even better every day, and wants to take time out of their day every chance they get to talk to you, and you do the same for them. People will live their whole lives never knowing what that feels like. And I'm sitting here crying that I don't get it anymore because life happened. Yes, my brother dying is a tragedy. I cannot throw the tragedy of his death under the bus of the reason why I won't live. And I know he would come and fucking kick my ass if I ever used him as the reason why I didn't keep moving forward. He would absolutely wreck me. And he actually told me, since he knew he was dying, that if there was such thing as being able to, if he found out in dying that ghosts were a thing, that he said, I know him. He would spend all of his time studying to figure out how to be that thing. And he said, with the truest sincerity ever in his voice, and he said, and I would really have no other reason to learn how to do that other than to learn how to come kick your ass for trying to use me as a reason to not keep living. So don't fucking do that. That's what my brother told me. One of the last conversations we got to have. And I've banked on that for the longest time. This is one of the reasons that I don't really believe in the idea of ghosts. Only basically because my brother was true to his word and so intelligent, so smart, and so much of a thirst for knowledge that if he could really carry that into something else, he would actually by now have kicked my ass for how many times I've broken down over him being gone. He would have done it. He sure as hell would have done it. And I believe him. I believe him with all my heart. He would have actually kicked my ass. So since my ass has not been kicked by my brother who's still gone, I just don't have any reason to believe that there are vindictive spirits that just stick around when my brother had every reason to be vindictive against the world because they forgot about him as he deteriorated from a tumor on his pituitary that changed his body. And he had every reason to be a benevolent spirit because he didn't want to leave me alone, leave his parents alone. He didn't want to leave things like he had either side you want to look at it. He had every reason to want to be like popping over my shoulder and be like, I want to whisper in your ear as you dream. Like, yeah, I know my brother was sincere when he said that, and I haven't heard a word from him. I haven't seen a vision from him. I haven't had a random thought that I know is only from him. Like, and that's why I throw all that out and I just cherish the idea of let's not make up things that I want to pretend that he's still there. I'll try to take the advice he always taught me. I'll always try to take the things he tried to lead me through, all the past that he tried to tell me were the wrongs one to take. I'll take all the things that I actually got from him from 30 years walking hand in hand with him as my brother. And instead of trying to pretend like he'll one day come back and save me, I gotta remember to move forward, because if he can come back, he'll be too busy kicking my ass to actually save me. Because I threw him under the bus is my reason, and I promised him I wouldn't. So there's that. Brother, which event let me show your videos right after 2020. Ooh, that would have been exactly, yeah. I was playing like that. My dad also had a Superman tattoo. My brother had the Superman tattoo. My brother had the Superman tattoo on his back. My brother's Superman tattoo was right there on his back. My brother's nickname was Superman. Mine, about a year and a half ago, finally said that this necklace I wear and the shirts that I wear that have the silver symbol on it, they're not Superman symbol. They're actually the shield of the Man of Steel, their steel symbol. He was Superman. My nickname by people that had seen what I'd done were Steel. And it was a nickname he coined for me just on an off chance of saying, like there was a group thing. It was just a joke. Everyone was already calling him Superman. His best friend they called Lois Lane because he had literally saved by that point, by 14 when this happened, he had saved his life 2 times. Literally saved his life. Jonathan Maloney would be dead now if he hadn't done it. And everyone was writing a nickname on the back of the shirt, and I was like, I don't really have a nickname. And he said, if he was Superman, then I might as well be Steel, because in the absence of any Superman, Steel was the one to pick up the mantle and do what he knew needed to be done. And he's like, and that's why he said it's as good as nickname as any. And it's just irony, the worst kind of irony, to the point that it feels more like sardonicity, but it is irony at some point. I have to think that my brother, the one that gave me the nickname Steel came about because of the death of Superman. So yeah, this one I wear. This, while I might wear other things that when my brother died, the Superman symbol is like a family symbol of mine. It's this symbol everyone attributes to my brother. They call him his Superman. Everyone knew him as that. I have rings with Superman, but the actual all steel, stainless steel symbol right here, that's always been me. Everything else I wear that actually has Superman's colors of red and yellow and blue, that's my brother. But this is me. I was Steel. He was Superman. It's just, it was hard to tell people that. And of all people to show up right as I'm ending, Haley, who very early on my everything, when we're talking about my brother passing away and all that, oh, my leg was in so much pain. Don't think I ever stopped hanging this up right next to my computer, Haley. I just took this right off of the same thing. In loving memory of Nathan Superman Jackson. You think that there's been a day that I haven't actually had this still right next to me? Right on the shelf, right next to where it hangs, is the letter you wrote. Do you think, what do people, is anyone under the impression that I truly take these things for granted, or does this not look like your handwriting, Haley? Like, I don't take those things for granted. I don't know what people might perceive of me, but I don't take them for granted. But you came at the very end where I was ending the stream. But yeah. What you sent me so many years ago is just still hanging up right above my recording and everything. And the note you sent, instead of me filing it away somewhere random, I placed it carefully up right above on a shelf so that I can pull it down whenever I want to. With that said, it is 3:22. I took medication to sleep a long while ago. But I will do something that is amusing to way too many people. I am going to thank everybody and read the credits live of people that make sure that I still have a job like this. Haley, what did you expect when you sent me a frame in a letter? Everyone's letters that they've sent me, I have, but yours actually sits right there. Everyone else's letters, except for 2 others, are right there. I actually have 2 other people's letters right there. But Alyssa, Sarcasm, Vamp Nemesis, David Rice, Sarcasm, and Smooth, thank you for the Streamlabs super chats from Mike L, Half-Blood Dutch Prince, Zero Hazards Flakes, Sarcasm, Matt and Nick Castle, new subscribers of Gamer, Jonah Royal Ball, Smooth Boy Mike, Vampire Samuel, Min Solo Alpha, MC Laud Monk, new channel members of Mike Grimm, Aaron, Ethan J, Majida, Fidelio, Ozen, Wisma, Christina, Jared, William, oh god, WXLF, Ezine, Frederick, Shunsui, and Bad Something. Damn it. Damn it. One day, I will nail the credits, and I will pronounce everyone's name correctly. Just not today. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon. I only planned on streaming for 4 hours today. 7 hours later. Midnight was my cutoff. Oh my god. Bye.